of the covenant. He's spoken of as in Judges turning the face of Yahweh towards Gideon in Judges 6, and many, many other passages where he's identified, for example, in Judges 13 as the angel of wonderful counsel. So you can check those references later, or we can go back to any of those. And so let me go back to my screen share here and points out that the triad there, I don't mean to argue either that the Old Testament explicitly uses the words triad. No, all that's necessary, as the Jewish scholars are admitting, is that the Old Testament believers spoke of Father, angel of the Lord, or Son of Man, and the Spirit in a real distinctive way, and they do. Although many in modernity assume that the law and the prophets were strictly Unitarian, Jewish scholar Daniel Buyarin notes that early Christianity actually represents a conservative form of Judaism that sought to remain faithful to the totality of revelation in the law and the prophets, including the texts which portray differing hypostases in God. Another example of this is recent Jewish scholarship on divine fluidity and divine embodiment in the law and the prophets. Now, again, I'm not Jewish. I'm just pointing out that the admissions of Jewish scholarship are to our position nowadays. We are in the Jewish Gospels. The story of the Jewish Christ notes, for example, just from the from the text of Daniel 7, we have the discussion of the Messiah being divine, the Messiah being in human form, the Messiah appearing as younger than the Ancient of Days, the divinity of Ancient of Days. We have the Messiah appearing eventually enthroned upon high and being given dominion and authority over earth. That is the ascension in Christian theology. Now, early on in the early days of Christianity, there were already rabbinical debates before Christianity and rabbinic Judaism completely parted ways, where you even have people like famous rabbis like Rabbi Akiva, for example, admitting that there is multiplicity in some sense in the Godhead. This is covered in Alan Siegel's Two Powers in Heaven and in Schaeffer's Two Gods in Heaven. Now, God is a generic term that can pick out a specific hypostasis, and it can also pick out a generic nature. So when it says two gods or two powers, it's not indicating polytheism. It's merely indicating differentiation in the text. Now, again, I'm not arguing for Kabbalah. I'm just pointing out as an example that rabbinic Judaism is not a monolithic Unitarian philosophy. As Summer notes, this is a later Maimonidean feature and not a Kabbalistic or early Christian Judaic feature. Second Temple Judaism and Christian in Jewish scholarship was not monolithic. It was not radical Unitarian. It was fluid, and it did not admit God to be multiple due to later accretions. In fact, Siegel and Summers and other admit that you can have a multiplicity of personae in early Jewish theology without that necessitating, for example, multiple wills. This is also seen in the process of the rabbis in their eventual exclusion of logos theology, which is not a direct import from Hellenism per se, but rather from the wisdom text of the Old Testament, the Solomonic literature, and so forth. Jewish scholars like Simeon Halevi, Sholem, Buyarin, Siegel, and Summer admit that rabbinical dialogues and debates on the wisdom logos text and the Merkabah chariot mysticism that draws from both the Psalms, Ezekiel, Daniel, and Enochic literature all posit various divine embodiments, manifestations, and even incarnation. In fact, ancient rabbinical dialogues discuss the divine Messiah suffering, dying, and perhaps even atoning. One example is Rabbi Hagalili in Buyarin's Jewish Gospels discussing the atoning death. And then my friend, the Jewish Messianic Christian Ken Ami, has a book, The Jewish Messiah is a Judaism versus Judaism debate. Again, just illustrating that Judaism is not a monolithic enterprise. Now,
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of it.
As we get back to embodiment,
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths.
Jewish scholar Benjamin Sommer notes in his Law and the Prophets that they themselves, in many texts that I cited in my big whiteboard there, display what he calls fluidity of Yahweh's ability to be both immanent and transcendent, as well as manifesting at certain times and in certain places in special modes and in special presences. This does not entail or necessitate a change in Yahweh's essence or nature, but rather that he's able to be embodied or to manifest in various and distinct ways. Sommer even admits the dispute, again, was not over a strict numerical oneness, because many people in the ancient world did not always count by strict identity, but rather by division. Whether this distinction, the hypostases, allow for multiple wills is the real issue, according to Sommer, and that, of course, is something that Trinitarians reject. We do not believe in multiple wills in the Godhead. Sommer cites many of the holy places and iconography replete throughout the Old Testament Law and Prophets, including altar stones, trees, which are dedicated to Yahweh. They're made holy in anticipation of the temple and tabernacle liturgical services, which will also embody Yahweh above the ark, the Shekinah, and so forth, the cloud, while at the same time not embodying the divine essence or in any way altering Yahweh. This, as a side note, the Quran also appears to have inadvertently left these references to this special presence in texts like Surah 671 to 80, 1171 to 5128. Now, the challenge then, as I would put it to Daniel, would be to leave him in on the horns of a dilemma, because Daniel can admit the law and the prophets are thus majorly corrupted or entirely corrupted. But if this is the case, he will have to give an account for why the Quran cites massive portions of the law and the prophets as reliable and the very thing that Christians and Jews can go to verify the claims of the Quran. In fact, this is more challenging than it might first be apparent, because we've already seen from the test itself in terms of prior revelation that this places the burden of proof on the newer, later revelation and not vice versa. Second, Daniel must also give a non-circular epistemic criterion for how he knows which texts in the law and prophets are now, quote, corrupt and which ones are, quote, authentic. He cannot simply cite the Quran as his epistemic principle, since the Quran is the very thing in question. Remember, the later revelation has a burden of proof or consistency, and hence why the 7th century Jew or Christian has no other possible means to verify the Quranic claims than to go to the older extant Jewish and Christian texts. As it turns out, this option is arbitrary and a double standard on the part of Daniel, picking and choosing hundreds of texts that he does like, while then simultaneously tossing out hundreds of other texts that he will see as corrupted. Without a clear epistemic principle to justify this ad hoc position is completely incoherent. Daniel should also show that at the time of the Quran's appearance, there was proof or evidence of mass textual corruption at that time, and not a later Islamic accretion argument based on the arbitrary ad hoc use of liberal textual scholarship. Daniel, by the way, is arbitrary in the Hashmi debate when he says that he does not mind the hierarchical method being used against Judaism and Christianity, because he argues that they evolved. Of course, I doubt that Daniel would like that to be done to Islam, and he would reject those out of hand. The other option on the horns of the dilemma for Daniel is to say that the law and the prophets are not essentially corrupted or made unreliable, but that they do not teach any form of real differentiation or Trinitarianism or distinction in Yahweh. In this case, he will have to explain the vast sampling of text that I showed on the whiteboard, and there are more examples than what I gave, than just theophanies. There are plenty of texts that even show, for example, 3 hypostases: Father, angel, and spirit, as somehow consistent then with his radical Unitarian presupposition. That's what Islam is based on, a radical Unitarian presupposition. And this, of course, is part of the reason why they reject the New Testament and its argumentation for distinctions in God and Jesus being the Messiah. Somehow, I think this is going to be, well, this is an impossible task, and this is why the Jewish scholars I mentioned back up what I'm arguing. Second Temple Judaism was just simply not a monolithic entity. Next, I want to go to Quran scholar Gabriel Said Reynolds, and in this text, we're going to see several examples of where the Quran presupposes the biblical narratives, but offers no coherent account. In fact, it garbles and messes up a lot of the stories, and the narratives are not even consistent. For example, angels are told to prostrate to Adam, but Adam is said to be still the image of Allah, and yet nothing is like Allah. This is Quran 42:11, where it says nothing is like Allah. Satan's fall, the entire cosmology is assumed. You can look at Reynolds, page 54, and there's a multiple texts why I put Reynolds 54. Abraham is a rational natural theologian, but also perhaps an idolater who changes position. And also Genesis 18 has Allah in their midst there, Quran 11, 69, 72. Sarah laughs before the announcement, which doesn't make any sense because that's the naming of her son on the basis of the laughing when she's told that she would have a son in her old age. Nimrod and Haman are confused with Pharaoh. There are Sabbath contradictions that the Sabbath is not from God. The Jonah story is incoherent. It's not explained why he leaves. Rather, Jonah is mentioned, and this is a really important point, and yet crucial major and minor prophets are never given any place or listing in terms of their significance in the Quran. We have, for example, Korah's rebellion mentioned in the Quran, but nothing from Jeremiah, Isaiah, or the Psalms. And perhaps that's because Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the Psalms are tremendously important for the meaning and significance of Jesus's life and ministry, particularly Isaiah as what many have called the fifth gospel, because there's so many messianic prophecies there. But it makes sense that if you were a religion based on a hodgepodge, you would want to ignore, or you just simply don't understand things like what's in Isaiah. There's other examples too that you can see there, the martyrs eating, and the reliance of the Quran on things like the Proto-Evangelium of James, the Talmud. But I want to move on down to the key point here, which is that it's not just a question of the divine unity, but a question of the work of the Messiah, the heavenly temple, an everlasting priesthood, a sacrifice and worship, all of which are required, including the altar in the Old Testament, which, as you can see, Islam has none of, and so it has no continuity with the Old Testament.
The debate topic is Christianity versus Islam, which is the religion of the prophets. The first question is, what do we take as our source of information about the prophets? Is it the Bible or is it the Quran? Obviously, if we use the Bible as our only source of information, that biases the debate in favor of Christianity. And if we use the Quran as our source, that biases the debate in favor of Islam. So this is a kind of stalemate because ultimately Christians don't take the Quran as authoritative and Muslims don't take the Bible as authoritative. So there has to be a separate argument. Let's play on the Christian home field for a second and take the Old Testament as the definitive source of information about the prophets. Even in that case, there's a strong argument that Islam is more aligned with the prophets than Christianity is. The most important prophet in the Old Testament is Moses. Moses preaches monotheism and bans idolatry, very similar to Islam. Moses establishes Mosaic law, which has many similarities with the Sharia in Islam. For example, Mosaic law includes an extensive set of rituals involving animal sacrifice, periodic liturgical prayer, pilgrimage, fasting, and purification rituals, analogs of which are found in Islam. Also, Mosaic law includes various moral norms like charity, punishment for sex crimes like adultery and homosexuality, patriarchal marriage including polygyny, blasphemy punishments, rules and regulations concerning slavery, the prohibition of usury, dietary restrictions, and much more, all of which are preserved and practiced in Islam. Fourth, the Mosaic law, similar to the Sharia, mandates theocratic governance because a theocratic state is necessary to apply all these Mosaic rules. Fifth, the Mosaic law prescribes imperial warfare, just like Islam, and we could go on. But the point is that when it comes to beliefs, rituals, and norms, Islam has a great deal of continuity with the Old Testament, and in particular, the doctrines attributed to the most important prophet in the Old Testament, namely Moses. The major difference between the Mosaic law and Sharia is that the Mosaic law was for the Israelites, but Sharia is for all Gentiles. In other words, Moses brings divine laws to the Israelites, but Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam brings divine law to all peoples. So we could make this debate all about the Old Testament and go back and forth arguing for a Muslim reading or a Christian reading. Unfortunately, this back and forth would go nowhere, and this is because the Old Testament is fundamentally contradictory. That's the root of the problem. For example, the Old Testament contains statements endorsing monotheism. Islam is consistent with those statements. But the Old Testament also contains statements endorsing polytheism, and Christianity is more consistent with those. So if we're just limiting the debate to which religion is consistent with the Old Testament, there isn't going to be a decisive winner simply because the Old Testament and the Bible as a whole contradicts itself on many fundamental questions. Here are the biggest examples. Is there one God or multiple gods? Some biblical passages endorse strict monotheism, others endorse polytheism. All academic scholarship on the Bible recognizes that it contains many polytheistic statements, and this is apparent when we read academic translations like the New Revised Standard Version. In Exodus 15:11, Moses declares, "Who is like you among the gods, O Yahweh?" The phrase "among the gods" implies there are multiple gods who exist, but Yahweh is superior to those other gods. Psalm 82:1 reads, "God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment." Psalm 86:8 reads, "There is none like you among the gods, O Lord." Many more passages could be cited with this same idea that multiple gods exist. This is not monotheism. To complicate matters further, the Old Testament also refers to Jewish kings such as David and Solomon as messiahs and sons of God. In some passages, such a messiah is even referred to as God. This can be seen in Psalm 45, where the king is addressed as a God who has been anointed by the supreme God. Number two, what is Jesus' relationship to Father God? The New Testament has different views, including Jesus is less than the Father and Jesus is identical to the Father. Later, Christians mix these ideas into the Trinitarian doctrine. Number three, should Mosaic law continue to be observed? The New Testament has different views, including a Jewish Christian view that endorses continued Torah observance versus a Pauline Christian view that endorses a general abolition of the Mosaic law. Number four, do religious authorities like priests have the ability to significantly alter or add to religious doctrines by way of ongoing prophecy or counsels? The Old Testament and New Testament contain contradictory views on this. So on a plain reading, these are major contradictions in the Bible concerning the most fundamental questions of theology. Due to these contradictions, we can argue endlessly about whether Islam or Christianity is more consistent with the prophets. Ultimately, I think Islam is more consistent with the law-oriented monotheism of Moses in the Old Testament, whereas Christianity is more consistent with the polytheism found in some passages, but we don't have to limit the debate to just analyzing the Bible. There are other arguments that can be made to show that Christianity, due to its structure, is not able to preserve teachings over time, whereas Islam is able to do so. Consider the following argument. When scripture has deep internal contradictions, the contradictions produce radical sectarian splits within the religious community. That community can only be kept together by organizing religious councils with the authority to resolve the contradictions and establish more coherent doctrines that are not explicit in scripture itself. This is what church councils are for. The new doctrines established by these church councils are then treated as ongoing new revelation. Christians believe that after the time of Jesus, the apostles and then later bishops meet in these infallible councils, which are divinely guided by the Holy Spirit. In other words, revelation did not stop with Jesus. Rather, revelation is ongoing through these councils that are guided by the Holy Spirit. Now, there are two major problems with this, specifically when it comes to the issue of preservation of doctrine. First is the problem of circularity. We can ask Jay or any Eastern Orthodox Christian who defines Christianity. He would answer, the church tradition. Okay, so where can we find the proof that the church tradition preserved the religion of the prophets? He would say the proof is the Bible. Okay, but how do we correctly interpret the Bible? He would say we correctly interpret the Bible by referring to the church tradition. So this is a circle. There's no independent reason outside of the church tradition to accept that Christianity has preserved the teachings of the prophets. We just have to accept it based on assertion. So why even have this debate if there's no independent reason that can be supplied to support the Christian position? If my opponent does have a reason, independent of the church, for believing that Christianity is the religion of the prophets, I hope to hear what it is so that I can respond. But if he has no independent reason outside of the authority of the church, then he should acknowledge that. Now, Christians might say that Islam has the same exact problem, but this is not true. Islam is radically different from Judaism and Christianity. Islam's key religious text was laid down by its founder, Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. The Quran puts forth the fundamental teachings of Islam with respect to theological doctrines like the 6 pillars of Iman, rituals like the 5 pillars, and other norms such as sexual prohibitions, patriarchal marriage, prohibition of intoxicants, etc., all of which have been preserved to this day. The Quran is delivered to us via one messenger, and the text was all established within his lifetime over the course of just 20 years. By contrast, the Bible comes to us via dozens or hundreds of authors and editors over many centuries. For this reason, the Quran is a more coherent, cohesive text compared to the Bible. But the important key here is that this is not just the opinion of Muslims. This is established academic consensus on the origins and the preservation of the Quran. Academics agree that the Quran has a core theology. For example, non-Muslim academics agree that the Quran is a monotheistic text. Non-Christian academics would not say the same thing about the Bible. On the question of the relationship between God and other figures like Jesus, again, non-Muslim academics agree that the Quran is clear that God does not have a son or take on a human nature or anything else like that. But non-Christian academics could not confirm that the Bible is clear on this issue. Same for the issue of observing the law. Non-Muslim academics agree that the Quran sets out a religious law and expects Muslims to follow it. Non-Christian academics cannot make any such definitive statement about the Bible. And finally, do religious figures have the authority to set new theological or moral doctrines? Academics agree that no such concept is set in the Quran, but the Bible is at best ambiguous. Another way to express this fundamental difference between the Bible and the Quran is like this. If academics want to know what Abraham Lincoln believed, they go to the historical record. If academics want to know what Julius Caesar believed, they go to the historical record. If academics want to know what Muhammad ﷺ believed, they go to the historical record, to the Quran, to inscriptions, to Syriac manuscripts, and other historical sources. And based on these sources, academics have confirmed that the core beliefs and teachings of Muhammad ﷺ have been preserved and are adopted by Muslims today. But the same cannot be said about the teachings of Jesus. Academics will speculate what Jesus may have believed by trying to piece together some coherent doctrine from the Gospels and other biblical manuscripts. Usually they can't come to a consensus, and even when they do, Christians reject their conclusions and assert that the only way to know what Jesus believed and taught is through the church. This is the key difference between Islam and Christianity. There's independent proof that Islam actually preserves teachings over time, whereas there's no independent proof that Christianity has been able to preserve the teachings of Jesus, let alone the prophets. The second problem is that because Christianity has this concept of ongoing revelation through infallible church councils, theology, morality, and ritual become highly susceptible to change over time. Councils introduce new doctrines such that traditional teachings are not preserved, including the teachings of the prophets. This is the biggest critique that many Christians made against the Catholic Church, which ultimately led to the schism between Catholic and Orthodox in 1054. The Catholics kept introducing new doctrines that the Orthodox didn't accept, like the filioque, papal supremacy, etc. Obviously, the Protestants rejected the Catholic Church in the 16th century for the same reason. This problem also affects the Eastern Orthodox because Orthodoxy relies on this notion of divinely guided councils. These councils are highly influenced by political authority. This is called Caesaropapism. Political rulers appoint bishops with their preferred doctrinal views. They convene councils and affirm those preferred views, which are then enforced by the political authority. We see this from the beginning of Christianity with Constantine and other Byzantine emperors. As a result, the church tradition, starting with the earliest church fathers, is full of contradictions on fundamental theology. Here are just 7 examples. Number 1, Justin Martyr, one of the earliest church fathers, clearly says that Jesus the Son is another God that is numerically distinct from the Father. Martyr also says that Jesus the Son is a lesser divinity that acts as a mediator between God the Father and the physical world. Post-Nicene Christianity considers both of these ideas heresy. So how can Justin Martyr be both a saint, according to the Orthodox, but also advocate heretical understandings of God? Number 2, Irenaeus, also considered a saint, says that the knowledge of the Father is distinct from the knowledge of the Son. This implies that the Father and the Son are of 2 distinct minds. This belief was later deemed a heresy by the Church. Arianism, the claim that the Son is not co-eternal with the Father, was hotly debated in the first 3 centuries of Christianity. Constantine convened the Council of Nicaea to establish Trinitarianism and to eliminate Arianism. Monophysitism is the view that Jesus has only one divine nature rather than both divine and human natures. Emperor Theodosius II calls the Second Council of Ephesus, which affirms monophysitism. Several later emperors uphold this council. But ultimately, the Second Council of Ephesus was rejected in favor of the Council of Chalcedon, which denied monophysitism. Number 5, iconoclasm is opposition to the veneration of religious images. Emperor Constantine V supports iconoclasm. The Council of Hieria endorsed the iconoclast position, but the Second Council of Nicaea rejected it. In the 18th and 19th centuries, number 6, liberal dictators in Russia, like Peter and Catherine the Great, seized control of the Russian Orthodox Church and pushed liberal reforms. For example, Peter appointed Theophan Prokopovich as archbishop to spearhead his church reforms. Theophan championed reforms such as absolute political submission of the church to the state and replacement of the traditional patriarchate of Russia with the most holy governing synod. This synod consisted of a mix of clerics and laymen appointed by the Tsar. It was designed to give the Tsar more direct control of the church for secular purposes. Theophan also adopted the Protestant doctrine of salvation by faith alone. Number 7, in recent years, both the Russian and Greek Orthodox churches have put forth declarations favoring human rights. Notable is the 2020 Declaration for the Life of the World towards the social ethos of the Orthodox Church. It endorses freedom of religion, freedom of speech, abolition of slavery and capital punishment, condemns patriarchal sexism. But all this clearly contradicts the Bible, the patristic writings, Orthodox canon law, and the normative positions of the Orthodox Church for centuries. These are clear examples of how the Church reverses itself due to political pressure. To recap, even if we concede that the Old Testament is the only source of information about the prophets, Islam is clearly more consistent with their overall teachings. However, the root problem is the Bible is self-contradictory, highly self-contradictory. Islam is consistent with the law-oriented monotheism of Moses, whereas Christianity is consistent with the polytheism found in the Old Testament. But we don't have to get mired in negotiating these contradictory passages in the Old Testament. There are independent reasons to believe that Christianity cannot even preserve the teachings of Jesus, let alone the teachings of the prophets. Whereas with Islam, there are independent reasons to believe it is able to preserve prophetic teachings over the centuries. Thank you.
I think Daniel did exactly what I expected. So I'm glad that he said what he did, because a lot of what he said would really, I think, shoot him in the foot, and he has done so, because as I pointed out in my opening statement, the argument is really what is going to be the Quran's relationship to the Old Testament, since it's the new revelation. Daniel went to great lengths to explain that the Quran was consistent, coherent in his mind, historically accurate, and so forth. And the Bible was full of contradictions, mistakes, and errors. And I'm glad he did that, because I have a list, for example, here of all of the many places, just in 2 surahs, where we have vast assumptions about the Old Testament text and its veracity being the case. For example, we have in Surah 2 the story of Satan's fall and his relationship to Adam in the garden being correct, God's choice of the Jews and their exaltation in the nations. That's being affirmed. The Exodus narrative is affirmed. The parting of the Red Sea is affirmed. The golden calf. Moses, quote, got scripture, we're told in Surah 2 from Allah. Cloud and manna, rebellion of Korah is cited. The book of the covenants is given. We're told about animal sacrifices. We're told about we sent, quote, prophets. Well, who would that be? Would that be Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah that are completely ignored in the Quran, for example? We're told that the Quran confirms the scripture that we have already given. So the presupposition of the Quran is not that the Bible is full of errors and contradictions. It is the Quran that misunderstood and jumbled up the stories. We're told that Abraham was tested. We're told that the story of Jacob is correct. We're told that the lineage from Abraham to Jacob to Isaac. We're told about the ark, that it flies to Saul. We're told about the temple. We're told about David and his conquests. We're told about Solomon. We're told in Surah 7, for example, the story of Noah is accurate, Exodus, Babel, Lot. And so the problem here is that we have a sampling just from 2 surahs of gigantic portions of the Old Testament assumed, presupposed as accurate, as correct, as authentic. Now, many, many more examples can be given. I've got a list over here of all the Quranic references to the Old Testament. This is just a sampling. But what you didn't hear from him was a coherent epistemic principle for the arbitrary choices of how he knows when he goes to the Bible, which things are contradictions, which things are correct. And that's why it would have been better and more consistent if the Quran had purged itself of things like references to theophanies, references to Allah's presence in their midst, in the midst of Abraham at the meal, or Allah's presence in the voice in the burning bush. Now, as he moved through his statement, he said some really interesting things, like that the Old Testament teaches polytheism, but the examples that he gave were examples that nobody would necessarily believe are polytheistic. They're just based on misinterpretations of the generic word God. And you'll notice that a lot of Islamic apologetics still hinges itself on a word concept fallacy, that the word divinity or God only has a single referent. It can only refer to God the Father or the divine essence and nothing else. But of course, throughout Scripture, divinity can be referred to the demonic, to angels, to God, to the divine essence, and to the divine nature. So only on the word concept fallacy can that be shown to be a contradiction. No, in fact, there are even discussions in the Quran and various commentators on the possibility of a divine council, that is God speaking to the angelic ministers. That's the phrase gods. It doesn't mean polytheism. It means angels and demons. Now, he goes on to talk about Messiah, anointed one. He misunderstood that the meaning of anointed one comes from the liturgical ceremonies that anoint Aaron. So to say someone is an anointed one, or Mashiach, or Messiah, anointed one, does not entail that they're divine or the Messiah. There are many anointed ones. This is just a simple, basic grammar misunderstanding. Now, Orthodox Christianity perfectly explains the Old Testament laws that he said were unclear. Even in the Old Testament, it was not the case that all of the ceremonial laws or the land laws were for the Gentiles. In fact, Orthodox Christianity itself preserves the meanings of these things. And I want to go back to the screen share here because this was an important point that I didn't get to when I was going through my last few slides there, which is that Islam does not have the things that he says it has, like priesthood and these elements. It has maybe loose similarities. There is no priesthood in Islam, and yet we are told in the book of Genesis, the story of Melchizedek in Genesis 14, we're told in the book of 2 Peter that there is an eternal priesthood. Psalm 110, you are a priest forever according to order of Melchizedek. And so the phrase anointed one or Mashiach cannot be understood apart from the rest of the messianic prophecies that are there. Here's a board I'll have for you here. If you want to look at all of the different messianic prophecies, and you can see that there's many of this is just a sampling, so you can screenshot that and look at them later. These messianic prophecies explain in totality the work and the meaning and the purpose of the coming of the life of the Messiah. So they're not random references. They actually have a holistic context and meaning. So let's go back to this. We're told, for example, that the worship of Jehovah, when it's established at the temple, and you'll notice that picture of the temple there, you'll see a lot of things going on there. You'll see images, you'll see icons, you'll see vestments, you'll see incense. This everlasting priesthood is continued in the New Testament, where the ministers are called priests after the order of Melchizedek. You'll notice that sacrificial worship and liturgy there of vestments, incense, iconography that we see in 1 Kings 4 through 8 are continued in Hebrews 13, 10 to 15, and Revelation chapters 4 through 6, where John sees into the heavenly worship, and he sees it as a liturgical ceremony. Thus, the church's worship, as we would expect, would have the heavenly worship on earth. It would be the fulfillment of the worship that Yahweh instituted there. And I would add that it's funny because when you go to Islam and you ask for or look for in the Quran an explanation of all of this liturgy, all this altar, all this sacrifice, all this stuff that is not there, right? Because what do we have? We have no temple, we have no priesthood, we have no altar, we have no sacrifice, no heavenly liturgy, thus no continuity. So all of the arguments did not prove the very thing that he needs to prove.
Okay, thank you, James and Jay. So Jay wants to insist that we stick to the Old Testament as the basis for judging the religion of the prophets. In my opening, I said very clearly that we don't accept this. Muslims don't accept the Old Testament as an authority, and even amongst Christians, different denominations accept different books of the Old, as part of the Old Testament. And even amongst the Jews, they have differences on what they consider to be the canon. So which Old Testament are we even talking about? The problem is that even if I concede that, okay, let's take the Old Testament as the basis for judging the religion of the prophets, that's not even enough for Jay. I have to also accept Jay's particular interpretation of the Old Testament, namely the interpretation of his particular church. So I have to make double concession to even get close to the same page with Jay. He has this kind of epistemic requirement on me. Jay also doesn't seem to understand the concept of tahrif in the Quran and in Islam in general, because Islam has always been clear on the fact that we don't take the Old Testament as an authority or think that it has been preserved. And there are many verses of the Quran that speak to this. So in the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 75 through 79, do you believers expect them to be true to you, though a group of them would hear the word of Allah, then knowingly corrupt it after understanding it? And then it continues, and among them are the illiterate, who know nothing about the scripture except lies, and so they wishfully speculate. So woe to those who distort the scripture with their own hands, then say, this is from Allah. Okay, so, and then in the Quran, Surah 3, verse 78, there are some among those who distort the book with their tongues to make you think this distortion is from the book, but it is not what the book says. They say it is from Allah, but it is not from Allah, and so they attribute lies to Allah knowingly. So this, and other verses as well. So this is the concept of tahrif, and Muslims have always had a critical perspective on the scripture of the Jews and the Christians from the earliest time of the Sahaba and the Salaf, but even later scholars, way before biblical criticism became a thing within Europe, Muslim scholars like Ibn Hazm or Ibn Taymiyyah were arguing that the scriptures of the Jews and the Christians have been corrupted. And they had all of this kind of historical critique in their works, critiquing the scripture of the Jews and Christians, and this was over 500 years ago. So this is the concept of tahrif that I don't think that Jay is familiar with. And we also find this concept of the scribes lying. This is also found in the Bible. So Jeremiah 8, chapter 8, verse 8 is famous. How can you say we are wise, for we have the law of the Lord, when actually the lying pen of the scribes have handled it falsely? So there are examples of this within the Bible itself. But the overall point is that tahrif is something that Jay does not seem to recognize. Now, he mentioned some of, let me address some of the points in the opening. So, Boyarin. Okay, Boyarin doesn't say that the Old Testament theology is Trinitarian. Boyarin simply holds that there are multiple theologies, including ones that are not simple monotheism. So there's henotheism, there's bitheism, there's divine kingship. Boyarin, as an academic, doesn't say that, oh yeah, the message of the Old Testament is Trinitarian. Also, Jewish scholarships that you mentioned acknowledges multiple theologies, including polytheism. Modern Jewish scholarship does not claim that the Old Testament uniformly affirms Trinitarian theologies. And also, I noticed that when you were discussing Second Temple Judaism, you didn't mention pre-Second Temple Judaism, period. Because in that period, there's clear polytheism being practiced, where they're talking about Yahweh as having a body and other deities in addition to Yahweh. So this is part of the pre-Second Temple theology that academics write about. And you already referenced Boyarin, but you didn't represent everything that Boyarin actually says. Let's see. Okay, you also mentioned that, again, you're using the Old Testament as the standard by which to judge the Quran. And that's the assumption of Gabriel Syed Reynolds that you cited as well. His assumption is that the Quran is taking from other sources because he doesn't believe in the Quran. But that's an assumption on his part. And the fact of the matter is that the Gospels that were available to the Arab Christians at the time of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, they're not the Orthodox and Catholic version of the Bible anyway. So it doesn't make sense for you to refer to them or appeal to that. These were the Syriac texts of that time. So those wouldn't even match up with the the Septuagint or the Masoretic text that Christians use today. Let's see. Yeah, you said the Quran jumbles the message of the Old Testament. Well, the Old Testament is not a coherent message. It's jumbled already, so that's not really a knock against Islam. Yeah, so I would like to know if Jay concedes that the Western academics say that the Old Testament has polytheism. Part of the theology of the Old Testament is polytheism, and we can refer to Boyarin's statement. We can also refer to Mark Smith, The Origins of Biblical Monotheism, and they all say the same thing. Like, there's polytheism in the Old Testament that's endorsed, and we see this also from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So that's something that Jay should acknowledge. He mentions Melchizedek. So that's like a small part of the Old Testament. It's not like this big deal. You're talking about priests and this kind of priesthood. Well, in Islam, we have imams. We have imams who are teachers who lead prayers. They lead liturgical prayers, communal prayers for the community. So that's something that we have in Islam. You want to say that's a loose connection? Well, who defines what is loose or what's not loose? And this is where Jay has to refer again to the church tradition to define that. But we don't accept the church tradition. So give us an objective standard for deciding what is loose or what is not loose when it comes to comparing some of these aspects of Mosaic law with Islam versus what we see in Orthodox Christianity. That's the whole debate. Like, what is the objective standard?
I'm going to ask Daniel a question because Daniel never really responded to the actual argument that was given. The argument, first of all, was not that Boyarin is a Trinitarian. The argument was that Jewish scholarship admits differentiation in the Trinity. Those are two different things. So you misunderstood what I was saying. Also, I'm fully aware that Jewish scholarship has all kinds of differing and liberal perspectives. My only point in all of that was just to say that it's not a monolithic thing. And so you can't argue from early Christianity or early Judaism at this time period that it was a monolithic Unitarian presentation. There's fluidity there. And so the point then is that, as Boyarin says, Christianity represents a conservative early reading of Judaism, that meaning that a conservative reading of the existing text. My argument was more specific, that the Quran itself assumes the validity of giant portions of the Old Testament. And I asked Daniel for his epistemic criteria to know when to pick and when to reject. And his response was, we go to the historically accurate presentation in the Quran. That's a circle. Explain to me how it's not a circle. I'll concede whatever else.
Sure. So I never said that I take the Old Testament. I'm not taking any portion of the Old Testament. I'm not taking any portion of the Old.
The Quran's presentation, not you.
Yeah, I accept the Quran, obviously, as a Muslim. I accept the Quran, but I'm not saying that, I think this or that portion of the Old Testament is correct and is from God, and another portion is not. That's not the argument that I'm making. Like, for example, I never.
No, I'm asking you to answer my argument.
Yeah, I am answering it. So you
answered with that it's not the argument you're making. You answered with that it's not the argument you're making. Correct. That's because I'm making the argument.
Restate your claim.
The Quran presupposes large sections of the Bible to be correct.
Where does it presuppose that?
Here, in these examples. The examples that I listed for you previously.
I can't read all of those.
Oh, I'm sorry that you can't read it, but these
are Moses got scripture. What does that say? Moses got scripture.
I read all of these previously to you.
Cloud and manna.
So you're saying what does that mean? You're saying that the
Quran refers to like stories in the Bible that are found in the Old Testament?
Prior, correct.
Yeah, I acknowledge the Quran has many biblical stories. That doesn't mean that what is in the Bible, what is in the Old Testament that you have is correct.
Criteria that is. So you can't answer this. So what is the?
No, I did answer. You don't understand. You don't understand the distinction that I'm making.
No, you don't understand that.
All right, gentlemen, I hate to do this, but just because it has been 2 minutes, I gotta cut it back. Going over to Daniel for his 2 minutes, and then we'll kick it right back over to you, Jay, for yours.
Yeah, so I accept the Quran, and of course the Quran is mentioning things that are also found in the Old Testament. Your argument seems to be that because the Old Testament is older, or the Hebrew Bible is older, that means it's more accurate, or that it's a more authentic text.
No.
So why should I expect that the Quran has to conform to what the Bible says? Like, I don't have that assumption. Why should I have that assumption?
Because
And
the
I didn't
Quran
make
makes it.
No, the Quran doesn't make. Where does the Quran say that the Old Testament is fully accurate?
I didn't say anything about fully accurate. I'm giving
All
you
you're showing are
I'm giving the
references.
example. I'm giving you two surahs.
If you guys want to keep the 2 minutes, if you guys want to try open dialogue, I'm totally open to that.
No, I prefer the 2-minute back and forth, but he keeps
right, because
cutting
he doesn't want to be pinned down. What we know.
No, because
We'll
that's why you didn't want to cross.
you don't
we'll
understand the
Daniel that
answer
2
I'm giving.
minutes.
Because
Go
it's
ahead,
not.
Daniel.
Okay. So what you put on your whiteboard are just examples in the Quran that, oh, the Quran mentions Moses, and it mentions Joseph, and it mentions the garden, it mentions Adam and Eve. Therefore, this is the Quran is saying that the Old Testament is accurate. That doesn't follow. The Quran is giving a record independently of the Old Testament of what actually took place with the prophets, with revelation. My argument is not contingent on the Quran. I'm saying that I don't take anything from the Old Testament as necessarily accurate in and of itself, independently. I made that clear in my opening statement. The thing is that those parts of the Old Testament, even if assuming that they are accurate, even assuming that they are representative of the prophets, we could hypothetically argue that Islam is more consistent with that than Christianity. That's the argument.
That's been 2 minutes. Go ahead, Jay, for 2.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess there's kind of a lack of, understanding basic argumentation here, because I understand that you don't accept the Old Testament. I'm well aware of that. I'm making a very specific argument that the Quran does not merely in passing mention these things. It, in fact, presupposes that entire stories and narratives are correct. And you admitted that those stories and narratives are older, correct? Yes, you said that. They're older. Now, I'm not saying they're true because they're older. I'm saying that this is your books, your authoritative books. This is just an example. We can go to other examples about the burning bush, right? And these kinds of stories. I understand that you don't think that the Old Testament is authoritative. You don't have to repeat that to me. I'm making an internal critique. Apparently, you don't understand what an internal critique is, because the book that you accept as authoritative presupposes, not passing references, entire stories and narratives that are correct and that are authentic, because it says for the 7th century Jew or Christian. How else would we do it? We would go to the prior existing revelation. How else, if I'm a 7th century Jew or Christian, how else would I confirm what the Quran is saying if I don't go to the previous text like it says to do? So it's a very simple argument. And I'm asking you, how is it not circular for you? Because you're just saying, well, we know that the Quran is correct. The Quran is the epistemic principle for proving that the Old Testament is wrong and the Quran is correct. Don't you see that that's circular?
Yeah, so the Quran does presuppose that some of the things that are mentioned in the Old Testament are correct. Okay.
Right. What's your epistemic principle for when you know?
I have to keep it with the 2 minutes.
No,
I hate
but
that.
I didn't-
was the format.
Like
everybody agreed on.
like the presentation and the argument that I gave wasn't to establish that the Quran is the word of God. That wasn't what the argument that I gave in this presentation. I'm the one who gave the internal critique, because I'm not presupposed. What I said, that the Quran is preserved, and that is a matter of academic, objective fact. Whereas when it comes to the Old Testament, yeah, the Quran does say that parts of the Old Testament are correct, but there's no full endorsement of the Old Testament. Now, if you did find me a verse that says that everything in the Torah and the Injil that the Christians and the Jews have is accurate, if you can find me that verse, okay, then I'll say, yeah, you have a point there. That is a good internal critique, because then I would have no position to criticize the Old Testament. But there's no such verse like that. So there's no internal critique here. The circularity is on your part. Like, go back to the argument on the preservation of the Quran versus preservation of the Bible. No academic is going to say that, oh yeah, the Bible that we read today has been preserved, and this is coming from the prophets, and there's been a chain of transmission. There's no academic that says that about the Bible, but you have plenty of academics. In fact, that's the consensus about the Quran. So that's an independent argument for why the Quran, or why Islam preserves scripture, preserves teachings, norms, rituals, doctrine, whereas Christianity doesn't or hasn't. There's nothing that's circular about that.
And time.
Right. So in other words, a bunch of assertions. And again, I'm doing a specific critique, not that you think the Old Testament is infallible or correct, but that the Quran itself presupposes gigantic portions to be correct. I understand that you don't accept the other portions. That's why I specifically asked you for the epistemic principle that tells you, when you go to the Old Testament, which things are true, which things are false. You then appealed to the fallacy of consensus, was that there's a lot of scholars who agree with me. That's a fallacy of consensus. Did you know that's a fallacy? It doesn't prove anything. Now, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. That's why it's a fallacy. It doesn't follow necessarily from that argument that a bunch of scholars, I could find a bunch of scholars that do affirm the reliability of the New Testament. For example, Craig Blomberg or F.F. Bruce. So there's plenty of scholars who admit the reliability of the Old and New Testament. You just simply wouldn't want those, and so you're picking and choosing the scholars. Again, how would a 7th century Jew or Christian know that the claims of the Quran, as they are newly presented at that time, what would they go to verify that its claims are true? And you keep saying, the Quran is consistent, it's historical, scholars like it. A lot of scholars don't like it. And those are fallacious arguments. Do you not understand what a fallacy is?
Yeah, so the answer to your question, a 7th century Jew or Christian could see that Islam is consistent with the Old Testament or with whatever text that they had with them at the time. They would see that because Muhammad ﷺ is like Moses. That's how they would see that Islam is true, that the teachings of Muhammad are consistent with the teachings of Moses. That's exactly how they would know.
You just said Moses was inconsistent.
I have to keep with that.
No, I did not say Moses is inconsistent.
You said that the Torah.
I did not say that Moses was inconsistent. I said the Old Testament, a book that has been distorted over time, as mentioned in the Quran, is inconsistent. The fact that the Quran affirms parts of the Old Testament does not mean that the Old Testament is infallible or hasn't been corrupted. Like, I don't understand the logic here that you're using. I acknowledge from the beginning, yes, in the Old Testament you'll find stories that are affirmed in the Quran. That does not mean that everything in the Old Testament is considered to be correct according to the Quran. So what is the contradiction? Like, what is the internal critique? This is not making any sense to me. I'm sorry. And then again, I answered the basis for a 7th century Jew or Christian to know that the Quran and that Muhammad ﷺ is a prophet is because there is all this continuity with the teachings of Moses and the teachings of Muhammad. That's how they would know.
What are the teachings of Moses? You see, you just restated the very thing.
There's still 30 seconds. I hate to do this, but just because I promised.
Yeah. So the teachings of Moses are found.
As per the Quran.
No, we can look at the Quran or the Jews themselves in the 7th century. They're not looking at the Quran. They're looking at the Old Testament. They're looking at the Hebrew Bible. They're looking at the Hebrew Bible.
Exactly. Which you just said is full of corruptions and errors.
So and the 7th century Jew or Christian would see that as well. The 7th century Jew or Christian would also see the corruption.
No, your answer is that your epistemic principle is that the Quran is true because the Jews or Christians could go to the books of Moses and see that it teaches what the Quran teaches, but the books of Moses are full of contradictions because of the Quran. You have a circle. You just said they go to the books of Moses.
Yeah. They go to the books of Moses and they see they see the things that confirm. Yeah, they see the things that confirm Muhammad ﷺ, and they don't see the things And they see the contradictions, like the monotheism versus polytheism. They see the divine kingship. They see all of those things as well.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick it over to Jay for 2 minutes, and then we'll kick it back over to Daniel.
So as we can hear there with this absurdity, he said that they would go to the books of the Bible, they would go to the books of Moses, which is where we would get the teaching of Moses. As the Quran itself says, we gave them the books, the covenant, the scriptures. He's saying that the 7th century Jew or Christian would go to those texts to see if it's in continuity with the new revelation. But then he says that the new revelation is the principle for judging the other revelation. This is such a dumb argument. I can't believe that he can't see this, because it's a circle. He's saying that they're going to see that the Quran's presentation is correct when they look at their authoritative texts, but you judge those authoritative texts on the Quran, the very thing that is in question. It is a very simple circular argument, and that's why he keeps stating that no, they just go to their text to see that the Quran is true. The Quran is the thing that's in question. Is it in continuity with the prior revelation? So Daniel's forced in the position of saying that the prior revelation is full of contradictions. It's full of inconsistencies, as he said, which I said in the Horns of the Dilemma that he would have to do that. I'm well aware he doesn't think that the Old Testament is reliable, but his Quran relies on large portions of the prior revelation being reliable. That's the argument. That's the point. And then Daniel picks and chooses arbitrarily, ad hoc, based on his presupposition that the Quran is correct, which Old Testament things he likes and doesn't like. So I asked for an epistemic principle, and I heard fallacy of consensus. I heard because the Quran is historically reliable and because the Quran is true. That's a circle.
you're misconstruing my statements. There are independent reasons to take the Quran as true. Well, let's put that aside. Like, if you want to have the debate on whether the Quran is the word of God, that's a separate debate. And there are independent reasons that I can give for the Quran being true. That doesn't depend on the Quran itself. Once you have accepted the Quran as true, then you take it as a criteria. Okay, then you take it as a criteria. The Jews and the Christians in the 7th century, they're told by Allah to check with their own scripture, and they'll see that Muhammad ﷺ is a true prophet. The Quran doesn't assume that, oh, you have to accept the Quran and then you judge the Old Testament. That's not the way. That's not what the Quran is saying. So you're misconstruing the argument. You're misconstruing the Quran. Once you have accepted the Quran as the revelation of God, yeah, then you take it as a criteria. But there are independent reasons to take the Quran as being from God. So there's no circle here. And also look at Deuteronomy 18:15 in the Septuagint. It reads, "The Lord thy God shall raise up to thee a prophet of thy brethren. Like me, him shall ye hear." Okay, this has been altered in the Masoretic text, which reads, "The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among your own people. You shall heed such a prophet." So Muslims quote this passage as proof of the prophethood of Muhammad ﷺ, although we believe, nonetheless, that much of the Bible has been corrupted through this doctrine of tahrif, which you haven't given any indication that you know what tahrif even means. So to sum up, the 7th century Jew or Christian could decide to follow Islam based on parallels between Moses and Muhammad's message, prophecy in Deuteronomy of a prophet like Moses, their perception that Jewish and Christian doctrine has changed over time and is corrupted, so they'll see the contradictions within the text themselves, their perception that the Bible is deeply contradictory, and also miracles of Muhammad ﷺ. So these are all independent reasons for that Jew or Christian to accept Islam.
Yeah, exactly. So once you accept that it's true, you'll see that it's true. That was exactly my point. Daniel said that once you accept the Quran, you'll understand that the Quran is the superior revelation and that it's the thing by which we judge the past revelation. Now, Daniel said there's other independent arguments. I'm not concerned. I didn't answer or reply to what you called independent arguments other than to say that those were fallacies to just cite fallacy of consensus. I specifically addressed the specific claim that you said that a 7th century Christian or Jew could go to their text to see what? The Muslim reading of those texts. That is what you said. You said that Muhammad is like Moses, that there's some similarities and that the Old Testament has contradictions. Those are arguments based on the presupposition that the Quran is true. That's the thing that's in question. That's why I keep asking you for an epistemic principle that isn't ad hoc, arbitrary, or circular, because every argument that you present is just a restatement of the Quranic position. And that's why you have to say, well, once you accept that it's true, you'll see that it's true. You see, that's a circle. So again, all this shows is just inconsistency, and that the prior revelation has to be cited and given some credence because they know that they want to have continuity. And that's what this debate is ultimately about. But then when other things are brought in from prior revelation that are even assumed and mentioned in the Quran, like these manifold examples of large narratives, the response is that those are the ones that we don't like and we don't accept those because they're problematic for our position. And then he just cited unbelieving scholars and so forth, as if citing a consensus has anything to do with a debate. It doesn't matter. When I cited the Jews as scholars, that was just attestation to prove that it's not monolithic. It wasn't a proof, but Daniel seems to think that citing somebody makes it a proof, which is, again, a fallacy. So all of this just shows, again, inconsistency in his presentation.
And time, we'll kick it over to Daniel.
So again, you keep asserting that it's circularity. There's no circularity. The Jew and the Christian in the 7th century or today, they see similarities between Moses and Muhammad ﷺ with their eyes. They look at empirical data. They look at the historical record. These are people who are not assuming that the Quran is true. Then on the basis of those similarities, basis on an empirical observation, using their reason, using their intuitions, then they come to accept that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a true prophet. This is not circular. So yeah, and referring to academic consensus, again, I'm not just saying, oh, the academic consensus is what it is, and I don't know what they're actually saying. The academic consensus is based on data. It's based on radiocarbon dating. It's based on paleographic data. It's based on inscriptions. It's based on all of this data that then the academics reach this consensus about the Quran, as opposed to the Bible. So that this is not circular. It's not a fallacy. Citing research is not fallacious. Unless you have a problem with the research, you can bring up those problems. I'm happy to hear your critique of the historical critical method. That's fine. But I mean, I want to ask you, what percentage of scholars at research universities and Ivy League schools, Jay, agree that the Old Testament and the New Testament have been accurately transmitted and are free from polytheism? Can you answer that question? Like, what is the percentage really of these Ivy League schools that consider the Old Testament and the New Testament to be accurately transmitted from the time of the prophets or the time of Jesus? And how many of them will say that the Old Testament is free from polytheism?
Time. Floor is yours, Jay.
Maybe if I draw a circle for you, it'll help, because I can make it really easy. Because what you just said in your comment there, you said, what's the epistemic principle? They'll go look at their text and find similarities. Similarities to what? To the Quran's presentation of who Muhammad is. That's a circle, Daniel. Yeah, you're laughing because I guess you just realized there's a circle behind you on the wall. Maybe that helps you understand how a circle goes. It goes from asking the question of epistemic principle. You said a similarity in their text to the Quran. So in other words, reading their texts according to the presupposition of the superiority of the Quran, when the Quran is the thing that's in question. That's a circle, Daniel. Now, in regard to, again, the consensus of percentage of scholars, what would that have to do with anything being true or false? You could have 99.9% of scholars saying any number of things. What would that have to do with whether it's true or false? Now, maybe it's true, but you understand that this is a fallacy again. Now, if we surveyed evangelical scholars? Well, most of them are going to believe in the reliability of the text. But your survey would presumably not have those people. Also, by the way, in your Hashmi debate, you said, for example, that about 37 minutes in, the historical critical method is perfect for deconstructing Judaism and Christianity. But what about the other one? Oh, your position. Yeah, Islam. So are you really going to tell me that modern critical scholarship unanimously accepts the Quran as an authentic historic document? You know that's not true. That's ridiculous. No, they don't. You're over there bobbing your head. Unbelieving scholars don't present that. Now, you could rely on some fallacies like, it has some things that it presents, like Unitarianism. Well, so what? A lot of religions present Unitarianism. That doesn't prove or disprove anything. So you're just deflecting into topics to get away from the epistemic principle, which you just showed as a circle.
And time.
Can you explain to me how it's not a circle?
Yeah, if I say something like, okay, yeah, just hold it up, Jay. Okay, so if I say that Jay is living in a 5-story house, okay, I make that claim, and then I go and I explore, someone goes and explores Jay's house and says, oh, yep, that's a 5-story house. Is that a circular type of reasoning? He's just confirmed it with his eyes. A claim that is made in the Quran is then confirmed by people who are observing the world. Where is the circle? Like when you have a circle, just drawing arrows on a whiteboard doesn't make it a circle, Jay. And about the academic consensus, yes, it is a consensus. Yes, that's the point that I keep trying to make to you. The academic consensus is that the Quran has been preserved. They've radiocarbon dated the Quran to within the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the academic consensus is that there is one author of this Quran. It's not dozens or hundreds of different authors and editors. That was a theory about the Quran, but it was refuted. It was debunked. How? Because the academic researchers found evidence, they found all kinds of records, they did the radiocarbon data, they did research, empirical research, and they came to that consensus. That's not a circle, Jay. So you mentioned my debate on the historical critical method. If you listen to the full debate, I said, yeah, Muslims can endorse the historical critical method and we can apply it to the Quran. The thing is that when we do apply the historical critical method to the Quran, it comes out on top. That's why, as a Muslim, I want to endorse that methodology. I do want to endorse it, but you as a Christian cannot. You have to say that, oh, you can't appeal to consensus because, oh, that's a fallacy or that's a circle or some way to wave away the academic consensus. So go to the Quran, A Historical Critical Introduction by Nikolai Sinai. Go read that book and it'll explain that there's a consensus on the preservation of the Quran.
Time. We'll kick it over to Jay.
Yeah, so again, maybe Daniel's not familiar with informal fallacies, but the appeal to consensus is a fallacy. Now, you might bring in the appeal to consensus to back up a claim or to demonstrate that there's evidences for a claim. It's not a proof. And so it really has nothing to do with the thing that we're debating today, because the debate is not about whether or not the Quran was written by one person. I could concede that it was, and I don't really have any opinion either way. That doesn't mean that it's true or that it has anything to do with being consistent with the religion of the prophets. So total irrelevance to the topic of the debate. And I'd like to go back to what you said as your answer to explain this with, you just see it with your eyes. Really? You think that's how epistemology works? Because I gave you your exact statements about the epistemic principle for how we know the continuity exists. And you said that the 7th century Judeo-Christian looks to see the similarities to what? To the Quran. And you just see it with your eyes. That's called circularity. And I'm surprised that you can't see this, because this is just assuming that the thing that is in question is the case, that the Quran is correct and that the Quran has continuity with prior revelation. And so you're just basically restating again that a 7th century Judeo-Christian just simply goes to see in the books of Moses or in whatever, the Gospels, the principles of the Quran already there, and anything else that's not consistent with the principle of the Quran, you arbitrarily toss away. And so that's why I keep asking you for the epistemic principle that isn't circular based on the presuppositions of the Quran's theology that lets them verify it. So you've already admitted that they go to their texts, but you said their texts are full of contradictions. On the basis of what? On the basis of what the Quran presents. But the Quran's presentation is what's in question. So you understand the burden of proof is on you with the new revelation to make it consistent with the prior revelation. That's the prior test in Deuteronomy 13 and 18. So you just keep restating again the position of the Quran. So I'm going to ask you again, how is you just see it a resolution to the problem of circularity?
And time, 2 minutes for Daniel.
Well, just like if the Bible makes a claim about something, like there are unicorns, we go to the world and we see if that's the case or not. And then we determine if the Bible is correct or not. Same with the Quran. If the Quran made a claim that, Moses was a prophet who had wings and he could fly or something like that, and we don't have any historical record of that, or the Jews or Christians say, like, we don't have any concept of that, then that would be evidence for them to say that, okay, well, this is not adding up, so we don't accept the Quran. But what has happened with a lot of Jews and Christians over history is that they see that the Quran is making claims that then they, as unbelievers, go and look not only in scripture, they look to themselves, they look at their lives, they look at ayat, the signs of Allah, and then based on all of that evidence together, then they come to the conclusion that this is true or this is false. That's not circular reasoning. So the claim that, and this is why I presented in the opening statement, like these are all the similarities between Muhammad ﷺ and Moses. These are things they can be confirmed or they can be denied. And you see a lot of parallels that confirm that similarity, and that becomes a non-circular reason to accept the Quran and the claims of the Quran.
We'll give it to you, Jay. 2 minutes.
Oh wait, don't I have 30 seconds?
If you still wanted that last.
Yeah,
yes.
I still want the rest of it. So 7th century Christian can notice contradictions in the Bible without relying on the Quran. 7th century Christian can notice that doctrine changes over time without relying on the Quran. 7th century Christian can notice that the Trinitarian concept is illogical and polytheistic without relying on the Quran. So there's nothing circular about any of those conclusions. And again, referring to academic consensus is not circular. It's not, I can't believe that you take references to academia as circular.
I didn't say it was circular, so it's a fallacy. It's called the fallacy of consensus or the fallacy of
We'll kick it over to Jay for the start of his 2 minutes.
So I would like to point out that Daniel just said that appealing to the consensus is not a fallacy. So I would, again, maybe you should brush up on basic fallacies. Appeal to consensus and appeal to authority is a fallacy. So I think, again, we're seeing some embarrassment here on the basics. But let's go back to this again, because when he restated himself about this question, he just restated again that way you just go and look with your eyes to see what the question is about. Epistemic principle, not empirical data. So he's just restating a basic naive empiricist position. That's not going to solve the epistemic principle about how he knows, or how a 7th century Jew or Christian knows, that the Quran is the true way to read the Old Testament. That's the thing that he's doing. But I'm saying, well, if I want to verify that the Quran is the new revelation that I'm supposed to follow, he said, go to Moses and you'll see what? Oh, contradictions. Contradictions on the basis of what? The teaching of the Quran. Well, then he said, no, actually, there's other historical things that I could point to, like the Trinity being illogical. Oh, you mean like how I could ask you the exact same problem of a dependence relationship between the attributes of Allah? How I could ask you the exact same problem of how Allah has 2 right hands and how he descends from the throne to the lower heavens, but he doesn't enter into creation. And those things are all metaphorical. There's a dependence relationship between the attributes. Oh, but also it's maybe something we just read literally and we don't go into the speculations because Daniel's a Salafi. Maybe he doesn't want to go into metaphysics. Oh, no, he doesn't allow any of that for his stuff. He doesn't want you to know that, the unity of Allah, which everybody's supposed to just appeal to and know, as, this is so clear, everybody believes this. Well, there's actually 6 different schools debating for centuries what the unity of Allah actually means. So he knows that it's not a simple, obvious thing. The dependence relationship between the attributes shows that his position is not immune to the very one and many problem that he's trying to throw on the Trinity. And again, the prior revelation of Moses in the Torah is full of texts that have references to
and
multiplicity.
Yeah, so I mean, we can ask the same thing of Jay. How would a Jew know that the New Testament is true, or that the New Testament is transmitted accurately? How would a Jew know that? Like, on what basis could a Jew conclude that, oh yeah, this New Testament is consistent with the Hebrew Bible?
Well, we actually have hundreds of examples of the New Testament citing the Old Testament to demonstrate that continuity. For example,
does citing the Old Testament confirm that the New Testament is correct? I could just write Revelation right now. I could write a Revelation right now.
I have to jump in really quick just to give Daniel that 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sorry. Go ahead and finish your thoughts.
You asked a question.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, the question was about how would a Jew or Christian know that the revelation of the New Testament is consistent. Well, the New Testament says in hundreds of places, here's where we're getting our argumentation. For example, Jesus in John 5 all the way through John 9 gives many, many examples of how he's the one that appeared at Mount Sinai. He's the one that spoke to Moses. He's the one that, was speaking and eating with Abraham. So these are the examples that are cited in the New Testament, not in every place, but in many places for continuity. That's what I'm getting at. So we have tremendous continuity, particularly in Orthodoxy.
So a Jew would know that the New Testament is true because the New Testament.
No, that's not what I said. Because
you just said.
No, I said the citations of the Old Testament. Do you understand?
Yeah, so the Jew would know that.
Are you not familiar with these texts? These are Old Testament.
A Jew. Okay, so now 2 minutes, so I can make a point.
It's my time. You asked me.
No, your time, James. Is it his time or my time? I thought he finished, and then I was gonna start my time.
If I remember right, I think we're in Daniel's time.
Yeah.
And Daniel, you were sometimes asking questions to Jay. So Jay was obviously talking because he was responding.
Go ahead, Jay. Then once you're finished, I'll have my 2 minutes.
Yeah,
the
so
time.
I didn't say that the New Testament cites the New Testament. I said that the New Testament argues consistently throughout all of the books about continuity with the Old Testament. That's crucial. That's why Jesus says that not one jot or one tittle will pass from the law until all these things are fulfilled. It's very crucial to our theology that the triad be in the Old Testament, and it is. And it's in these kinds of passages that I'm linking here.
We'll kick it over to Jay. Would now have his 2-minute statement. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay.
Do I remember
Well,
right?
if you asked me a question as part of your time, I mean, if you want to ask another question,
unless I misunderstood. I was under the impression that Daniel, during your time, you asked Jay a question, and then the reason Jay was talking was because he was answering your question. But
if he wants to ask another question, that's okay.
No, I don't want to make a statement though, based on the answer that you give. So the question was, how does a Jew know that the New Testament is true? And your answer was, well, here are all the passages in the New Testament. So the Jew or the Muslim or the pagan has to refer to the New Testament to know that the New Testament is true. That's a circle. That is the very definition of the circle. So he sees conformity. So he sees conformity between the New Testament and the Hebrew Bible. How is that any different than what I was saying about the Quran? You're only cherry picking the passages in the Hebrew Bible that are consistent with the New Testament. There are plenty of passages that are inconsistent with the New Testament. So how is that not cherry picking, Jay? This seems like a very clear double standard. You have one standard for the Quran, and you have another standard for the New Testament. Explain that. The Trinity is not consistent with the monotheistic parts of the Old Testament. This is what the Boyarin that you're citing, or Mark Smith that I cited, they're the ones who are saying that there is no consistent theology in the Old Testament. There's no consistent theology in the Old Testament. You don't take them as experts, that's fine. You just want to refer to the church, the authority of the church. You want to refer to the authority of the New Testament. That's what's the circle, Jay. I'm willing to cite outside authorities, non-Muslim authorities, and it's not a fallacy because I'm citing their actual research. We can go through the research. You want to read Nikolai Sinai, and we can see his conclusions. I can show you his argumentation for why the Quran is preserved. I'm not just saying, I'm not presenting a deductive argument here, such that, citing academic consensus is a fallacy. No, it's not. It's evidence for a position in a broader argument, not a deductive argument. So this is not a fallacy. You're not able to cite any kind of academic source. I asked you about what is really the consensus on the New Testament and the Old Testament being preserved within academia. What do the experts say, Jay, about textual preservation? You just conveniently avoided that question, and you want to set standards for Islam that you don't have for yourself.
Yeah, so again, Daniel, I did not say that a person goes to the New Testament to see if the New Testament is true. I said that in the question of continuity with the Old Testament, the New Testament argues from these are Old Testament passages, Daniel. Do you understand that's what I'm saying? Today's debate is about continuity. These are Old Testament passages about theophanies. Many of those theophanies, such as Judges 13, Judges 6, Ezekiel 1-10, Zechariah 1-3, they're specifically messianic in nature. They're about the coming of the Messiah and what he would do. So you restated twice incorrectly that I was claiming that the New Testament proves the New Testament. No, you ask about continuity with the Hebrew Bible, and I'm saying that the New Testament cites the messianic prophecies and cites the theophanies as proof for the continuity. That's what I argued the whole time, that our position is in continuity with the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't matter to me that unbelieving Jewish scholars think that there's multiple different theologies in the Old Testament. That's not my position. My position is that the Old Testament is consistent. There is a consistent triadic position. That's what I've argued the whole time. You did appeal to the consensus of authorities and scholars as if that proved your argument, and then you scaled it back just now to say, well, it's just kind of like an evidence. And I didn't ignore you. I cited two evangelical scholars, F.F. Bruce, Craig Blomberg. They believe in the reliability of the transmission of the text, but you don't accept them. And so it really doesn't matter, because we can throw out scholars all day long of people that do and don't accept. You're just not going to accept any of the evangelical scholars or Orthodox or Catholic or whoever that do believe in the veracity and the authenticity of the Old Testament and New Testament text. In fact, according to F.F. Bruce, the New Testament texts have over 5,000 early manuscripts with attestation to their 98 to 99% veracity, which is far higher than any other ancient text, including the writings of Plato, which the latest are the Middle Ages. So in reality, no, I answered all of your objections. I specifically argued for continuity on the basis of the text.
Yeah, where's the proof? Show me the proof of transmission of the Pentateuch from Moses. Like, where's the proof of that transmission? I don't think even any evangelical Christian scholar is going to claim that the Pentateuch has been preserved, or any other parts of the Hebrew Bible, from Moses or from the prophets. Okay, so where are the actual radiocarbon dated texts? Where are the inscriptions? Your argument about consistency, well, and you show the different verses on the board that are consistent with the New Testament. Okay, this is exactly the kind of argument that I presented in the opening statement. There's all kinds of things that are consistent between the Quran and what we find in the Hebrew Bible. So what? You know, what does that actually prove? And the second point that you should not ignore, and no Christian should ignore, is that, okay, which version of the Hebrew Bible are we talking about? Are we talking about the Masoretic text? Are we talking about the Septuagint? Are we talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls? Are we talking about the Samaritan Pentateuch? Are we talking about the Peshitta? Are we talking about the Targumim? Which version, right? These are all very different versions. The Jews themselves do not agree on what is canon. They have canon and they have apocrypha, texts and books that they don't accept. And between Catholics and Orthodox and Protestants and Coptics and all these different denominations of Christianity, there's not agreement on what the books of the Old Testament actually consist of. There's entire books that are not included in the canon of some denominations. So when you hold up your chart, that really doesn't tell us anything, because you have all of this variation in the books of the Bible. That kind of variation is not an issue with the Quran, because again, go read Nikolai Sinai, go read Marin van Putten, go read any of these academics. It's the consensus. People can take my word for it or not. Go read these texts and they'll cite, okay, this is the research and the consensus position on the Quran. Where does the Quran come from? Do you think there's a consensus about Abraham Lincoln and what Abraham Lincoln's thoughts and beliefs were academically, or Julius Caesar? Yeah, there's going to be some variation, but there's going to be on the core beliefs of Abraham Lincoln, Julius Caesar, George Washington, any historical figure. You can have a consensus because there's actual empirical data that you cite and you do the research and determine that. That's the case also. That's the case also with the Quran and with Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Not the case with the Bible.
Time.
Yeah, I mean, there's one glaring, obvious thing that Daniel's not getting, which is that our position argues that the Old Testament is not full of contradictions and it is divine revelation, because, of course, that's partly what it claims for itself, and that's part of the presupposition of continuity. Daniel's position is very different. It argues that there's not continuity with the things that he doesn't like in the Old Testament. I didn't do that. I don't have a ad hoc, I throw out elements of the Old Testament I don't like. The Orthodox Christian interpretation of the Trinity, again, is arguing that it is in the Old Testament. It is in the Torah. It's in the Pentateuch. That's the reconciliation, that explanation for the text that Daniel just doesn't like and doesn't want. That's why I keep asking about the epistemic principle, which we've seen throughout the whole debate is just him reasserting and reaffirming the Quran's presupposition. So when he talks about the fact that people disagree amongst Christianity, again, Daniel, you should have reviewed fallacy, because the number of people that disagree or agree amongst varying groups, guess what? That has nothing to do with the truth or falsity of any position. It doesn't matter how many people in the world disagree or debate or question, for example, that 2 + 2 is 4. It wouldn't matter. It has nothing to do with whether 2 + 2 is 4. So you keep bringing up things that are red herrings and fallacies that have nothing to do with the question of the debate, which is who's in continuity with prior revelation, with the prophets. And when we ask, how do we identify an Old Testament prophet, over and over, you say, well, you just go and look and you see that it's the Quran's presentation that is the true prophet. You read the Old Testament through the eyes of the Quran and you will see the Quran is true. That's a circle, Daniel. That's why every time I ask you for an epistemic principle, you say, well, you have the same problem. You got this and you got to do this. No, but I don't have the problem because I don't believe that prior revelation contradicts Daniel. But you do. That's why you're in a completely impossible position.
You're saying that, oh, we just don't unlike Muslims, we don't just throw out whatever we don't like. Yes, you do. The church rejects apocrypha. The church rejects certain books, and other denominations accept those books. So your church literally throws out what you
the Hebrew Bible.
The Hebrew Bible.
We don't
has
throw out the Hebrew Bible.
I
That's
have
false.
to keep it with that 2 minute
Okay, so
promise.
let me
It's just
pull
totally
up.
irrelevant. He's talking about something that's not what he's arguing against some other position. I'm not
I have
opposed.
to- I'll give you a chance to respond.
Okay, so let's see.
What do we throw out of the Orthodox or the Hebrew Bible?
There is apocrypha. So
No, the Hebrew Bible.
books of Esdras, for example.
I've
We
got
don't
to
throw
give
those out.
Daniel the full 2 minutes, so I'm going to put you on mute, but I promise to give you a chance to respond. And
Wait, let me pull that up. Just give me a second. But let me just address the other statement that you made. Like, there are many things in the Old Testament that Christians do not accept. You don't accept the Mosaic Law. Many of the practices within Mosaic Law you throw out. Okay, so this is why? Because they're not consistent with the New Testament, and you will refer to the authority of the church and how you interpret the Old Testament. So how is that any different? You're referring to the authority of the New Testament in order to throw out different parts of the Mosaic Law, circumcision, polygyny, having multiple wives. These are the things that you're throwing out from the Old Testament. And then you can give me like an elaborate explanation for why those things should be thrown out. But again, you have to refer to your own doctrines of the church in order to do that. So how is this any different, Jay? You're not explaining the difference. The distinguishing thing between what I presented in my opening statement with as opposed to what you're presenting is that I did refer to an outside authority.
Yeah, well, an even stronger argument would be an internal critique of your ultimate authority, which was the Quran and its inconsistency in your arbitrary ad hoc approach to the Old Testament. So that's an even stronger argument than an empirical external authority. And no, again, you were incorrect that we throw out elements of the Hebrew Bible. You referenced Esdras. No, those are all in the Orthodox Bible. We don't throw those things out. So you're completely wrong about that. Now, when it comes to the ceremonial law, we do keep those things. Maybe you didn't know that, but in the New Testament, Paul, for example, cites how those things are kept for Christians. They're kept spiritually speaking, because something like, for example, not sowing 2 seeds in a field or not sewing 2 patches on a cloth, the real meaning, Paul and Jesus argue, was the spiritual meaning. That was always the case. And the ceremonial laws were always meant just for the Jews. That's Jewish theology. The ceremonial laws are not meant for all of the nations. They're only meant for the Jews. So in fact, we're perfectly consistent with how we approach the Old Testament. And I will refer you again to the arguments that I made in my screen share here, where you'll notice in the Orthodox Church, we have a temple, we have a sacrifice, we have an altar, we have a precept, we have icons, we have heaven on earth that you see on the right side of those things, just like you see on the left side of those things from the Old Testament. You don't have those things. You're an iconoclastic religion. You believe in the absolute transcendence of Allah. And so Allah is not knowable. You can't predicate of Allah because he's not at all like creatures, although you believe that Allah has hands and somehow he descends into the lower parts of, to the lower heavens, which is the creation. So you can explain to me how he does that, even though there's no spatial location for Allah. And when you said that we have imams that pray, that's not what a priest is. A priest offers sacrifice by definition. You do not have sacrifice in your religion. Your religion is premised on there not being sacrifice. So it is incorrect to imply that you have continuity and consistency with the Old Testament on the basis of priesthood.
Yeah, so you've given no reason, there's no principled basis for which laws and which things within the Old Testament are meant for Jews and which are meant for all people, which are meant for Gentiles. What is the principle? I asked you, like you say the real meaning is the spiritual meaning. This is exactly what I said. Like, you're reinterpreting what the real meaning of the Old Testament is based on your church doctrine. The real meaning is not there in the text. You have to infer that, or you have to use some kind of typological interpretation on the basis of the church. The academic scholars, Muslims, Hindus, pagans, anyone else is going to read those same verses and not take that typological meaning or interpretation that you give it. That interpretation is on the basis, or it presupposes, the authority and the interpretation of the church. That's the problem with all of your arguments, Jay. And then the thing about Islam doesn't have sacrifice. Yes, we do. We have all kinds of animal sacrifice. Eid al-Adha. Have you heard of Eid al-Adha? Have you heard of the Aqiqah, when a new child is born? Have you heard of all of these kinds of animal sacrifices that take place in Islam? That's animal sacrifice. How is that not consistent with the animal sacrifice within the Old Testament? Also temple, we have mosques, we have liturgical prayers, we have animal sacrifice, priesthood, like this concept, like this is all parallels, but you cherry pick. You say that, no, that's not really similar to the Old Testament. What we have is the spiritual meaning, and that's similar to the Old Testament. Don't you see how this is all comes off as post hoc? This all comes off as just on the basis of what the church says. We find these similarities with Christianity and the Old Testament, but Islam is not similar. Like, this is what is the objective basis for determining that Christianity is taking more or is more similar to these practices in the Old Testament as opposed to Islam?
Yeah, so again, I didn't say that you didn't have animal sacrifice. I said that you didn't have a priestly sacrifice. And you also were incorrect when you said that Melchizedek doesn't really have a significance in the Old Testament. He's only in Genesis 14. No, he's mentioned in Psalm 110 about the Messiah. And then when the Messiah comes, his priesthood is forever according to the order of Melchizedek. It's an eternal priesthood. So the animal sacrifices have a significance that is intimately bound up with the actual priesthood in the Old and New Testament. It's an eternal priesthood that offers sacrifice. And you know very well that your religion does, even though it has something like that, that doesn't mean it has the same significance. I'm not arguing that there's no similarities at all between Islam and Christianity and Judaism. Of course, you're going to have similarities, because Islam, I think, is, again, a patchwork of Jewish tradition, Haggadah, Nestorian philosophy and theology, and Christian stories as well. It's all of those things mixed together, and that's why it relies on things like the Proto-Evangelium of James and the account of Mary in the Quran, for example. But no, I made a very specific argument that temple, sacrifice, altar, and priesthood are essential elements of biblical Hebraic theology, which Christianity has. And if you want to talk about how do we know which principles carry over and which ones don't, well, guess what? That's already in the Old Testament. It's already in the Old Testament that the ceremonial laws, the Mosaic commandments, therefore Israelites, therefore Israel, they're not even for the Gentile nations. Jews still believe this, right? Now, the specific, how would we know? That controversy already arose. And if Christ is the fulfillment of the law, which I would argue that he is the Messiah, then he has the authority to say in what way and how the Gentiles will or will not be bound to certain ceremonial things. There's a council that happened in Acts 15 to discover and decide this very issue. And that issue decided on the basis of what? Arbitrary? No. The covenant with Noah, which, by the way, your Quran affirms that the story of Noah is correct.
Time.
Yeah, I mean, this is like you're saying that, okay, the temple, the sacrifice, the icons, the priesthood, the liturgical prayers, these are not just for the Jews. Okay, that's what you're saying. Everything else that's mentioned in Mosaic law, that's for the Jews. All the things that Islam is continuous with, those are just for the Jews. But when it comes to these particular things, that actually is not just for the Jews. Those parts of the law, those are things that we actually are applying. And then and then you justify this by saying, oh, we have councils that tell us this fact. So that's circular, Jay. You're just appealing to the authority of your church. I don't accept your church, Jay. Most Christians don't accept your church either. So the only justification that you have, the only principle that you're giving me is, well, our councils decided this. Our councils determined that these aspects of the Old Testament are meant for not just Jews, they're meant for Gentiles as well. That's the circle that I presented in my opening statement, and you're just falling exactly into the pattern that I spelled out and predicted in the opening. So yeah, give me a principle outside of your church's authority why certain rules in the Old Testament, part of the Mosaic law, are only for Jews and others are for Gentiles. Yeah, I heard you say that. Our church said that. We had councils, and the council determined it. That's what I heard you say.
I do want to give that last 30 seconds to Daniel.
Yeah, I heard what you said, Jay. You said the council is the one that determines that. You didn't give me an independent reason. So
Ready to pick it over?
Jay. Yeah, I gave two arguments. You addressed the second argument. The first argument was that Jews themselves have their own principle and criteria for what the Mosaic law was about and who it was for. That was the first argument, which you blew past and ignored. And you said, oh, you're just saying it's your council and your church and your tradition. No, you asked a specific question about how is it consistent? And I'm saying, well, it's consistent, number one, with the principle that Jewish theology never considered the ceremonial laws for all the nations. It's for Israel, obviously, because so many of those laws are about the temple, which can only be in Jerusalem. Now, I have another question I want to ask you, which is, what is the significance of the temple and all of those liturgical ceremonies that are in the Torah in your religion, given the fact that many of these texts specify that it's an eternal covenant, an eternal priesthood? That's what I'm arguing, you see, and that's how Christianity has continuity. Jews don't have that because when they lost the temple, no more animal sacrifices, no more temple. 70 AD is the sign, according to Genesis 49 and Daniel 9, that the coming of the Messiah has appeared. Messiah appears, we have the removal of the temple. That happened in 70 AD, as Jesus says in Matthew 24 and Luke 21. Now, if you're in continuity, I want to know, where is the eternal priesthood? Where is the altar? Because you mentioned sacrifice. You mentioned prayers led by imams, but you know that's not what a priest is. So the format says 5-minute closing.
Oh, you're right. Sorry about that. All right. We do indeed have 5-minute closings, and then we're going to go into the Q&A, folks. So we're going to first kick it over to Jay for his closing. Thank you very much, Jay, for that reminder as well. And the floor is all yours.
Right, so we saw quite a few times throughout this debate that Daniel committed multiple fallacies. When those became evident, he then reformulated and refitted the argument to try to throw it upon me to be internally consistent with my presentation. And then he said things like, most Christians don't have your view. No, in fact, most Christians do believe that the Old Testament and the ceremonial approach that we have as Orthodox is consistent, given the fact that the Roman Catholic Church would agree with this as well. So the fact that he said most Christians don't have your view is just patently false. Furthermore, Daniel cited texts like Deuteronomy 18 as if that was about Muhammad, which is laughable because the text actually says, I will raise up somebody from among your brethren. That means a Jew, and Muhammad is not a Jew. So this is creative interpretation that Daniel utilizes. By the way, how does Daniel not know that that text in Deuteronomy 18 isn't corrupted? Unless that text is cited in the Quran, and maybe he thinks it is. But again, we're back at that problem of no epistemic criteria that was consistent. Other than that, the Quran is just simply the correct religion and what's true, and we should accept that. But the question is about, how do we know and recognize what the religion of the prophets is? Now, when I gave a list of things like temple, sacrifice, altar, priesthood, icon, et cetera, incense, vestments, and so forth, Daniel said, well, we got a few of those things, and so some of it's kind of similar. So see, no, the argument was all of those things and the meaning of those things. It wasn't just listing similarities. And Daniel's whole argumentation this whole time has been, well, there's some similarities between the Old Testament and Islam, but not any of the multitudes of dozens of passages that I arbitrarily say are corrupted and not true. And by the way, let me pull in unbelieving academic scholars who he knows don't follow the Quran. It is simply not true that unbelieving higher textual critical scholars in some majority consensus affirm the accuracy of the Quran. It's just not true. Now, they might affirm something like it was written by or recorded by a single person. That has nothing to do with whether it's true or not. And by the way, the fact that the Bible is a bunch of different books over time has nothing to do with whether it's true or false either. Daniel's just assuming that it can't be preserved or that it's not preserved providentially by the fact that there's a bunch of authors. But that has nothing to do with whether or not it is or isn't accurate and historical. Furthermore, Daniel argued throughout the presentation that his view was not circular, and I want to stress again that it absolutely was circular, because over and over we had requests. I don't know if I saw my board here to remind you that the requests were specifically about the epistemic principle for how he knows, or how any 7th century Jew or Christian could know, that the teaching of the Quran is correct prophecy. Prior revelation, Deuteronomy 13 and 18, as we saw, specified that it would be consistent with prior revelation. But Daniel's now saying that, no, there is no consistent prior revelation. So the very thing that he said that Christians and Jews could appeal to, Mosaic, Torah, prophets, Injil. He says only if it's consistent with the similarities to the Quranic presentation. In other words, the epistemic principle is the Quran, by which we know that the Quran is the true revelation of the prophets. But it's not. And when Daniel's pressed on the issue, he just restates things like, well, you just go look with your eyes. This is completely naive when it comes to epistemology. I could just say the same thing. Well, I just go look with my eyes that it's not. You see how this doesn't resolve anything, and it's not an answer to the epistemic question. It's just restating the position over and over and over. And then when he says it's not a circle, ironically, he just rephrases what it means to go look with your eyes and to see. So we never got an answer to that. We never got a presentation about the actual meaning of the consistency of those texts. And when he asked me, how is your view consistent with the Old Testament? I start to give answers of consistency. And he says, well, most Christians don't believe that. No, actually, most Christians do believe that. Protestants are in the minority. Orthodox and Roman Catholics do constitute the majority and do agree with the transmission of these principles of, go back to it, temple, sacrifice, altar, priesthood, icon, incense, vestments. We can include them as a package deal. Now, Daniel says, but you don't have a consistent way to present how you follow and don't follow the Old Testament. I gave a consistent presentation. I said, well, first of all, in the Jewish theology itself, not all of those things are for the Gentile. So that's not me saying that it's true because Jews said it. I'm just saying that that's one argument from older theology. The question then about the New Testament is who's in continuity with that? And that continuity, what?
About 20 seconds.
Okay, that continuity is proven by the meaning being consistent over time of temple, sacrifice, altar, priesthood, icon, liturgy, incense, etc. And Daniel does not have those things, and he knows that. And so he's citing loose similarities to prove continuity when, as we saw, it's not. It's all arbitrary, and he rejects giant portions of the Old Testament.
Time. We'll kick it over to Daniel for his 5-minute closing as well. Floor is all yours, Daniel.
Yeah, so the point that from Deuteronomy 18, the Lord thy God shall raise up to thee a prophet of thy brethren. Yeah, Muhammad is a descendant of Ismail and Abraham. So he is the brethren of Moses and Jesus and all of the prophets. So that is, he is of the brethren of those prior prophets.
By that argument, Edomites are brethren.
So can I get that time back? Islam has far more similarities with the Mosaic Law than Christianity. The only way that Jay denies this is through post hoc reasoning by appealing to the church. When I say that most Christians don't accept your position, I just meant that most Christians are not Orthodox. So many of the interpretations that the Orthodox give to the New Testament and the requirements of certain rituals and the requirement of certain kinds of liturgical prayers, that's not accepted by the majority of Christians. You have Protestants who disagree and you have Catholics who disagree on the details. That's the only point that I was making. Let's see. Yeah, so overall, the entire argument that I mentioned from the beginning is that I started with the question of, should we look at the Old Testament to determine what the religion of the prophets are, or should we look at the Quran? And Jay completely ignored that. And he just insists, or he just presupposes that, of course, we're going to use the Bible to determine the religion of the prophets. But that's something that I don't accept. You didn't establish why the Old Testament is the source of information about the prophets, the definitive source of information. You didn't establish that in the debate. I only, for the sake of argument, said, okay, sure, fine. Let's look at the Old Testament as if it is the definitive source on the prophets, even though Muslims don't necessarily accept that. And even then, when we do so, we see that there's all kinds of similarities between Islam, the Sharia, Mosaic law, the teaching and practice of Moses. Look at the theocracy that is established by Mosaic law. Look at the imperial conquest that's established by Mosaic law. Look at all of the rituals regarding animal sacrifice. Look at all the rituals involving purification. Look at all the rituals involving pilgrimage. and on and on. Look at the norms. Look at the prohibition on certain kinds of sexual behaviors and the punishment that is prescribed for those sexual behaviors. Look at the prohibition of usury. Look at polygyny. Look at having multiple wives. Look at the dietary restrictions. All of these are major similarities between Islam and Mosaic law. What does Jay do? Exactly as I predicted. He just hand waves and says, no, 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 those aren't real similarities. These are the real similarities. And that's why he kept emphasizing over and over again the icons, the temple, the priesthood, etc., etc. But my whole question, which he did not address, is give me a principled reason why those are actual similarities between Christianity and the Hebrew Bible versus Islam's similarities. The only thing he could do is give a kind of typological interpretation based on church teaching and church tradition and these councils. So that's why I said at the very beginning that we can't have a debate just on what is the similarity on the basis of the Hebrew Bible, on the basis of the Old Testament. We have to have arguments beyond that. Jay did not provide any argument beyond references his biased interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. He didn't provide a single argument outside of that. Whereas I did give an argument. I said that, look, the Quran has a track record of being a preserved text, and this is attested to by non-Muslims. Now, my argument wasn't as simple as like, okay, there's a consensus on the Quran being preserved, therefore it's preserved. No, I said that this consensus, we can investigate it, we can analyze it, we can look at what kind of explanation and evidences are brought by the academic researchers to say that the Quran can be radiocarbon dated to the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and it's been preserved, and the qira'at, like the different modes of reading the Quran, have also been preserved. That is all things that non-Muslims in academia will claim based on their research and based on their evidence. And I cited several works, Nikolai Sinai, Marin van Putten, and others. So this is something that is independent of the Quran. It's independent of the Islamic tradition that I can cite to show that Islam has a track record of preserving religion. Jay could not provide that because that does not exist. There isn't a preserved version of the Pentateuch that can be traced back to 1300 BC or 2000 BC. There isn't a version of the Gospels that can be radiocarbon dated to within the first 2 centuries of Christianity, a complete manuscript of the Gospels, let alone the rest of the New Testament. So there is no actual independent evidence of that. And I asked Jay to provide any, and he couldn't respond. So this is the actual difference between our positions. This is the actual difference between Islam and Christianity. And that's what my whole argument was based on, but I didn't get a response to any of those claims.
Orthodoxy is the true religion. How could Orthodoxy have lost Constantinople to Muslims at its apogee? Apogee?
Well, I mean, we don't measure the truth of the religion on the basis of who has worldly or temporal success. If we did, we might be papists, and we would think that it's true because, the Vatican Bank has a lot of money or something like that. So those are ridiculous arguments for truth or falsehood. I mean, I could point out Muslim losses of battles. Would that have anything to do with whether Islam is true or false? No, it wouldn't. You'd also point out that when Constantinople fell, it was actually uniate. So it had become in union with the papacy. So, I mean, perhaps that's why it fell. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that this argument can be fleshed out, but none of that has anything to do with whether Orthodoxy is true or false. Yeah, and like I said when I was responding in the debate, the idea that the term El, which just means divinity, just like the word God, is a generic term. It's not a proper noun. So a lot of Daniel's arguments were based on word concept fallacies that God or El or whatever is a proper noun, and it's simply not. It can pick out different things. Also, I mean, everything that he was saying too about, historic sources and radiocarbon dating and all this kind of stuff as the way that we would identify the Quran, none of that was available in the 7th century. So none of that had anything to do with how we would determine the true revelation versus the one influenced by paganism. And again, it's just assuming that there's no differentiation in Yahweh to say that that's therefore paganism. Well, maybe there is differentiation in Yahweh and it's not paganism.
I'll turn the other cheek with DARPA and World War I and World War II, as well as the Crusades.
I mean, how would the existence of DARPA and World War I have anything to do with Turn the Other Cheek? I mean, Turn the Other Cheek is about Jesus saying that you don't have the right as an individual to take vengeance. It has nothing to do with whether or not there are law courts or whether or not there can be self-defense and warfare, which Orthodoxy does hold to, and also holds to theocracy too, by the way, which is something I always argue for in regard to what Daniel was saying.
You got it. This one from Elorante says, J, epistemic principle is radical monotheism. Back to Jews, but without supremacy. Remove Roman shenanigans. After Council of Nicaea, you are welcome.
I mean, you could go, it would take you about 5 minutes to find patristic citations from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century prior to Nicaea that teach the deity of Christ, that teach the deity of the Holy Spirit. Again, it would take you about 5 minutes if you wanted to look through. I mean, there's Ignatius of Antioch, Justin Martyr, Theophilus, Didache, Irenaeus. They all talk about the full deity. There's distinctions in the Godhead, and we saw Daniel, for example, cite Justin and Irenaeus, but he didn't understand that those distinctions had to do with the human knowledge of God, how we distinguish God. It didn't mean that there's different minds in God.
Religion is who one worships. Not only is the Trinity a paradox, but Christianity isn't even clear on who or what God is.
Yeah, it's completely not true. Every Orthodox church in the world confesses that we believe in a monarchical Trinitarianism. The Nicene Creed says, I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth. And then it says, God from God, light from light, in regard to the Son and in regard to the Holy Spirit. That's in the original Nicene Creed as well. So, no, I mean, you might disagree with that, but whether or not Orthodox Christianity clearly teaches that is not, it absolutely does teach that everywhere.
Says, but even if we or an angel from heaven should preach to you a gospel contrary to the one we preach to you, let him be accursed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good claim. But then when you see the text I cited, like Jeremiah 8:8, or even Kings, like, let me read you these passages. Hold on.
How do you know that Jeremiah is not corrupted there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question for, I can assume that it's corrupted, but a Christian who's citing it is going to be
but you're not a Christian citing it.
Exactly. So this is a problem for the Christian. This is a problem for the Christian.
It's a problem for you, because
when the Christian says, look, when Jeremiah 8:8 says, how can you say we are wise for we have the law of the Lord, when actually the lying pen of the scribes has handled it falsely?
Yeah, you just assume that's about the text.
Yeah, so this is an example of assuming, or this is a claim that text has been corrupted, because the scribes are the ones who are writing down the scripture.
So you're citing a potentially corrupted text to prove the texts are corrupted.
Yeah, this is an internal contradiction for the Bible, because 2 Timothy
3:16
says all scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
So this is on the plain reading. This is a contradiction. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're telling me what he's talking about, but that's not what the text actually says.
Yeah,
I'm just going by the plain reading.
Texts don't work like that.
I'm just going by the plain.
That's not how it works. You know, texts don't work that way. They don't just say what they mean what they say.
Plain reading.
No, you have to. Everybody reads the text. There's no such thing as a plain reading.
The Quran, for example,
everybody reads text
on the plain reading.
No,
the Quran is monotheistic on the plain
reading. Do this, but just because
the Quran is monotheistic on a plain reading.
We have so many questions. Elorante says radical monotheism is the epistemic criterion here. J. Quran is Furqan, am I saying that right? I.e. criterion. So, question for you, what did Dead Sea Scrolls reveal?
I don't base any of my argumentation on the Dead Sea Scrolls, so it has no relevance to me. I mean, there might be historical references that could be had through the Dead Sea Scrolls to, for example, the veracity of Isaiah or something like that, because I think large portions of Isaiah are there, if I recall, but it has no relevance to my worldview.
Okay. This one from Ezio Prau says, Jay, how the Logos could be God, immutable and eternal, and yet ontologically change to become man.
Yeah, we precisely do not confess that he ontologically changed. In fact, we confess that he, quote, underwent no change. So God, in his divine nature, undergoes no change, even though he steps into a new mode of being. And this is why mode is very important. I was trying to explain mode a minute ago, but he didn't have any interest in hearing what I meant by mode. So the second person of the Godhead enters into a mode of being namely being human, the same way that those theophanies throughout the Old Testament that Daniel chunks out show the second person of God, or the angel of the Lord, entering into a mode of being, which, by the way, is also in the Quran. The Quran references Allah in the midst, the voice in the midst of the fire, which I'm sure Daniel would explain away.
No, that's not you're just projecting what you think my position is.
This one from Graves.
Is Allah in creation?
No, he's separate from his creation, but
so what's the voice in the fire? What's the voice?
Yeah, he can affect his creation.
What's the voice? Is it his voice?
Yeah, it's his voice, but I mean, he's in creation.
Oh, but he's in the fire.
He's not in the fire. He's separate.
It says the voice is in the fire.
Yeah, his voice. That's not necessarily God.
So Allah's speech is not divine?
Look, this is not a problem for our position now. This is not a problem.
It's not a problem, right?
This is this is not the problem of the Trinity. Like the Trinity is our problem with the Trinity is the problem of multiple
The question
minds,
is about the Trinity,
which you didn't address.
So you won't answer the voice, as you guys can see.
I said that God is separate from His creation. God is separate from His creation. Revelation, His words can be in the creation.
From creation, but your Quran says He's in creation.
No, it doesn't.
This one coming in from
the voice in the fire.
This one coming in from Grays174 says, what's more likely, that God allowed thousands of years of corruption and finally revealed the truth for real this time, or that yet another new heretical sect popped up in 7th century Arabia?
Exactly.
Wait, is that a question for me?
I think it is.
Or is that just a statement?
I think it's meant to be an objection to you.
So it's some kind of contradiction for there to be new revelation. Like, this is something that Christians accept. They think that they have.
We don't.
There is new revelation.
No,
yeah, you have even new revelation until today, because you have these infallible church councils.
That's not revelation, so you don't even know our positions.
No, we don't. The church councils.
No, we don't. They're not new revelations. You're telling me that I don't know the Orthodox position.
You don't consider them new revelations, but they are treated as new doctrine that's not explicitly found
revelation
in the New Testament.
With the death of the apostles. Explication in a council is not a new revelation.
So the apostles,
you don't even know our position. The apostles died. There's no new revelations.
So, like, the 7th ecumenical council is not guided by the Holy Spirit.
They're not new revelations. They're explications.
Are they guided by the Holy Spirit?
That's not a revelation.
Are they guided? So when the Holy Spirit comes and guides, when the Holy Spirit comes and guides a council,
you don't even know our position. Again, you're displaying. It would have been a good idea to understand. You think we're not Roman Catholics, Daniel? Not a Roman. You don't accept. You're arguing the Roman Catholic. You
don't accept the first 7 councils.
They're not divine revelation.
Is the Holy Spirit involved?
There's no new divine.
Are they infallible? Are the first 7 councils infallible? Are the first 7 councils infallible? Why can't you answer?
Between divine revelation and explication.
Why can't you? Is that a soy question, Jay?
Gentlemen, you just have to keep going. The Elorante says, Jay, the Quran removed Council of Nicaea shenanigans where ancient Roman principles have been smuggled. Why does Arianism, Nestorianism, and more close to Quranic theology than modern-day Christians?
Why are Arians and Nestorians closer to Muslims? Because Islamic error comes out of Nestorian and Arian presuppositions.
Spartan up north says he could. Okay, says Daniel used circular reasoning. Okay, Daniel, do you want to address the claim that you used circular reasoning?
Yeah, I failed to see what the circle was. I think that you explained
That's a circle.
You think that you explained it.
L2A says, within Islam, how do we, in the created order, come to know the uncreated God only by other created things? In parentheses, strict empiricism / natural theology.
Exactly.
You accept natural theology?
No, that was the question to you.
I have the same position as you then. You explain how you can have
the question was,
God.
how do you name and predicate of God without using created objects?
You tell me.
I believe in analogia. You don't.
Why do you know why?
Because you're Salafi.
Salafi. I'm not Salafi. Salafi, you mean?
Oh,
Salafi.
Okay. So deflect away to the pronunciation.
No, but what is my position?
Because you couldn't answer
what
the
is
voice.
My position though?
Like, because you could.
Why do you claim that I don't accept the analogy?
Hold on, there's a little too much talking over each other.
The way that you couldn't answer the voice in the bush, that tells me your position on this.
No, what it tells you is that you've just assumed my position and you don't actually know my
because
position.
because you couldn't.
Like, we don't
analyze it.
believe in
Have to move
divine
forward.
simplicity. We
I
don't.
hate to.
Well,
I know you believe
hate
there's
to
a
do this.
distinction in attributes.
This
It's
one
not,
from
has
Neo.
nothing to do with
I
this
hate to
point.
do it.
yeah. So this is
Neophyte
nothing. This is
one.
you're just
Question was
assuming
to
what
you
my
Guys,
about
I hate to do
predication.
this.
So he
Over
won't
I said I have the
answer.
same position
Notice
as
he
you.
won't
I have the
answer
same
about
position as you.
predication. No, you
I have the
don't.
same position as you. How do you know?
Oh, you don't, because
This
my
one-
position is
Gentlemen,
What
I
is
hate
my
to do this.
position?
I have
analogical.
to
What is
do
my
this
position?
Really quick. I hate to just.
You
mute
said Allah
everybody.
is not like an.
Okay, sorry guys, I hate doing this, but we just to not get too bogged down. They say to Jay, was Abraham a Christian? Please provide evidence that he was.
Well, again, if you go to the list of the theophanic texts that I have, Abraham was having a meal with God. The same experience occurs when Moses goes to the mountain and has a meal with God. These covenantal meals are fulfilled in the New Testament's establishment of the covenant meal with God that Jesus fulfills in the Eucharist, or we call the Lord's Supper. So, within the Old Testament itself, I would just say the multiple passages of theophanies in Genesis 12, 15, 17, 22 will tell you that Abraham was not a radical Unitarian. Abraham was a Trinitarian. And that's why Jesus says in John 5 to chapter 9 that Abraham rejoiced to see my day, so I was glad. That's why the New Testament says that the gospel was preached beforehand to Abraham.
Alorante says, Jay, you are committing two fallacies, false analogy or non sequitur in Latin, and also conclusio praesax, in other words, hasty generalization. They say similarities between both does not mean coupling of falsifiability.
Yeah, the argument was about who's in continuity with the prophets. The prophets are in the Old Testament, so that's why we would go to the Bible. I don't know if people didn't understand that, but when we ask who the prophets are, we're talking about Moses, we're talking about Isaiah, we're talking about David, we're talking about people who we have extant texts prior to Islam. So, no, if you ask me about continuity with those texts, we have to go to those texts. That's what the debate is about. Now, Daniel thinks that those texts are contradictory and the Quran is not. But how exactly my argumentation was fallacious in the way that you're claiming, I don't understand that. I don't see how that follows.
From you, it could be read without you. Does this mean whiteboard, you're writing and you are 3 in 1 or 1 in 3?
I don't understand how making distinctions in created things is relevant here, because I could argue that the one and the many proves the Trinity. Sure, that's what you're arguing.
How does it do that?
Because it grounds the problem of the one and the many.
How does grounding mean?
Maybe if you understood basic epistemology, you would know what grounding
Yeah,
means.
if I accept the churches.
Oh,
of
if you
Islam,
actually
yeah.
knew,
if I
basic
presuppose
laws.
it, yeah.
Because you don't know what grounding
Yeah.
means, right?
No,
So
no, yeah. I
maybe
don't
have
know what
go
you
have
mean by
a philosophy course, and then you
You're
would
just
understand-
using one
You would
abstract
understand
term
that.
for
Yeah,
another,
I'm using basic terms,
and then
that are
pretend
in
like you're
philosophy.
explaining it. This is hand waving.
No, it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
I
It's
asked you,
my
what
job to
does
educate.
grounding mean? What does
It's not my
grounding
job to
actually mean?
educate you on epistemology in a debate.
Well, someone is
But
asking
apparently I
a
have
question
to.
for you to explain. You make a claim that, oh, the problem of the one and
The
the many
debate-
is
the
solved
debate-
by the Trinity. I
We
explained.
can
I
have it-
asked
we
you,
can
how
have a-
does it do that? You
Let's
say it
have
was
a Trinity
grounded.
debate.
It's
Let's have a
grounded
Trinity
by it.
debate.
This
You'll
one
have a
coming in.
Trinity debate with Jake. I want to see you versus Jake. That would be great.
Let's
This
do
one
it.
from Lord Stannis says the initially polytheistic Israelite God was hijacked and plagiarized by Paul and company, then later by Muhammad, and eventually by Joseph Smith. Fiction, they say. I think this might be an atheist. You both
No
don't
response
look
needed.
convinced. Okay. This one coming in from Moment says, Jay, Jesus is part of the omniscient Trinity, yet Mark 13:32 quotes, quote, no one knows, nor the Son, but only the Father. How do you explain this?
First of all, the Trinity doesn't have parts. God has no parts. God is simple, meaning that he's indivisible. Distinctions do not entail composition or division, just like he would say that distinction in the attributes does not entail composition or division in Allah. We make the same argument about the persons, and there's multiple statements in the Gospels where you have what are called figures of speech, where, for example, Jesus says, no one is good but God. Other statements say, well, yeah, but also the Son is good, or the Holy Spirit is good. So you can't take a phrase that's a figure of speech and act as if the Son has no omniscience, when other texts explain that the Son does have omniscience. And so Jesus frequently uses figures of speech like that.
They say allegedly Muhammad was caught having an affair with his son's wife. Daniel, maybe this person is making this up, so I want to give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, this is just Christian apologetics that have been refuted thousands of times. So this is just false aspersions being cast on the Prophet Muhammad. You know, the thing that I appreciate about Jay, actually, I want to say a kind word to Jay. I find his apologetics more intellectually stimulating and rigorous than a lot of Christian apologetics. A lot of Christian apologetics is just like, oh, Muhammad did this and that's contradictory to liberalism. But Jay actually, you know, if I can say something kind about his work, it's actually intellectually rigorous. He puts a lot of effort in explaining a lot of doctrines. And I appreciate that about Jay's work. So I want to give him a thumbs up for that as a Muslim. He really distinguishes himself from other apologists who use these kind of tired, worn out arguments.
Can I say too that I've appreciated this debate in terms of its rigor as well. It's been better than either the Shabir Ali or the Paul Williams debate. So I would say that this one is up there probably with Sheikh Azhar Rashid debate. So thank you as well, Daniel.
Mike Keppel here, Patriot Software's founder. I have a huge respect for small business owners, especially the smallest of small businesses. They do so much. They're under so much pressure and stress. They have to be experts in business specialties like payroll taxes, bookkeeping, and accounting. It's crazy. That's why we created Patriot Software, to make accounting and payroll simple for all size businesses, especially smaller businesses. Check us out at patriotsoftware.com.
God, I know, is an old idea. Arguments for the existence of God, I know, are at best inconclusive, often fallacious. Religions that claim God as their basis, I know, conflict on religious doctrines and share intolerant, sometimes violent histories. I also know that there are evolutionary and cognitive reasons that can explain why humans believe in God. Here's what I do not know. To what kind of entity does this word God refer? What is this God which almost everyone either worships or dismisses? What supposedly is God's nature? What are God's traits? I have a visceral yearning to know about God, so I am compelled to ask an impossible question. What is God's own being? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to try to find out. Here's how I try to discern God. I ask, what is it like to be God? In other words, if there really is a God, is there something that it feels like to be God? I engage philosophers who affirm the existence of God. Believing in God, their explorations of God will be more expansive, more nuanced, more energized. I start with a philosopher of religion whose arguments for God have shaped contemporary debate. Richard Swinburne. Richard, if we want to discuss God, what characteristics does that word name?
Clearly, there have been various societies in which God, written with a small g, denotes some being with who is invisible and has a certain amount of power to rearrange the material world. But the sort of God that's treated of by Christianity, Judaism, Islam, some forms of Hinduism, is a very special sort of God. He is an omnipotent, omniscient, perfectly free, perfectly good being. He's a person. We are persons. What is it for us to be a person? Well, persons have to be able to do things. They have to have powers. They have to have purposes about how to use their powers. And they have to have, therefore, beliefs about how things are and how their purposes will change things. So God, like us, has powers, purposes, and beliefs. But unlike us, he has no limits to these. The sort of God that traditional theologies of all these kinds believe in is an omnipotent God, a being whose powers are unlimited, who can do anything. And we have beliefs. God has beliefs, but our beliefs are about only some matters, not all matters, and some of them are true and some of them are false. God's beliefs are supposed to be unlimited about everything. He has true beliefs about everything. That is to say, he knows everything. He's omniscient. We have purposes, but our purposes are subject to influence. That is to say, I may have a purpose of doing what I believe to be right, and therefore not eating too much and not eating the cream cake. But on the other hand, I am subject to an inclination which tends to lead me to eat the cream cake. We have to choose between these inclinations. God is supposed to be not subject to any such inclinations, and therefore in that sense to be perfectly free, but that means that insofar as he believes something to be good, he will do it. In consequence, because he's perfectly free, he will do what he believes to be good. Because he is omniscient, he will have true beliefs about what is good, and therefore he will always do the good.
Each of those characteristics, are they independent? Are some derivative from others that are more fundamental?
Those are independent in the sense that you could have a being, for example, who is omniscient but not all-powerful.
You'd be frustrated.
Yes, indeed. You could have a being who was omnipotent in the sense that he could do whatever he chose to do, but whose choices were subject to influence and therefore wasn't perfectly free. It seems to me there is a property from which they all follow. That is to say, the property of unlimited intentional power. Now, intentional power is power to do things intentionally. That follows from that he's omnipotent. And if it's just intentional power, then there's no irrational influences constraining it. And if you're to be able to do everything, you must know everything. For example, if there's something you didn't know, if you didn't know whether it snowed in New York on the 1st of January at 2 AD, then you wouldn't have a choice between telling the truth and telling falsity if somebody asked you, did it snow, and so on. So it's for perfect omnipotence there is necessary perfect omniscience, and you can see that these therefore fit together as pure, intentional, limitless power.
Another characteristic that's talked about is God's simplicity. Now, to some people that sounds odd, because God seems has all these characteristics, God would be very complex.
Oh, as I said, God is postulated as a personal being, but he's the simplest kind of person in this respect, that to the features that make us persons, powers, purposes, and beliefs, he has them in infinite degrees, and infinite is the opposite of zero. That is to say, there are zero limits to these. Infinity is a simple notion because it's the opposite of zero, and it's to postulate an infinite degree of something is to postulate something simpler than a very large finite degree. And of course, if God is to be the creator of the universe, he's got to have pretty large degrees of power, etc. anyway, and the simplest form of that is the infinite. So it is simple because he's the simplest form of a person that there could be.
Does God have parts?
No, indeed not. It would be a feature of simplicity that there are no parts. Parts make for complexity. Since God is omnipotent, he can do anything, anywhere, But a being which has parts, their ability to do things will depend on the operation of those parts, and therefore will be dependent on different things which are separate from themselves. So no, God does not have parts, is therefore not extended. Only extended things, that is to say things that take up a volume, are made of stuff. God isn't made of stuff any more than ghosts, if there are ghosts, are made of stuff. They are immaterial things. Another way of putting it is God is the maximal possible greatest being. His power is as great as power can be, his knowledge is as great as knowledge can be, his freedom is as great as freedom can be, and that means that he is perfectly good, he's everywhere present, all the divine properties follow.
In thinking deeply about God, Richard provides purity. He stresses God's personhood and freedom, in addition to God's traditional traits of being all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good. But is this God too human? Is God's own being too much characterized by personhood? I worry about anthropomorphizing God, imagining God in our own human-like image. Just because human-like features are what we know and understand does not make this kind of God real. The Catholic tradition, I've heard, has God less a person, more transcendent, more ineffable. I meet a philosopher of science and religion who extends the long Catholic tradition of abstract thinking about God, Father Robert Spitzer. Robert, in wanting to know whether God exists, one of the things I think about, maybe this sounds silly, but what is it like to be God? If God is supposed to be mental and conscious, then God is like we are, at least in that respect, awareness of God's own self. And so what does that feel like? What could we say? I know everything, I can do anything. Sounds kind of boring.
I would say begin with the first assumption in metaphysics that God is an unconditioned reality. When we see that, it turns out that God's also going to have to be a purely inclusive reality. When we see that, it means he's going to have to be a power which has no intrinsic or extrinsic boundaries, so he's a pure unity. And he's perfectly simple. And that perfect unity, we would maintain, has capability of complete self-transparency, just like our own self-conscious acts, that we can be aware not only of our hand, we can be aware of our awareness of our hand. God's having no intrinsic boundaries in the power at all allows God to be perfectly transparent to self. Furthermore, if God is a perfect unity, then it would seem that he would exemplify other characteristics of perfect unity, such as perfect empathy. So he would be capable of a kind of perfect or unconditional act of love. Perhaps let's say for a second that God created us and created the universe with anthropic constants just so that life would come out precisely as is. Well, what's the motive for creating a finite universe, creating any finite beings whatsoever? I think the motive is love. And I do think that one of the things that God is doing continuously is loving us.
These are all interesting theological discussions, but,
Right.
but they're like third person looking at God. I want to know from a first person the inner workings of God and God's own self-consciousness. Does God think, well, now I love and now I'm empathy, or is there just one constant blaze of one great experience, as they say, the complete possession all at once of this illimitable life and this just grand beatific vision, or is it expressed in all this complexity?
Both. I do think there is a grand beatific vision in an eternal now, as it were. But I also believe that God can relate even to our condition with all of its complexity. You know, it's like me, I can think of a two-dimensional plane or a two-dimensional line within a three-dimensional cube, and I don't have to, in myself, become two-dimensional to do it. If that's the case, then I do think God does both. I do think there is a kind of an enjoyment of of love. And of course, Christians believe that there is interpersonal love in God. Also, I think that he also loves us, and that he can love us even in time.
And does God interact on the virtually infinite number of things that happen? Is God interacting with that and experiencing that and deliberating or planning, or is it just something that has been set in motion and God just sort of absorbs it?
I do think God interacts with it, but it doesn't mean that God is conditioned by that which he interacts with, right? In other words, if I interact with something that's inanimate, it doesn't mean I become inanimate.
This complexity in God that interacts with all of the vast complexity among human beings and all existence, how does that comport with the simplicity that God is supposed to be?
Yeah, because the complexity is in the thought of God. And so a perfectly simple reality can definitely have a complex thought without itself becoming complexified.
Because the thought has many parts.
Yeah, so I think the thinker has a kind of autonomy from the thought and can be wholly different from what is being thought about.
God's a good multitasker.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the challenge. How can God be utterly simple, comprised of no parts, while able to multitask without limit? Infinite tasking, infinite complexity. What would utter simplicity mean for God's own being? What would it be like to be an utterly simple God? I cannot begin to imagine. I've now exhausted my conceptual capacity to comprehend God, at least with philosophical explorations emerging from the Christian tradition. Can non-Christian, non-Western conceptions of God go further? I ask a physicist who explores the Hindu tradition, V.V. Raman.
The divine is an abstract principle, and in order to understand, appreciate, or apprehend it, we need symbols, and that is in the nature of the human mind or its limitations of the human mind. There are many people who are content with what is sometimes called icon worship or idol worship. It is not idol worship, it is more the worship of the cosmic whole in the format of an idol, because like for the elementary student, we draw a triangle on the board, it is easier to grasp. The personal dimension is more a dimension of the divine than the nature of the divine itself.
Now, if we focus on that real version, can we ask, is that real version, the abstract version of God, a person in the sense of the definition of having beliefs and desires and purpose like a person would?
There the idea is this abstract divine principle, often called the spiritual undercurrent of the universe, is what one calls Brahman in the Hindu tradition. And that Brahman again is said to have two natures or two levels. One of them is called Nirguna Brahman, meaning the Brahman without attributes. It is a spirituality that cannot be described in the words, but there is also a Saguna Brahman, a Brahman with attributes. And these attributes are usually the highest forms of the attributes normal humans have. That means qualities of mercy and kindness and goodness and power, the triple qualities of omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence. So perhaps if there was another planetary system where there are conscious entities, then they would of course be picturing the Saguna Brahman in terms of the qualities that they might possess in their particular state of conscious evolution. We don't know.
That would mean that the abstract version of Brahman is the highest form.
Exactly, and that abstract Brahman is described as the cosmic experiencer. Now, the Hindu vision is that there is a grander experiencer which has been there from the first tick of cosmic time, from the very first Big Bang or whatever, or even prior to that.
In Christian philosophy, for example, the question about whether God has a nature is looked upon as potentially limiting God by imparting a nature to God by its very comment limits God.
We are limiting, not in the sense of limiting God, but in the sense of limiting our own experience of the divine. Every time we constrain ourselves to one plane of the spiritual experience, it is only giving us one glimpse of something which is far more powerful and intrinsically more substantial or fundamental in the universe.
The Hindu God seems, paradoxically, both more abstract in its transcendence and more concrete in its images. Paradoxes is no criticism. I like paradoxes about God. If there were a God, I'd be surprised if there weren't, to our minds, paradoxes galore. How to compare and assess the Abrahamic God of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. One test question asks whether God can change, and if so, how so? The Jewish perspective traditionally envisions a God who engages with humans, changing lots of times. Traditional Judaism is not embarrassed by anthropomorphisms, a human-like God. In fact, it celebrates a biblical God with human-like emotions. I speak with a rabbi who is a philosopher, Neil Gilman. Neil, one of the so-called perfections of God was his permanence, his inability to change, because any change would be a defect.
Yes, because it would mark the fact that if God has to change, then what God was less perfect than what God is going to come to be. Right. So therefore God is eternally unchanging. But that's just not what the Bible says about God. Look, we begin the book of Genesis with God's having created the world that is very good. Mm-hmm. He's very pleased with what God created. 6 chapters later, it's a mess and it's terrible, and he changes his mind and he's going to destroy all of creation.
With the flood. Yeah.
So God changes his mind, apparently, right? So I have to introduce now the whole notion that what changes is not God, but the question is what changes? And that is why we have to sort of step back and understand the nature of God talk, of God language, because everything we say about God emerges out of the human experience. In my more heretical moments, I believe that when my ancestors talked about God, they looked in the mirror. Because there's this humanization of God, this biblical God who is so vulnerable, who's so filled with feelings, who changes his mind back and forth. In the book of Jonah, he sends the prophet, the only successful prophet we have, and Jonah convinces the people of Nineveh to repent and to change. And God sees that they have changed their behavior, and God changes his mind about punishing Nineveh, and Jonah is furious. Jonah is the prophet manqué. He doesn't understand that his role is not to prophesy an inevitable future, but a conditional future, that God sits around in heaven and waits for us to change. And when we change, then God changes God's plans for creation. And Jonah screams and says, that's exactly why I ran away from you, God, because I knew that you're the kind of God who changes his mind. So the whole notion of the changeability of God is tied to God's feelings, but it's also very much tied to how our ancestors developed an understanding of God, a picture of God. And here I am convinced. Long ago, I realized that they talked about God in metaphorical terms. It's not a heresy today to say that we talk about God in human terms. I mean, Maimonides said it, and he's apparently pretty kosher Jewish philosopher. That's what he says. He fought his entire life against the notion that God has a body, the corporeality, even though God talks about hands and eyes and ears and listening and feeling and all of this stuff. And he says none of this is to be taken literally. The Torah uses human language. The only way I go beyond Maimonides in my own personal heresy is to say that these word pictures of God they got from understanding themselves, their profound understanding of human nature, which they then projected upon God, because that was the only data they had. They refused to anesthetize God, they humanized God, and they projected a God who was sometimes demonic, but who was also vulnerable, able to be hurt, feeling angry, yearning, upset, disappointed.
And this kind of God, the God who has all those feelings and can change, is a richer God than one who would be passive.
Infinitely richer, because this is a God I can identify with. And this is a God I can approach. The Hasidic masters, did this all the time. They challenged God about God's sins. There's this famous exchange about a Hasidic master who said to God before the high holidays, I'll forgive you about your sins if you forgive us our sins. What emerged out of the pages of the Bible is this incredibly humanized God who is a God who speaks to human feelings. It's not a philosophical God. It's very much of a living, vivid, breathing, sweating, living kind of God. And this is a God that I feel much more at home with.
Some may call it blasphemy, but I cannot help thinking about God's own being. I harbor no illusions that I can discern what others cannot. But I'd feel a failure if I'd neglect the pursuit, and I feel a little better whenever I try. I start with a cosmos of vast, perhaps infinite size, and sentient human beings who are oddly self-aware. If all this were created by a supreme being, then what would such a God have to be like? Only with trepidation would I accept God as infinite. A real countable infinity as a defining divine trait frightens me. Yet infinity does seem simpler than anything finite. I like God being utterly simple, having no parts, but I remain utterly mystified how unfathomable complexity could emerge from utter simplicity. God as radically transcendent makes sense, if anything makes sense. I struggle with a God who cannot change, because God supposedly is too perfect, versus a God who can and does change. I can argue both sides, but given a choice, I prefer a God who changes, because such a God, to me, feels more intimate. Not that my preference makes me any closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
If God exists, God would be the ultimate reality. If God exists, nothing would be more important. But God's existence triggers arguments, analytical and experiential, for and against. These arguments are obviously inconclusive. Any of them individually, all of them cumulatively, how else could the world have increasing numbers of non-believers as well as multitudes of believers? If God exists, I'd want to know God, touch ultimate reality. But I worry, because between humans and God, if there is a God, between the finite and the infinite, if God is infinite, there seems an unbridgeable gap. So isn't there a deeper question hiding here? Isn't the inquiry really about human knowledge of God? Our capacity to bridge that gap? Exploring human knowledge, its essence and nature, is a field of philosophy called epistemology. Can epistemology, the theory of knowledge, be applied to God? Can we know God? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. When I think about knowing God, I can get confused. Knowing what about God? I'm confronted by at least three meanings. 1, does God exist? 2, if God exists, what is God like? 3, if God exists, can I have a personal relationship with God? But each of these three meanings boomerangs back to epistemology. How could it be that my normal, common human thought, awareness, perception, cognition, emotion, could know God? I begin with basics, applying epistemology to knowing God. That's why I go to Notre Dame to meet a philosopher who works in philosophy of religion and specializes in epistemology, Robert Audi. Robert, the question of whether God exists, what God is like, what can we learn from epistemology that can help us discern this question?
The first thing to say is that we can be talking about God as a personal figure known through, let's say, the Bible. But we can also be talking about God as the God of perfect being theology, the God of the philosophers, if you like, who is omniscient, omnipotent, perfectly good. Epistemology is going to take account of what being you're talking about when you ask how we might know. Now, there's knowledge without belief. Think of what you might call a meteorological knee. The knee works like a barometer. When there are objective indications of heavy weather, the person believes there's going to be heavy weather. Perhaps the mechanism is very, very accurate, more accurate than an ordinary barometer, and we find the track record is terrific. But now add something. He forgets that he's been getting it right, but we know his track record. I think we're going to arrive at a position where we will say, ask him, he knows whether it's going to rain. He will be puzzled that he believes it's going to rain, not knowing where the belief comes from. The mechanism may evoke the belief rather automatically. I want to say he could know without being justified. Now, if God is possible, which I take it is clear, and is omnipotent, God could bring it about that some people have knowledge of God that is implanted. My old colleague Al Plantinga spoke of a sensus divinitatis. This is a possibility.
So that would not be justified.
That's the problem. Philosophers and certainly skeptics want more. They want justification. So it's very important to allow the possibility that someone who believes that God exists could know that, but lack justification. And if somebody has knowledge of a kind natural from experience, the complaint should be, don't do anything that depends on justification, but not, you couldn't possibly know. Now, justification.
Right.
You probably want to go to that, don't you?
Right. And the concept of basic belief.
Well, there are many arguments for the existence of God. If those are one's basis for theistic belief, then theistic belief is not basic. If it comes from a sensus divinitatis, it may be basic. It may be quasi-perceptual in that it comes from experience directly and not from inference. But let's remember that there can be a cumulative case. as where someone has a mastery of a multitude of different arguments, each with some weight, even if none is conclusive, and has had religious experiences. So there's an experiential basis with some weight. There are many arguments with some weight, and altogether, for this person, a theistic position is rational.
Now, the kinds of arguments that would be philosophical arguments versus the kind of personal experiences,
Yes.
that there's a very big difference, and one is third person communicable. You
Yes.
may not agree, and the
Yes.
other one is not. I mean, if you tell me you had a religious experience, I'd say, that's nice, but that makes no difference with me.
I understand your point, but notice that if you don't have perceptual experiences of the kind I have when I look at an artwork, because you aren't trained,
Right.
I have to do my best by description, but you can perhaps appreciate that I have had an experience which has subtleties that actually give me something to go on. Now, let's agree that if you have an experience as of God's sustaining, loving, forgiving, that experience does not convey any kind of direct indication that it's an omniscient, omnipotent, and perfectly good being. But if one is thinking of God as a person, as introduced in the Bible, that's another matter. And then one can argue theologically and philosophically that this must be a person with all these attributes that the philosophers have attributed.
I understand the arguments and I understand the critique, and
Right.
I can evaluate that. But if I had a religious experience, I wouldn't trust that.
I don't think anyone should say that a single experience or even repeated experiences should be intellectually compelling for someone with no other indications. You can hope that God exists and is sovereign in the universe, and hope does not require a lot of evidence. You can have faith that God is sovereign in the universe, and you can have firm belief that God is. On my view, even religious hope can carry motivation and positive attitudes, but it's intellectually very modest. And what it takes for it to be rational is very sparse relative to what it takes for certainty.
So if we start with hope, faith, and belief.
Yes.
And the next one would be knowledge, which maybe is impossible.
If you like, yes.
Is that a chain of
I call
epistemology?
I call the kind of theism in which hope is central, aspirational, the kind in which faith is central, where it doesn't entail belief, fiduciary, because trust is central, the kind in which belief is central, depending on how strong it is, doxastic, meaning belief entailing. And then we could call the final kind, embodying knowledge, epistemic, because we're taking it that there's knowledge of God. And interestingly, the epistemic kind wouldn't have to involve justification, so you might not have all you'd like if you just had belief that constitutes knowledge from a sensus divinitatis.
Robert outlines the elements of knowing God: hope, faith, belief, knowledge. A sequence of increasing degrees of confidence in the conclusion, here, God. As for God and me, I'd have the hope, but not the faith. So I could not get to belief, much less to knowledge. But could there be a shortcut, a kind of wormhole of belief? If belief in God is indeed properly basic, then justifying belief in God to reach knowledge of God is intrinsic to human beings and does not need to be extrinsically verified. But isn't belief in God as properly basic by itself a leap of faith? I can take the first step, hope, then I fade. I can't go further. But how much of this way of thinking, the epistemology of religion and theology, depends on that simple three-letter English word, G-O-D, God. Perhaps the simplest understanding of God is the classical idea that God goes beyond anything humanly imaginable. If such be God, what can we know about such a God? A contemporary leader in proclaiming this ineffable vision of God is the Orthodox philosophical theologian at Notre Dame, David Bentley Hart.
In one sense, all of these traditions, Christianity included, encompass this affirmation that you really can't know God in the way that you would know an object of experience, but you can know the things that are not true about God, such as composite or evil. But what you can know about God is different from knowing God. When it comes to the question of what you can know about God, Christian tradition, like the other theistic traditions, has a sphere of cataphatic knowledge, things that can be positively said, but these positive affirmations are based on the effects of the operations of God. So you can say God is creator because there's a creation. But then all of these traditions will say, but howsoever much you can know cataphatically, God is infinitely in himself unknowable because, just logically speaking, the infinite is always infinitely more. And in that sense, you have to say that you cannot intellectually grasp or know or have an intuition of God in himself. That, the divine essence being infinite simply will not submit to the confines of a finite mind. All of these traditions have another way of knowing God, which is one of direct encounter, intimate union, which, saying Christian thought is understood, is in some sense super intellectual. That is, it goes beyond concepts, but nonetheless is a real and immediate presence of God to the soul. So the degree to which we can know God rather than simply know about him is a spiritual condition until one reaches a point that's not only beyond the affirmations that you can make based on God's operations, but also beyond negation, and becomes just the intimacy of a pure embrace beyond words and concepts. There's a degree, even in this life, in which the intimacy of knowledge defeats conceptual forms. So I think whenever one talks about knowing God and talks about the cataphatic and the apophatic, one has to understand that epistemology is not the only issue. There's another way of knowing that surmounts both affirmation and negation in all of these traditions, which is the union of the soul with God.
David's God is the classical God of early Christianity. It's also the God of the philosophers. David offers 3 ways of knowing this God. 1. Positive assertions, observing the operations or effects of God in the world or on people. 2. Negative assertions, what God is not. 3. Personal spiritual experiences, mystical union with God. I like this kind of philosophy, but not necessarily this kind of God. Suppose God, if there is a God, is not so purely perfect, not so unbridgeably apart. It reminds me of the God of Judaism, at least Talmudic and Rabbinic Judaism, a God who cuts a more approachable image. To discuss this Judaic God, I meet an Israeli philosopher, an expert on Talmudic literature, Menachem Fish.
The only way we can acquaint ourselves with the idea of God, meet God, conceive of God, is by the words at our disposal. God in the 3 monotheistic traditions today is totally unique and totally perfect. And we can wax poetical with the words we have. And artists imagine, and poets imagine, and theologians imagine. And we read our scriptures and understand what we understand, always by means of the vocabulary at our disposal. This is disconcerting for some people. Maimonides, for example, knew this very well, that the only way humans can know anything is by conceptualization. He therefore viewed saying anything, attributing anything to God, not merely an image, a bodily image, attributing agency, attributing a will, attributing a thought, is idolatrous in the extreme because we're likening to others. That is a profound violation of God's uniqueness and God's perfection. But for a religion who believes in a God-created universe, who believes in this or that degree of divine providence, who believes in that or that degree of divine retribution, who stands in prayer before a God, that is not enough. Maimonides took his theology to the extreme of banishing all God talk from the religion and all divine presence. I mean, it's not merely he created the world, but we're not allowed to say it. No, you, in the most profound sense of the term, you are not allowed to attribute to him an action, agency. Not everybody is as extreme as Maimonides, but Maimonides gives us a good sense of what a serious, intellectually honest, deeply religious theology would look like if you take that notion of perfection as the basis. Talmudic Judaism contains a voice that denies divine perfection. It doesn't deny that God is the creator of the world, that entered a covenant with us, that gave us the Torah, gave us the law, and that we entered into a covenantal, intimate, deep, religiously meaningful relationship. But it denies his perfection, especially moral perfection, as it denies the moral perfection of Scripture, the moral perfection of the law, and the moral perfection of the institutions of the law. And here I've counted all four sources of religious authority of Rabbinic Judaism. Now, if this is your view, these denials do not constitute or are not pressed into the service of subverting religion. No. It defines what religious faithfulness and obligation is. From that point of view, given the imperfect system, entering the covenantal relationship is to help it improve itself. And therefore, your religious duty is to do your best to troubleshoot and confront and criticize and to argue against when you think it's wrong. That doesn't mean that you're right all the time, but it's an argumentative, critical, and therefore rational enterprise.
In essence, humans are co-creators with God, can help God improve God's own self.
Not only God's own self, God's Torah, okay, and the world. And the beauty of this voice is that God speaks back. He welcomes this as a profound dispute of religiosity within that canon, because the voice of religious submission and divine perfection and scriptural perfection is alive and kicking there. But this other voice, which I think is also dominant, is alive as well. So the Talmudic canon is a canon divided as to its own very project, if you wish. And this voice of confrontation has God requiring, demanding critique. He's actually described as sacking Elijah. He's the only prophet who God commands to anoint his successor, because I can't do with yes men. I need someone to talk back. So within that form of religiosity, prayer looks very different, prophecy looks very different, human religious obligation looks very different. And then how do we know God is a slightly easier task, I'd say, within a Maimonidean framework.
Menachem's God of Judaism is certainly more human and seems easier to get to know. But already I hear the charges of anthropomorphism, humans creating God in humans' own image, charges that I cannot easily refute. Nor can I strenuously deny that a more human God seems to reflect a more primitive religion, a pre-philosophical way of thinking. Nonetheless, I find myself attracted to such a human-like God. It's how I'd hope reality to be, less stern, more engaging, a closer connection between the human and the divine. But my inquiry is not about what I might find pleasing as traits of God. It's about really knowing God. And I fear I have so far omitted a critical way of thinking. How does what I know relate to what really is? Some philosophers deny that we can ever access underlying realities, even though we measure data and discover laws. Can such a philosopher, called a strict empiricist or anti-realist, also believe in God? I know just whom to ask, the Dutch-American philosopher of science, Bas van Fraassen.
Bas, if we take epistemology and apply it to God, particularly from your remarkably dual positions as a philosopher of science who is an anti-realist in analyzing the scientific world, and yet as a devout believer in God, what can you say philosophically about how we can know God, if there is a God?
Well, I think that religious people speaking in religious terms are going to answer this differently from any answer that would really help you the way you are starting on the question. A Hindu, for example, would say, well, in the Bhagavad Gita, I see that Arjuna is talking with Krishna. Krishna is his charioteer, but he's a god. So obviously it's possible to know God. And the Christian will say, yeah, well, Jesus was the Christ. Jesus is one person in the Trinity. Many people knew Jesus and talked with him, so they knew God, so it's possible to know God, right? Of course, even if you don't bring to an unbeliever and say, here, start here, you couldn't possibly, right? What the believer takes as somehow, what should I say, confirming or reinforcing his faith is not at all the same sort of thing that you would bring in a discussion with an unbeliever who thinks about, could I have reasons to believe in the existence of God, right? But then the question is, what would satisfy you? What exactly would be grounds for a secular person to think that God exists?
If God wants me to believe in him or it or her, that's God's problem. It's not my problem. It's God's problem to figure out what it's going to take for me to believe in God.
Well, it seems that God doesn't really care in the same way, because he's not going to send you ghostly apparitions or celestial emails.
And if I got those, I wouldn't believe them.
No, of course.
And so, I feel like in the worst possible worlds, because I don't see a scientific way to get to God.
Right.
Philosophical arguments to get to God I love, but I don't think any of them deep down, absolutely work. And if I had an experience, I wouldn't trust it.
I see.
So I'm in trouble, right?
Yeah, well, this is one thing that Martin Buber emphasized. He said, if we get to the point where the focus is on the feelings, then we've already lost God. Then we're already no longer talking about God. I don't have any faith in arguments for the existence of God or in any theodicy. I think of theologies and theodicies, stories like and myths and so on, exactly the same level as statues and paintings that we have in church.
Right, that's an interesting analogy.
They help us, at the same time, we don't think for one moment that, God looks like a bearded man, right? And when we have pictures of angels or of saints, or no reason to think that the saint actually looks like this statue, but we go and burn a candle, and we feel it is a way of interacting with the religious reality. And I think the same happens with the theological theories.
The philosophical arguments, which you think are very analytical, really have the same, true impact as some work of art that gives you this feeling, this possibility. Can I go further than that, or that's where you're going to leave me?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you said it's God's problem. Well, we also believe that God does pursue people. We talk about the hound of heaven, and that a person will start talking about his past life and say, oh, there were all these things that were drawing me, that were bringing me, that were pushing me. I had these experiences. I came to the end of the road. I couldn't go anywhere. And you say, well, it was coming closer and closer to you. It was pursuing you. It was chasing. It was the hound of heaven was after you.
That's very good.
But of course, you have to be receptive.
Well, maybe you're the hound of heaven, and I'm trying to be receptive.
Boss states that we can know the non-physical reality of God, even though we cannot know the physical reality of the common world. So, what does it mean to know God? There are multiple approaches to this question. 1. The epistemology of religion and theology generates a flow of concepts, from hope to faith to belief to knowledge. But must religious belief be justified, or is it properly basic? 2. God can be known in 3 ways. Positively, by observing God's operations. Negatively, by discerning what God is not. And mystically, through some kind of direct union. 3. The extremes of God stand out in sharp relief. God may be so transcendent that one must keep utterly silent, or God may be fallible and approachable and in need of human help. 4. Is it our problem to find God, or God's problem to find us? Does the hound of heaven have a good nose? Overall, does the perfect being God of the philosophers fight the imperfect God of rabbinic Judaism? Does Athens war with Jerusalem? Might I offer a God of both? God being perfect and imperfect at the same time? God smiling at the contradiction. I'd like there to be such a God, if there be such a God. Perhaps the hound of heaven is coming closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
It's the question that haunts me always. It's the question that supersedes the theory of everything in physics, supersedes the origins and ends of the universe, supersedes the nature of consciousness, supersedes the existence of God. Though I ask it often, it's the question I never tire of asking. It's the question for which I seek expert ideas and ways of thinking. I must benchmark my beliefs, test my doubts. It's the question, the only question that grounds me in the deepest foundations of reality. I cannot not ask this question. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there anything at all? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. Why is there anything at all? I seek every opportunity to immerse myself in the inscrutable enigma, explore its substance, enjoy its subtleties. I hear of a workshop on the apparent fine-tuning of the universe, a gathering of physicists, cosmologists, and philosophers. Do they also wonder, why is there anything at all? I decide to attend. The workshop is in Crete, whose simple beauty seems to resonate with the bracing impact of the ultimate question. I speak with participants, talk fine-tuning and cosmology. I look for an opportunity to spring my question. Because to explore fundamental physics is to appreciate quantum physics, I begin with a philosopher of science who focuses on foundations of quantum physics, Tim Maudlin. Tim, the question that has literally haunted me most of my life has been the classic, why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there anything at all?
The question of why there's something rather than nothing is not one that's ever bothered me, because it seems to me pretty evident there can't be what you would consider to be a satisfactory answer to it. If I say, well, there's something rather than nothing because, the because is going to mention something, right? It's got to mention something existent. It can't be that there's something rather than nothing because of something non-existent. So then I'm begging the question, because then you're just going to ask me, but that thing you just pointed to explain the existence of everything, why does it exist? And so you're obviously on a regress that's never going to end.
So your claim is that the question itself is nonsensical?
I think the question clearly is not one to which there can be a satisfactory answer, so you're wasting your time puzzling yourself over it.
is in the range of possibilities, the possibility that there could have been nothing, absolutely nothing.
It's not in the sense that people often talk about this. So as I say, I think there are mathematical facts, and in some sense or other mathematical entities. I don't think there's any possibility in which math isn't true. If you're asking physically, would there have to be a physical world, or is it physically possible for there not to be a physical world? To say it's physically possible for not to be a physical world is, of course, a kind of funny thing to say. You know, it's such an odd locution, I'm not quite sure even how to answer it.
So if you would believe, for example, that the laws of physics or quantum physics or whatever below is the universe generator in some sense, I can imagine a condition where those laws weren't there. I mean, that's not hard to do.
Yeah, you can imagine lots of things that can't happen. So you have to be a little careful about going from your imagination to what's possible.
Well said, but now you've used an interesting term, that can't happen. That means something is necessary. Necessary in the philosophical sense.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, necessary in some serious sense.
As some people say, in any possible world, that has to be there.
Right.
There's no logical way that could not exist.
Right.
Okay, so if that's true, and that may be true, what populates that category of stuff that you've claimed, can't not be?
There are the things that we don't think of as contingent anyway, like mathematics, and I would claim certain moral claims are not contingent. About the physical world, I think you get into tricky questions about could the laws of nature have been different. When we talk about physical possibility, we usually mean hold the laws of nature fixed. That's what makes it a physical possibility, is that it's in accordance with the laws of physics. So just by definition, in order to be physically possible, the laws have to be the same as the actual laws of nature. You can play a game of saying, well, what would happen if gravity had been an inverse cube law? I don't think I can have to take that as a serious possibility. I understand how that game is played.
I understand that game, but that's a different game. This game says, is it possible for those laws of physics, whichever ones you want, not to have been at all?
Right.
Are the laws of physics contingent as opposed to being necessary?
Right. So, again, I think just by definition of physical possibility, it's not physically possible for the laws not to have been what they are. What's possible in principle
or metaphysically possible.
Right, but it's inconsistent with the essence or nature of water.
Could the laws of physics be not there at all, in the same sense that you said with water? Because metaphysically, water could not be different than H2O.
If you're put a gun to my head and say, answer this question.
I'm trying to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would say, no, I don't think it would be possible for there not to be laws of physics.
That's a view, that the laws of physics are necessary metaphysically.
Yeah. Right.
And my reaction to that is what an odd way for reality to be.
Well, it's not odd for reality to have laws of physics. We're pretty sure they do.
Tim's point I take seriously. Whenever we begin to try to answer the question, why is there something rather than nothing, we must ground any putative answer on something that exists prior, like logic, which makes the question circular and therefore self-refuting. I buy it, but I don't feel it. Rationally, I can see how to dismiss the question. Emotionally, I cannot escape its elusive appeal. I do not expect a real answer, but I persist. Now, to jump to make the laws of physics metaphysically necessary seems a leap too far. To me, such an aggressively materialistic answer, ironically, validates the non-materialistic force of the original question. I remain deeply unsatisfied, my angst compelling me forward. The claim is made that quantum physics has creation mechanisms, the power to bring a universe into existence literally from nothing, thus transforming a philosophical question into a scientific one. While I'm suspicious of this kind of quantum-heavy nothing, I should hear out the mechanism. I speak with an advocate of quantum creation, attending the workshop in Crete. An expert on the structure of the universe, astrophysicist Mario Livio.
Mario, why is there anything at all?
So let me first say, I do not know why there is anything at all. I do not know. However, there is one thing that I can say. The total energy of our universe is zero. namely there is positive energy that is in mass, in energy, radiation, and there is negative energy in gravity, and the two of those add up to zero, which means that our universe appearing out of nothing does not violate any kind of conservation of energy or something like this. Now, we also know that quantum mechanics allows for processes such as tunneling. If I have a barrier here and I send a particle here, in classical physics it would not pass through. In quantum mechanics, because the particle is more like a wave, there is a probability that it will pass through even if it doesn't have enough energy to overcome this barrier. So, since the total energy is zero and things can tunnel, then it is possible that even though there was something that you would call nothing, and I mean nothing at all, that could tunnel to a situation where you actually have a geometry like our universe, still with zero energy. That is allowed by the laws of physics that we know. I don't need to invoke new laws of physics. Now, in physics, what we have learned that basically everything that is allowed happens. And so our universe could literally appear out of nothing for no reason. So there is no answer to the question why there is. Why? Because it could, not because there was any purpose or, any such thing.
Now, to get a universe from nothing, you've described the process, but what you're starting with doesn't sound a lot to me like nothing. It sounds like the laws of quantum physics.
It's nothing in the sense of that there is no geometry in particular,
Right.
because our universe has a geometry.
Yes, there's no geometry, but it is a geometry generating mechanism. If we have quantum physics, which is the generator of quantum physics, is very complicated.
It's very complicated. It is also in many respects counterintuitive.
Right, but it is complicated. It is something, and it's a lot of stuff. You have a mechanism to generate a universe with geometries and everything else, but you're starting with something pretty rich.
Right. Well, you start with some laws.
Some laws.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're right. So the question is, why are there some laws? And again, I don't know the answer to that.
Yes, Mario, why are there some laws? Why the laws of physics? Especially why the laws of quantum mechanics, which seem fiendishly complex? Here's the big question. What's the reason for the existence of the laws of physics in the first place? Can the laws of physics be addressed from within physics itself? I asked the distinguished South African mathematician and cosmologist George Ellis. To George, the laws of physics do not exhaust reality.
George, of all the questions, the deep question about why is there anything at all, the more you think about it, the dizzier you get. Because it's a deeper question, really, than the theory of everything in physics, or is there a God, or how, as a physicist and as a believer, do you deal with this question?
I don't think physics can have anything to say about it, because physics assumes the existence of a whole lot of stuff. Physics assumes the existence of the laws of physics and something for it to act on. The whole structure of quantum field theory, symmetry principles, all of that is assumed before you can even start physics. And so physics cannot make a beginning out of nothing, because it requires all of that stuff, which would have to exist in some Platonic sense before it could do anything. The underlying further question is that all of that physics depends on mathematics. If you take it in the standard way, that old question, the laws of nature are written in mathematical terms, and so mathematics also in some sense has to exist before anything physical can exist. So I'm sure that physics itself can't answer this question. It's a philosophical question, and at a certain level I simply don't know the answer at all. I think it's a really deep question. What I do know is that if people say that physics can explain why something came out of nothing, they're simply wrong, because the structure of physics is not nothing. And so the existence of physics by itself has already said something exists.
So this question actually deals with the kind of the naive comeback of, where did God come from, or who created God? Because the question, why is there anything at all, deals with questions of contingency and necessity. Now, is there something that is a necessity that had to exist, as we say, in all possible worlds, no matter what?
In terms of human thought, because of the way we think, we can keep drilling down, and at some point we just have to take a stand and say, here I stand, I cannot go any further. This is where I'm going to start my thought. Or equivalently, in logical thought, you have to start off with a set of axioms, and you just have to accept those axioms as being what they are.
And so what are those axioms for existence for you?
If you take the classical theological position as Genesis 1, God existed, that's the ground, and other stuff follows from that. If you are a physicist and you refuse to go in that direction, then you have to assume the laws of physics. They're eternal, unchanging, omnipresent, omnis, and so on. And so you have to say, that's my ground, the laws of physics is. But that's not enough to cause the universe come into being, because the attempts which have been made are trying to use laws of what happens within the universe.
So what are those axioms for existence? For you.
If you take the classical theological position as Genesis 1, God existed, that's the ground, and other stuff follows from that. If you are a physicist and you refuse to go in that direction, then you have to assume the laws of physics. They're eternal, unchanging, omnipresent, omnis, and so on. And so you have to say, that's my ground, the laws of physics is. But that's not enough to cause the universe come into being, because the attempts which have been made are trying to use laws of what happens within the universe to describe how the universe itself came into existence. That may or may not make sense. But in any case, there's no way you can prove it was true. You can't get back, you can't rerun it. You can have theories of wave functions of the universe or of quantum foam or whatever. Nobody can ever test them. So you're in the domain where physics is giving way to philosophy. Even if you try to make it look like physics, it's actually philosophy.
And a lot of physicists, though, would like to kill philosophy or say philosophy is dead, or new stuff becomes good philosophy, then it becomes physics.
Yeah, well, I think that a lot of my physics colleagues are very naive about philosophy. They are doing philosophy whether they know it or not. And if you don't think about the philosophy you're doing, you're just doing simple-minded philosophy.
I agree with George. Why is there anything at all cannot even be addressed within physics, much less answered. Theology, of course, has its ready answer. But doesn't God just kick the question up a level? If God exists, why does God exist? There seems no conceivable answer. Can philosophy, sophisticated philosophy, save theology? I know the one person to ask. The Orthodox philosophical theologian with a vast vision of God, David Bentley Hart. To meet David, I go to Notre Dame.
David, my friends know that throughout my life I've been obsessed by the question of why something rather than nothing, and many people are as well. Your answer to that, I think I know, that there is an absolute being that you call God, and that God is a necessity. To me, that would be a great answer, but I don't see why that's the case.
It's the classic question of ontology. Many different strategies down the centuries have been employed either to answer it or to evade it. Very popular strategies right now in analytic philosophy are to say that it's a mistaken question because absolute nothingness is just one possible state among an infinite set of possibilities, all equipossible,
And therefore, it's zero probability. I reject that because it assumes that there's equal weighting to a state of nothing in every one of those infinite possibilities.
Right. Then I don't have to correct you, which is good. It also mistakes nothing as a modal qualifier as being a physical state simply devoid of constituents.
So get that off the table. I'm with you on that.
Well, in a sense, then, you already accept the principle even if you reject it. Because if you're willing to accept the existence of the universe as an ensemble of contingents, the event itself of the existence of such a universe is something that in a sense you have to leave unquestioned. You've just said it can't be simply one possible state over against another possible state that is nothingness. Therefore, that the universe exists at all carries with it, it would seem, a certain logical necessity. It's not nothing.
It's not nothing, but I don't then make the step to where it becomes there has to be some necessity. This could have just be the way things are, the brute fact, as they say.
Yeah, you're using the word necessity equivocally there. The claim of necessity is not that it needs to have been the case. The necessity here is purely ontological. If the universe, if all that exists is a state of finite contingency and causal sequacity, sequence, if you try to explain how that can come to be, sooner or later in the deductive peregrinations that take you towards an answer, you're going to find that you have to make a choice. Are these contingent facts grounded simply in more contingency along an infinite regress? Or does there have to be that which is not contingent to allow for even the possibility of the contingent?
Right. I think that's a good question.
And the second, I think, is the logically inevitable correct answer, for the simple reason that the entire system of contingencies is itself a contingent phenomenon. An order that's entirely contingent in its constitution down to its uttermost first causes required a first cause. Not just, I don't mean temporally first, I don't mean prior, but the most fundamental cause itself would have to be contingent on what? It would simply be there. Well, then it wouldn't be contingent, would it? It would again, in some sense, be a factual necessity. But does that factual necessity explain itself any better than all the other contingencies of experience which require dependency?
So I might agree with you that to have that first cause in a logical sense, not necessarily a temporal sense, I would agree that being some kind of necessity has a better feeling to it, but I can't say that necessarily.
What's the alternative?
What you said, that the first cause was a brute fact or a factual necessity. That's the way things were.
I'm sorry, I was invoking that as a nonsensical answer. I'm sorry. A brute fact, then, that is a brute contingent fact that's contingent on nothing. You're talking then about an absolute contingency. It may be an attractive premise if one wants to avoid the other possible conclusion, right. But I don't see it is being able to survive much logical scrutiny. That first brute fact, if it's just a brute fact, like what? What sort of fact then would we be talking about?
It doesn't matter. The question is, how do you characterize that? Must you characterize that as a necessity? If it's the first brute fact, then I don't...
Not if it's a contingent first fact, then it's contingent on something necessary. So there is still a necessity you haven't reached yet.
Well, you've added that point that you need to keep...
Well, that's because everything that's contingent is contingent on something. Otherwise, it's not contingent. If it's not contingent, then it's self-existent, in which case it's logically necessary.
I want to go now to the second big problem here, and that is, if you accept... If now you got me, I'm going with you to the second point. I'm saying there has to be something that is necessity in order to answer the question, why is there something rather than nothing, why is there anything at all? Why then must that necessity be what you and the classical traditions have called absolute being, which is your definition of God? Why does it have to be that way rather than some other way?
Because the very definition of absolute being is absolute. That is, it's what's absolved of all the qualities of contingency. In that case, it's a deduction by negation. What is it that makes something contingent? That is precisely what would be absent from the necessary.
Okay, it's almost a tautology.
Yeah, sure. At the level of ontology, it is almost tautological, and there's no reason it shouldn't be.
Okay.
Because it's precisely that tautology which, should you think you might think be a simple deduction of reason, that's absent from a lot of the.
Okay, so I could go there, but then how do you put other characteristics on that that begin to look like your kind of God? Because I don't think how you can layer onto that tautology qualities that you would call God.
No, because you ask the question of the absolute not only in terms of its ontological nature, but the way it underlies the full range of human experience and of experience of the existence of the world, and that would include the structure of consciousness, the way in which it seems to elude physical reduction, the way in which it seems to be preoccupied with transcendental ends. As I said, as long as you're asking the question only in terms of ontology, all you arrive at is the absolute, in a rather vacuous sense, perhaps, although that definition of absolute also has to contain, an infinite capacity of being. So it's not entirely vacuous, but it's devoid of all the warm and inviting features of devotional theism. But no picture of God is simply the product of ontological deduction. That's simply one of the aspects under which one asks the question of the relation of the finite experience to its ultimate ends or its ultimate source.
Why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there anything at all? Why does the question torment me? It doesn't. I luxuriate in it. As for the existential knot in the pit of my stomach, I like it there. There are multiple ways to approach why is there anything at all. Here are 4. 1. The question is not a normal question and cannot be answered normally. The laws of physics must be as they are. 2. The laws of physics can bring the universe into existence from a kind of quantum-heavy nothing. 3. The question cannot be answered within physics, only within philosophy. 4. Contingent causes, however vast the series, must terminate in something that is ultimate necessity. Each of these answers are attacked. For example, many philosophers see no logical contradiction in an infinite series of contingent causes. Moreover, one cannot leap from absolute being to the existence of God, much less to a personal God. So I always come home to the original question. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there anything at all? I ask the question again and again and again and again, because I am driven to get closer to truth.
For
complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
But I think when we look at Old Testament,
this game, you're not ready for.
Old Testament data, I think, and we take Old Testament data and a lot of its ancient Near Eastern context, I think it becomes more damning for Josh. Just to be honest, I'll be upfront, right? I think that, so far my main argument has been like, hey, listen, this distinction isn't justified. I think there's some stuff in the Old Testament as it relates to the Yahweh language that is going to make this position by Josh harder. So I want to press you, right? I want to bring this up. Now, some of it I can cut out because it's relevant to what we talked about, and then I can maybe skip to the part that's like more nuanced.
Can I just comment on, before we move into
Yeah, please.
So just to, and this will help with summarizing for the audience. So when you're saying it's not justified, I would obviously push back and say I believe it is. But the way that we need to understand this is with many things with the Trinity, is bringing in different passages and principles from them to be able to construct what we're trying to understand about the nature of God. And so what I'm saying is that the Father, firstly, what I started with, the Father is explicitly called the Lord, okay? So he is explicitly called Kyrios. Now, when it's applied to him, what does that mean? Is that used as a name for him? Is that used as an identity statement for him? Is that used metonymically in a representative format, that the Father is representing something else? When the Son is called Kyrios, again, he's called Kyrios a lot more than the Father. Is that used as an identity for him? Is that used metonymically as a representative? I am trying to say that when it's used for the Father, it can only be as an identity. And this is just what I'm saying from the New Testament. And then when it's used for the Son, you can only take it as a representative format, because if you took it as an identity for the Son and you took it as an identity for the Father, then you just basically have to say that they are one another, which you don't want to do. And as you were sort of going through really helpfully, James, you were saying there's sort of four options. And so, yeah, my option is to say Father is identified as Yahweh, but the Son bears the name, shares the name Yahweh with the Father. Can I just go to one more verse, in the New Testament before we switch to the Old?
You don't have to apologize.
Any
excuse to look at
so
the Bible,
what do you
man.
think of? Can you go to Philippians 2?
Yes.
Where do I want to go? Sorry. Philippians 2:9.
You're going to one of the most controversial passages.
No, but look,
I'm just saying that as a laugh,
Philippians 2:9. Sorry, 9 to 11. Can you just read that, please? Sorry, Dan.
Oh, you want me to read it or Thander?
Oh, anyone.
I'll read it. Just don't make fun of the fact that I don't know how to read, guys. Therefore, God has highly exalted him and gave him the name that is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bend in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father.
Okay, so when it says that he has given him the name that is above every other name, what is that referring to?
Yeah, so this is a tricky passage no matter where you land on the Trinity spectrum, right? So, and here's why. So one thing you could say is in the Old Testament, the name is used as a circumlocution for Yahweh's presence, like Yahweh himself. And there is precedent for thinking that this gets picked up in the New Testament with like John and stuff like that. And this is something I've thought about relating to other issues. But I will say, I don't think that you can incorporate. I've looked at the various usages of Jesus. So if you say Jesus is making Yahweh's name known, one thing you can understand about that is Jesus is making Yahweh's like presence known. Like this is Yahweh present with us. I don't think every instance of the name or like Jesus being given a name and stuff like that in the New Testament, I don't think you can cast that out as every single one of those as being Yahweh giving his presence to Jesus. I think you could incorporate some of that as being like on Jesus having the authority or the Father giving Jesus authority, stuff like that. So bringing it back down to Philippians 2, when it says he gave him the name that is above every name, this is talking about after Jesus is exalted. So if we think Jesus is Yahweh in any sense, in any relevant sense, and is name bearing of Yahweh before his exaltation, we can't understand this to mean Yahweh is, or the Father is giving Jesus like his presence or his essence, and it only starts here. In fact, I would say that contradicts the earlier part of Philippians 2, which is talking about Jesus, in the form of God, do not count equality with God stuff to be asked, is that forth. So something I would take, what I would understand this here, this is what I think is the most plausible way to understand the name that is given him. I think this is talking about like the honor and recognition and like proclamation of the name, like attaching, glorifying the name, giving Jesus these honors on earth and in heaven and stuff like that. Because if you think that Jesus is being given a name here, not just in honor, but like bona fide, this is the first time he has the name, I'm going to say that's contradicting stuff in the Gospel of John. That's going to probably contradict the divinity in Christ in general, so on and so forth.
Does scholarship agree with you that?
On this specific thing, so to some, yes. So what's that book you guys are always talking about? In Incarnate Christ and His Critics, the book that I know Than and Mike have referenced several times, that what I just described about that being given like his honor and things along those lines, that is the view that they take. Now, when I've looked at a good deal of scholarship when it comes to Philippians 2. Most of the stuff that I've been interested with it is that first section about the form of God, equality with God. Like that's a whole rabbit hole. So as far as where does, but here's the thing, even with that area, like it's hard to get scholars to be consistent on like even interpreting that stuff. Like this is like a really contested passage. So I don't know precisely what the
So for example, when Richard Borkham says. I'll just quote, I've got it up here in front of me. He says, the name that is above every name given to the exalted Jesus is Yahweh, not Lord, which is not the divine name, but a conventional Greek substitute for the name. And I can give you the reference for that later if you want. So when Borkham, do you disagree with Borkham then? When Borkham says that it's actually Yahweh?
So here's the thing. Do you think that this is at the exaltation, is this the first time that Jesus has that name? Because if so, well, that means the angel didn't have the Yahweh's name in him in the angel of the Lord passage. That means Jesus wasn't making Yahweh's name known to us when he was here on earth before his resurrection and ascension. So I think if you understand, it's giving him his name in the sense of like Yahweh is proclaiming this status that Jesus has, and it's like maybe vindicating his possession of his
name. It doesn't say that. I mean,
that's what I think.
That's like a wrangling out of this. Like, let me get
Josh,
out
if you deny this, you're going to have trouble accounting for the divinity.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I understand what
this isn't a my position thing. This is in general as Christians with the divinity of Christ. If you deny that Jesus had the name of Yahweh before the exaltation, we've all got problems.
But all I'm saying, I mean, Borkham must see that as well then, because he's literally saying explicitly that it's the name Yahweh that's given there, not Kyrios.
I mean, I can grant that. Yeah, I can grant that.
So what I'm saying to you is, it's literally saying he's giving him the name above all names.
Cool.
What name could that be? Like, it doesn't seem to be a status. It doesn't seem to be an attribute.
Do you think the name is just a title? I'm
struggling
to see how this supports your position.
All I'm saying, because what I'm saying, if it is an identity statement, it's not something that's given to someone.
Sector weather alert.
So,
about Jesus having the name?
The name Yahweh.
I don't think that when it says Jesus is given the name, I don't think that is setting up like a numerical identity statement in the language of like philosophical theology.
Remember what my position is. My position is like he is Yahweh by representation.
But not actually Yahweh.
The Father is Yahweh by identity. So if he's Yahweh by identity, then he's not given that. If he's Yahweh by representation, he can be given that.
Okay, but wait.
It's saying that Jesus is given the name that's above all names, then I'm asking you, please, how could Yahweh be a name for identity?
I don't think Jesus is at that moment being given an identity statement with Yahweh, and I could say that Jesus is not being given an identity statement. I don't think you understand my position, and I don't think you're arguing in a cohesive or tight manner. So I think that everything you're saying about the Father gives the name, like however we want to cash that out, to Jesus. That gives Yahweh to Jesus. Like in that scenario, I can affirm that and still affirm that the Father does not have like this type of like numerical identity like correlation with the Father, like this just strict identity thing. Like I can understand this as the Father like exalting Jesus, like proclaiming he has his name, like so on and so forth. I can say all that. Do you think? Let me ask you this: do you think prior to Jesus's exaltation, do you think he bore Yahweh's name? Yes or no?
No, I do. I do.
Okay, so then you don't think this is literally Jesus giving this name that he didn't already have?
What I'm trying to get to here, what I'm trying to get is we have put, let's say, inclinations towards a position that there is a mediatorial role.
I don't deny that, Josh. I agree. Jesus mediates between us.
Well, let Josh finish what he's saying really quick, James.
So there is a mediatorial role that Jesus fulfills. He also has a name that's given to him, the divine name. If it's at the time of his exaltation, or if it's prior to that, what we have here is that there's a contingency with that name when it comes to Jesus. Where is that at all indicated with the Father?
Well,
because we've already established that, yes, you even said it as well at the beginning of our discussion, that when, for example, in the Annunciation, the Lord is referring to the Father. So can you then show me where I should not take that as an identity for the Father? Because I say I have ground for taking the Lord to not be an identity for the Son.
But when you do that, you're shifting the burden of proof. I don't have to give the argument for why you can't take that as an identity statement. You're putting this forth as an argument, so you have to give the argument that it is an identity statement.
Then
now, wait. No, let me finish.
Let me show you why
But
I'm
here's
wrong.
okay. But let me finish. You seem to be sourcing the justification of this identity statement in this type of contingency between Jesus having this name in whatever sense it is, and the Father being the one who gives him this name. However, I could grant that okay, there's a contingency between Jesus having this name, which again I don't think it's like him having this name in the sense of like any sense whatsoever, because that would again be really problematic. I could grant that there's this contingency here, and I could still say okay, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, they are all parts of the one God. And I would point out that that is a view taken by guys like Hasker or Kirshner. They're going to affirm that there's a contingency relationship between or dependency between the Son and the Father, and they're still going to grant that like
Now, what I want to
Yahweh.
do, okay, what I want to do, please, is just show you why you cannot do that with your position. Because I was trying to say at the beginning that your position doesn't seem to make sense. So you say that the Trinity is Yahweh, okay?
That is one of the positions I put on the table.
Okay, but just go with the first one. Okay? We can go to the second one. So the Trinity is Yahweh. The Son can be called Yahweh and the Father can be called Yahweh because they're parts of the Trinity. Is that accurately representing that position?
I think that's a pretty decent representation.
Okay. Now, my question to you would be is so let's say we have the Trinity. The Trinity bears the property being Yahweh.
Being identical to Yahweh, yeah.
Or just say being Yahweh, just for easy for the audience.
Okay.
Being Yahweh, okay? And then the Father and the Son have this property as well because they're parts of the Trinity. Yes?
They can be called Yahweh because of the
so they have the properties of being Yahweh. So what we have is property transfer between wholes and parts. But then the problem that you have...
It's not property transfer. I'm not saying the Father, Son, Holy Spirit have the same property that the Trinity as a whole does. I'm saying they have...
That.
Okay, I'm just making sure that... Okay, I'm just
saying in that specific sense of being Yahweh is transferred from the whole to the parts, yes?
But so long as being Yahweh is understood, I don't think the Father, in my view, in this one that we're talking about here, it wouldn't be the case that the Son is Yahweh in the sense that the Trinity is Yahweh. So it's not that that property is then being transferred to the Son.
Okay.
I want to make sure we're clear
Okay.
on that. Yeah.
Now, my question would be, what is your principle for property transfer here? Because if you're happy to say that the Trinity can bear the name Yahweh and the parts, the Father and Son can have it because they're parts of it, what is your principle to stop other properties from going from the parts to the whole? So, for example, the Father is a person, the Son is a person. Do you believe that the Trinity is a person?
So I don't think that the Trinity is intrinsically a person. So for instance, someone like Chad McIntosh has argued that like Trinitarians could think about God as like a group person in which you have three intrinsic persons who constitute one group person. But setting that aside, like it seems like your argument is, hey James, if you let there be like this transfer of properties in one sense, like if you grant like okay, these guys have these properties in one sense, therefore they have that in virtue of the whole relationship. Therefore, just any part. Therefore, that's going to lead to this kind of.
I didn't say that to you.
Okay, so then set up your argument because
what I was saying to you very clearly is that what's your principle to stop certain properties from moving from the parts to the whole? Because you say that the whole bears a property that the parts have. Okay. So
no, I explicitly denied that. I don't think you're listening. I explicitly denied
Hold on.
that. Yeah.
This might be helpful, Josh. Can you, and maybe I'm just off in understanding what possibly your argument might be here, but can you give an example to James about what one property is from a part to a whole that he would want to limit? That would almost be like a counterexample to what he wants to. You get what I'm trying to say?
So I was just saying very clearly that you don't want to say that, for example, the Trinity is a person. Even if you say functional, I've read McIntosh's book. Number one, the majority of philosophers don't believe that groups are persons. It's a very, very controversial position that's taken to defend a controversial position, which is.
I agree that's controversial.
Okay.
I don't have to.
And it's very implausible, secondly.
Yeah, I don't think the Trinity is a literal person. Yeah.
Yes, but I'm trying to ask you, if you hold to your position, you have no non-arbitrary principle to say that on the one hand, we can transfer Yahweh, the property of being Yahweh, to the parts. So we can call the Father Yahweh, we can call the Son Yahweh, because the whole is called Yahweh. But then on the other hand, you can't. How can you stop the properties that the parts have from going to the whole.
Okay. So I think I understand. You seem to think that if I call apart Yahweh, because it's a part of Yahweh as a whole, that oh boy, I've got this big trouble, because now this is going to let the cat out of the bag, and now I'm going to have to be consistent. I'm just going to have to say everything that's called referred to every property that I would ascribe to a part has to evoke to a whole. I say this is nonsense. We talk about. Wait, I want to make clear. But that does seem to be your argument.
No, it's not, because that would be the fallacy of division, and that would be the fallacy of composition. So I'm not fond of that. What I'm saying to you is, give me a principle that stops those things from occurring.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure I understand your argument. You're saying here, if I call the Son Yahweh, right? If I call him that, and I think it's okay to refer to him that, I think, okay, it makes sense to refer to the Son as Yahweh. And the reason I think it makes sense to refer to him as Yahweh is because of the part-whole relationship he stands in, right? I think it makes sense to refer to him.
That's what you said, yes.
That's and what I would say is, we do this all the time in our normal everyday language, right? If I was off screen and you could only see my arm, you might be like, oh, that's James. I see James's body. No, you don't. You only see part of James. Right now, you don't see my back. Are you seeing James? Or if I had, if you rolled up, if I rolled up in my car and maybe my car was like filled with, or it was covered in like bird poop, you was like, oh, James, your car is filthy. But now, like, when you're saying that, you're referring to a specific part of my car, namely my hood. If I went and I hung out with my brother this weekend, I would say I hung out with my family this weekend. If my aunt came next week and I hung out with her, I would say I hung out with my family next week. In both those instances, I did not hang out with the entirety of my family. I hung out with parts of them. And because that, we can have this part-whole language. If me and you go to a pool party and you see me chilling in the pool from, the shoulders up, and I'm drinking a beer, you'd say, oh, James is in the water already. But not all of James, only part of James. Like, we use language of the whole to refer
James,
to
I'm not debating
all the time.
I'm not debating
No, but it is. It seems like you seem to think that if I do this, I'm just like going down this rabbit hole.
No, I'm just saying that. But then, how do you stop? So, for example, if I said to you, if I cut my finger is a thing that bears the property of being cut. But I can also say, oh, I've cut myself. Okay, I'm talking about myself, the whole itself, which is bearing the property that the part has. Now, what I've had there is a transfer from the part to the whole. Now, I'm asking you this question, please. If you take a part-whole relationship to the Trinity, then how do you stop property transfer of properties that you do not want the whole to bear?
I don't need some set of necessary and sufficient conditions, in which case these are the instances in which it makes sense to refer to the part as this, therefore I can refer to the whole as this, so on and so forth. Like, I don't need to set up this set of necessary and sufficient conditions and have this philosophical system. One second. In order to recognize that I can refer to a part with the name of the whole, and that's something that we coherently
but
like
I
don't have to do that. You're putting a burden on me I don't need to do.
No. But you understand what I'm saying to you. The challenge is, yes, of course you can do that. But on the other hand, you also have the properties of parts being transferred to the wholes. So then if the Father and the Son are parts of the Trinity, how do you stop their properties from being borne by the whole?
But I don't think that all properties of the parts can necessarily be transferred to the whole, because that would be the fallacy of composition.
Yes.
Yeah. So I can recognize. I don't have to have a principle, Joshua.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't.
So
no, this isn't. No, we all do this in our everyday life. Every day in our everyday life, we do.
Yes.
We use the examples we do.
Yeah.
But if I came up to you and I did a fallacy of composition, like, you would be able to recognize that's a fallacy of composition. Like, this is nonsense. And I do want to point out that at this point, we are no longer. I just want to point out where we're at in the conceptual space of this conversation, right? At this point, we're now to the point of Josh attacking one of the potential models I have, and he's moved us over here instead of dealing with what I think.
No. But James, so the audience understands this correctly. We moved in this direction because you were saying something that, actually.
No.
One second, James. You never let me finish. So you were saying that. I was saying that the position is that the Father is Yahweh by identity and the Son is Yahweh by representation or metonymically. And then you were saying, but no, that's not the only option, because there's this other option on the table, which is the part-whole relationship. And what I was trying to say to you is, okay, if we go down with your position, you're going to realize that you're going to have philosophical incoherence, or you're going to be in a position of a theologically tenuous position. Because what you've just revealed now is that you just have an arbitrary position. you pick and choose which properties. When normally, actually, why we would not have the fallacy of composition applying in certain instances is because of the type of properties. So, for example, you have distributive properties. That's why we'll say certain distributive properties can go from the parts of the wholes and others can't. Others that are non-distributive cannot be borne by the whole, and that's why we wouldn't. That's why if you do take the whole to bear them, then that'll be the fallacy of composition or the fallacy of division. But what you're doing is you're not providing me with the principle to stop personhood moving from the parts to the whole. So why I'm saying your position is not even a theological option is because what I would say, without being arbitrary and just picking and choosing and saying, oh yes, Yahweh can be a property that's borne by the parts, but personhood,
Josh,
I have no reason to say that it is.
Can I interrupt you? So right now we have 3 persons on the screen. Do you think all 3 of us constitute a new person?
Sorry?
Right now there are 3 persons on the screen.
Yes.
Do you think us 3, do you think we, us here, where we're standing in this porthole relationship to this live stream, right?
We're not in a porthole relationship.
On the screen, literally part of the screen is our different things. Like if we got together, if we were all hanging out, do you think us 3 hanging out in a group, do you think at that point, us 3, we would be an additional person?
That's not a good example.
That's literally the thing I think is going on with the Trinity.
I don't hold to unrestricted composition. So I don't just believe the plurality of things make a composite whole. There has to be certain forms and certain things that are in arrangement for these parts to make a whole. So actually, no, we wouldn't make a whole. And secondly, but on a screen, it's not actually literally me being in a part-whole relationship with that thing. So I'll give you an example. So if I'm walking down the street with you and Fan, okay, do we make up a whole?
And in that moment, no, but if me, you, and Fan were in a band, and our name was like Satan and the Cosmic Baddies, at that point, we would be parts constituting a whole. Like, we would be parts of the whole band. Like persons can stand in part-whole relationships to, like, a unified thing.
Yes, I do know that.
And I want to point out at this point, we're still way off of the exegetical issues that I've been pressing on you.
So
but you do understand
I want to jump in here just really quickly.
Just say one...
I don't want to go in philosophical circles, because this is only one of the potential models we have, and I think we're going in circles.
Let me just jump really quickly in here. I can appreciate what you're saying, James. It by my understanding, we kind of collectively did agree to jump into the philosophical side of the discussion, though, because we're at the 1.5-hour mark at this point. If we were going to spend more time on the exegetical arguments, we probably would not have time to get into the philosophical.
Okay, then that just frustrates me, because when we organized this, Josh said, make a list of your objections that are the most central, bring those up, and then after we're done, he'll take swings on my view. I presented one of my exegetical problems, which is not even the most dire to his thing, and then he asked for us to go over here and to briefly talk about this, and now we're doing this, and this isn't even my main point. I could grant Josh all this, and it wouldn't even overcome what I see as to be the major problems with this thing. This is just one part of the exegetical data. So tell you what, go ahead.
You have to understand how we've got to this point. It wasn't because I just randomly said, okay, let me start talking philosophical. It's because you were saying that your position is another option someone could take as an interpretive position for what I've been saying. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to close the door and say, no, it's not, because it's theologically tenuous to take your position.
And your argument for why it's theologically tenuous is that if I think that in any instance I can refer to a whole with the same name as, if I can refer to a part as the same name as the whole, and if there's ever an instance when I do that, then in order to do that, I have to come up with this intense, nuanced philosophical position of how in any instance I could ever make such a distinction. That seems to be your argument.
You're obviously not representing what I said. What I'm just saying, I've said very easily, what is just your reasons that you would say that whatever properties that the parts have, they are not transferring to the whole. Because if, for example, Craig himself took this position on himself, and he said that, the Trinity is really divine, and the Son and the Spirit are not divine. And so what he said is that he was giving a reason, because he was saying, well, actually, there's unique properties that are born by the Trinity, which are not had by the parts. What I'm trying to say to you,
that's what I said, Josh. When we started this.
Now, one second. So what I'm trying to say to you is, because you're allowing properties to flow from the whole to the parts.
No, I'm not properties, language. That's what I've been trying to get you to understand. It's not property. No. I'm saying we can use the same language that we refer to the whole, and we can take that language and apply it, because that's normally how we talk.
You can transform that into property language. So when you have the property of being James, even though you have the name James, you also have the property of being James. I have the property of being Josh. It's just a characteristic that I have. So what I'm saying is that there is a property that the Trinity bears, which is being Yahweh. And you say that can then also deal with the problems of the Father being called Yahweh and the Son being called Yahweh, but they're not identity statements. Because actually the reason why they're called Yahweh is because they are part of Yahweh. That's one of your options you took. So what I was saying to you is, well, okay then, if that's the case, then how can we stop things that we don't want the Yahweh or the Trinity to bear? How can we actually stop that from moving from the parts to the whole? You were saying, I don't need to go and tell you that. I was saying, well, you sort of do, because without being arbitrary or ad hoc, how could I then say, well, okay, personhood is...
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? You're repeating yourself. I know we only have a finite amount of time.
I'm not repeating myself, but you
No, like, we have a finite amount of time. Like, are we going to continue to belabor this point in which we're going in circles? Like, if we can
answer my question then without...
Okay, but I want to ask you a question. Like, do you agree with me that there are instances in which it is appropriate to refer to a part with the same language we refer to the whole as?
Yes.
Okay, so, like, that is the essence of my point. I'm just saying, in general, I think that there is plausibility in saying we can talk about and label the Son as Yahweh, because there are instances in which we can refer to a part with the same type of language as all. And in saying that, and just recognizing, hey, this is something we do in our everyday language, that does not commit me to saying that, you know, all properties of parts can be transferred to the whole, or vice versa. That does not commit me. But before I can affirm the truth of that statement, I don't need to sit down and write a dissertation on when and under what circumstances we can use this type of language. And so that's what I'm trying to convey to you. Is like, in general, I can say, like, as we both agreed, I can refer to parts with whole language. That is normal stuff we do in our everyday lives. And so if I do that with the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, if I did that, I wouldn't be doing anything like untenable that we don't already do in our everyday language. Like, this is how we talk colloquially.
Okay, and so in our everyday language, can we refer to the whole with the language that we say of the parts?
Refer to the whole with the language? Well, that would just follow from the other thing. If I can refer to a part with the language of the whole...
Can we do that, yes?
Yeah, if we refer to the part with the language of the whole, then we can do that.
So then, answer then, why is the whole not a person then? Why is the Trinity not a person?
Okay, then we would... How would you define person?
Having a first-person perspective.
Okay, so if I get three people in a room together, is there an additional first-person perspective?
Don't give me an example. I'm asking...
No, yes, like, no. You gave me the definition of a person, that a person is a first-person's perspective. If I get three people in the room together, is there an additional first-person's perspective at that point? Yes or no?
They are not in a whole relationship.
Okay, yes or no? Okay, so those three being together, they do not constitute a first-person perspective. You just said that. Congrats, I'm going to apply that same logic to the Trinity.
So is the Trinity a reified individual or not?
What do you mean by that?
Is it an object?
I think it's define an object. I mean, I think it is a being. I think it's a being. It's a thing.
Is it an object, James?
Well, how are you defining object? Like, is it a being?
Well,
is it a thing that
exists?
exists?
It's a property bearer. An object's a property bearer. That.
Okay, I think the Trinity bears the object. Okay. I'm going to pause. We keep going in the philosophical circles. No. I'm not. I want to talk. When I had a conversation and when I posted my video, I was explicit that the most important thing to me is the biblical data, and I made explicit that this model is only one. And tell you what, if this is what it takes to get you to focus on the exegetical data, wait, don't interrupt me. Wait, please. If this is what it takes, wait, listen.
We are starting to cross into the engaging of the fisticuffs.
I think so.
Let me ask this.
No, James, just hold on. And although Mike and I are joking about the fighting and everything like that, I think we need to dial it back a little bit, because I love both of you. You're both my friends, and I don't like seeing my dads fighting.
I love it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So can we take a second? Pull
Yeah,
back.
I mean, I'm happy. I'm not. My issue is, I know you raise issues, but you also in that video said that your model is the model that you should adopt. You were saying, oh, it doesn't have these problems. Yes, but you also, before you can even use this as an exegetical option, someone has to be able to say, number one, is it coherent? Now, for me, your model doesn't seem to be coherent, or at least it's not cogent, because what you're not doing for me is that you're not providing me with any means to escape heretical positions, such as there being 4 persons, which someone has to be committed to in your view. Because you, as you were saying, the Trinity is an object. That means it bears properties, okay? Now, if 3 of us are in a room, is there an
we're repeating the same thing. We just have limited
I'm
time.
not repeating. I'm trying to finish a point, James.
I've addressed this point though. I've addressed this multiple times.
And will be lovely.
Just let him finish his thought.
So you gave the example of when there are 3 persons in a room, okay? But these 3 persons in a room do not constitute a reified object over and above those 3 persons. There is no reified thing over and above them. You believe that there is a reified thing above the Father, Son, and the Spirit. So there is that question of, does this reified thing, who has these 3 individual persons as parts, does it also have the property of being a person? That was my question to you, and you failed to answer it. So for me, I would say that there is no non-arbitrary reason to say that the Trinity itself is not a person. And that's why people like Chad McIntosh have had to go and further precisify what the meaning of a person is, to say, actually, yes, it's a group person, not an intrinsicist person. But you're trying to say, no, I don't even have to give you any reasons why this is the case. So I'm saying your position isn't an option, because a lot of the properties that the parts have is going to be borne by the Trinity. And that is going to be problematic. It's going to be a position which is not cogent. And so it's not even an option on the table. Mine is an option on the table, which needs to be further evidenced.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So is it your position that if I affirm that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, if they are parts of the Trinity, is it your position that logic that entails that the Trinity is a person?
No, it's not.
Okay, so then my option does not entail what you just said. Okay, so it is possible for this to be a coherent model. You may say it needs more philosophical work.
Okay, if you let me.
Is that right?
So long as you have a non-ad hoc or arbitrary reason for personhood not transferring to the whole. Because as we already said at the beginning, we said that properties transfer from whole to parts and parts to wholes. So why is this specific property of being a person not transferring to the reified Trinity?
So I've addressed this, and we keep going in circles.
How
so
do you
we can. I have it. If I answer that, we're just going to keep going in circles.
No, just answer.
So are we going to admit? I have addressed that by specifically. I asked you what does it mean to be a person, and then we talked about how if you just put 3 persons together, that property of what is required to be a person, that doesn't generate, and whether or not those 3 things.
Quality at unbeatable prices? Yes, chef.
Horse duvers?
It's an Aldi thing.
Record, edit, and share your content all in one place with Riverside. One touch recording in crisp 4K. And finesse it with idiot-proof editing. Clean up audio like magic. With plenty of ways to make it your own, you can generate viral clips auto-magically. So you can post with confidence. and blow your audience away. Meet your end-to-end content creation platform, Riverside. Try it for free.
Domine Jesu Christe, Filii Dei miserere mei, peccatoris. Domine Jesu Christe, Filii Dei miserere mei, peccatoris.
Some say less is more, but at Meyer, we believe in more for less. Some more to love. That's the good life, priced for real life. We do more to make life a good deal better at Meyer.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, this is Dope Tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over, or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
Domine Jesu Christe, Filii Dei miserere mei, peccatoris. Domine Jesu Christe, Filii Dei miserere mei, peccatoris. Domine Jesu Christe, Filii Dei miserere mei, peccatoris.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Domine Jesu Christe, Filii Dei miserere When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well, it is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul, with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. My sin, oh, the bliss of this glorious thought. My sin, not in part, but the whole, is nailed to the cross, and I'll bear it nevermore. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, oh my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul, with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. And Lord, haste the day when the face shall be sight, the clouds be rolled back as a scroll, the trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul, with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. Here is love, vast as the ocean, loving kindness as the flood. When the Prince of Life, our ransom, shed for us his precious blood, who his love will not remember, who can cease to sing his praise? He can never be forgotten throughout heaven's eternal days. On the mount of crucifixion, fountains open deep and wide, God's mercy flowed a vast and gracious tide, grace and love like mighty rivers poured incessant from above. Heaven's peace and perfect justice kissed a guilty world in love. You alone shall be my glory, nothing in the world I see. You have cleansed and sanctified me. You yourself have set me free. Let me all your love accepting, love you ever all my days. Let me seek your kingdom only, and my life be to your praise.
Stuck in a mountain of phone bills? Tello Mobile to the rescue! You can escape the chaos without emptying your pockets. Build your own plan and never pay more than $25 a month. Enjoy the same reliable network you're used to. Experience peace of mind without draining your wallet. See all plans on Tello.com.
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the easiest choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
May the grace of Christ our Savior and the Father's boundless love with the Holy Spirit's favor rest upon us from above. Thus may we abide in union with each other and the Lord, and possess in sweet communion joys which earth cannot afford. Praise the God of all creation, praise the Father's boundless love, praise the Lamb, our soul's salvation, priest and king enthroned above. Praise the fountain of salvation, him by whom our spirits live, undivided in adoration to the one Jehovah give. Will your anchor hold in the storms of life when the clouds unfold their wings of strife? When the strong tides lift and the cables strain, will your anchor drift or firm remain? We have an anchor that keeps the soul steadfast and sure while the billows roll, fastened to the Savior's love. It is safely moored, will the storm withstand, for 'tis well secured by the Savior's hand. And the cables passed from his heart to mine can defy the blast through strength divine. We have an anchor that keeps the soul steadfast and sure while the billows roll, fastened to the rock which cannot move, grounded firm and deep in the Savior's love. When our eyes behold through the gathering night the city of gold, our harbor bright, we shall anchor fast by the heavenly shore, with the storms all past forevermore. We have an anchor that keeps the soul steadfast and sure while the billows roll, fastened to the rock which cannot move, grounded firm and deep in the Savior's love.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged to Table Knives. Working my way up through the culinary industry, I knew a lot of people that would love an affordable handcrafted knife, so I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire. When someone first gets to forgetotable.com, we want them to have a curated shopping experience. With Wix, the detail and precision we put into crafting every knife went into the website in the same way. At Forged to Table, we're all chefs, so our blog is our creative outlet. With Wix, we're able to provide content and really good recipes that are really delicious while bringing customers into the products. Having a great platform means that we can serve 1,000 customers on the site every day, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started.
What brought the need for One Main was a perfect storm of bills and expenses. When I decided I needed a little extra money, I did visit the One Main website, and the first thing I look for are the customer reviews. Being involved with One Main assists me with wanting to be better about finances.
Prince of Peace, control my will. Bid this struggling heart be still. Bid my fears and doubting cease. Hush my spirit into peace. Thou hast bought me with thy blood, opened wide the gate of God. Peace I ask, but peace must be, Lord, in being one with thee. May thy will, not mine, be done. May thy will and mine be one. Chase these doubtings from my perfect peace impart. Savior, at thy feet I fall, thou my life, my God, my all. Let thy happy servant be one forevermore with thee. Amen.
The local, perfectly charred, farm fresh way to ensure everyone's up by noon. That's the good life, priced for real life. We do more to make life a good deal better. At Meijer.
Be still, my soul, the Lord is on your side. Bear patiently the cross of grief or pain. Leave to your God to order and provide. In every change he faithful will remain. Be still, my soul, your best, your only friend. Through thorny ways leads to a joyful end. Be still, my soul, your Father undertakes to guide the future as he has the past. Your hope, your confidence, let nothing shake. All now mysterious shall be bright at last. Be still, my soul, the waves and winds still know his voice who ruled them while he dwelt below. Be still, my soul, when dearest friends depart, and all is darkened in the veil of tears. Then you shall better know his love, his heart, who comes to soothe your sorrow and your fears. Be still, my soul, your Jesus Be still, my soul, the hour is hastening on, when we shall be forever with the Lord, when disappointment, grief, and fear are gone, sorrow forgot, love's purest joys restored. Be still, my soul, when change and tears are past, all safe and blessed we shall meet at last. Be still, my soul, begin the song of praise. On earth believing to your Lord on high, acknowledge Him in all your words and ways, so shall He view you with a well-pleased eye. Be still, my soul, the Son of life divine, through passing clouds, shall but more brightly shine. I am a poor wayfaring stranger, while traveling through this world of woe. Yet there's no sickness, toil, nor danger in that bright world to which I go. I'm going there to meet my Father, to dwell with Him, no more to roam. I'm only going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. I know dark clouds will gather round me, and though my way be rough and steep, yet golden fields lie out before me, where weary eyes no more shall weep. I'm going there to see my Savior, to sing His praise forevermore. I'm only going over Jordan. I'm only every trial. My body rests beneath the sod. I'll drop the cross of self-denial and fall before Almighty God. I'm going there to join my loved ones, gone on before me one by one. I'm only going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. I'm going to wear a crown of glory when I come home to that bright land. I'm going to sing salvation's story together with that sacred band. I'm going there to live forever and cast my crown before the throne. I'm only going over Jordan. I'm only going over home.
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I loved being a chef, but working in someone else's kitchen just wasn't cutting it for me. So I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. Just like crafting the perfect knife, creating a polished website takes real precision. When you own the details, you own the results. Wix gave me that control. And the impact? Forbes 30 under 30, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started. I don't just make knives, I forge my own path.
I'm losing traffic to my competitors? Good thing I have SEMrush. Now I know who's outranking me, which content drives their traffic, and how to beat them in search. What a game changer. Try SEMrush competitor research for free.
Qui habitat in aiutorio altissimi in protezione dei cieli commorabi tu.
Dicet Domino, suscepto
et a verbo aspero
Scapuli suis opum brabit tibi et superis eius sperabis
scuto circumdabit veritas eius non timebis a timore nocturno
sagita
No offense, but if you're paying more than $30 a month on car insurance, you're getting ripped off. Everybody knows you can buy car insurance online, but did you know there's an Amazon for car insurance? That's right. An online marketplace that cuts out the middleman and gives you wholesale prices. You can save $1,500 per year on the same car insurance that you currently have. Guys, everybody is ditching their car insurance and buying from a marketplace instead. The reason why you're likely overpaying for car insurance is because 80% of what you pay goes to commissions for the insurance agent. 80%? But if you buy from the marketplace instead, you can cut out the middleman and put that 80% back into your pocket. This website has liability for just $18 per month and full coverage insurance for just $1 per day. Using the same big
better evidence to show he's using Mark, because we have sometimes he lifts it verbatim, but sometimes he uses Mark and then contradicts Mark on purpose for his own intention. That's all I'm saying is how we have to be very, very skeptical and cautious.
Well, what I'm saying is, to me, I think we also need to be careful of comparing different kinds of contradictions, because Clement isn't talking about contradictory miracle accounts. He's talking about contradictory biographical details that would not be hard for one to believe happened. He's not talking about miracles over here.
Acts describing Paul's journey. Then Galatians talks about it was 14 years, or I can't remember. It's like this long.
It's Galatians that talks about 14 years. Second Corinthians also talks about 14 years, and that's going to take me to Josephus, by the way.
I don't want to throw us off. I'm asking
later
along
on.
the way, but please continue where you were in Clement, because now we're in the 90s, according to your knowledge.
Yeah, guys. 1 Clement is written in the 90s, but this is talking about stuff in the 30s, so that's why I'm using it just real quick.
Okay.
But we're about to go on because we're at Paul's death in 39 AD. I think what happened is he was killed by individuals that hunted him down because of what I think happened is because of what he did to James. I think that's what happened here, and that was the end of Paul. Regardless of how you think Paul died, we lose track of him in AD 39, and so that takes me to move on to Acts. Now, Acts, as I mentioned earlier, is used to date Paul into the AD 50s and 60s. But we have a problem here. After some time had passed, the Jews plotted to kill him, but their plot became known to Saul. They were watching the gates and night. So they were watching the gates day and night so that they might kill him. But his disciples took him by night and his disciples took him by night and let him down through an opening in the wall, lowering him in a basket. All right. He's not fleeing from King Aretas in Acts. He's fleeing from other Jews.
Right.
Who was he fleeing from? And this is 30 years apart, by the way. There's no getting around that. This is much later than what 2 Corinthians is talking about. Or we're going to believe the same thing happened twice? Yes, it's possible. Might as well believe what Eisenman says, that James survived the first attack magically and got killed in AD 60s. I'm not buying that. That takes me to where Acts gets the story from. While some may say I'm speculating, everybody's speculating, including myself, that story in Acts I just read to all of you strongly resembles what we see here. After this calamity had befallen, Cestius, many of the most eminent of the Jews, swam away from the city as from a ship when it was going to sink. Let's put an asterisk. Let's highlight in our minds, as from a ship when it was going to sink. I talked about this last stream. Josephus employed a metaphor of a sinking ship. That's going to be very important here in what I'm about to discuss when I'm done reading this. Cosabarus, therefore, and Saul, who were brethren together with Philip, the son of Jasimus, who was the commander of King Agrippa's forces, ran away from the city and went to Cestius. But then how Antipas, who had been besieged with them in the king's palace, but would not fly away with them, was afterwards slain by the seditious. We shall relate hereafter. However, Cestius sent Saul and his friends, at their own desire to Achaia, to Nero, to inform him of the great distress they were in, and to lay the blame of their kindling the war upon Florus, as hoping to alleviate his own danger by provoking his indignation against Florus. In the meantime, the people of Damascus, see where Damascus is coming in now? Notice that it's mentioning Damascus just after it talked about that. Very important there.
In Acts, Damascus was mentioned.
Yes. Now you see what I'm saying, Derek. When they were informed of the destruction of the Romans, set about the slaughter of those Jews that were among them, and as they had them already coped up together in the place of public exercises, which they had done out of the suspicion they had of them, they thought they should meet with no difficulty in the attempt. Yet did they distrust their own wives, which were almost all of them addicted to the Jewish religion, on which account it was that their greatest concern was how they might conceal these things. So they came upon the Jews and cut their throats. As being in a narrow place in number 10,000, and all of them unarmed, in 1 hour's time, without anybody to disturb them. Okay, let's discuss a couple of things here. This is powerful evidence that the author of Acts, who I mentioned last stream, I think was Lucan the Marcionite in the AD 130s, he was taking the story from Josephus as the basis to create a new chronology of Paul. He reorganizes Paul's chronology in Acts. If this is correct, and I think it is, and y'all can decide if I'm right or wrong on this, that would explain why Acts doesn't talk about Paul's letters, by the way. You're not going to talk about Paul's letters when you're remaking their chronology. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That would not fit what you're doing, or in this case, what Lucan, the Marcionite, is doing. He is taking the story in Josephus and using it as the centerpiece to reorganize Paul's chronology around this man. By the way, just so everybody knows, this happened in AD 66. This was the beginning of the Jewish revolt. That's when Paul was martyred by Nero, by the way, in Christian tradition. So he goes to Nero with his brother Costobaros, and they're never seen again. I think it's rather obvious they were killed. Notice that their danger was mentioned here, Derek. They were going to lay the blame of the war. They were going to lay the blame of the war upon Florus. This is chronological contradictions. This is what I said years ago. I'm saying it again. This is a contradiction. How do we explain this? Now, some people will say, well, the Saul and Josephus actually is Paul. No, they're not the same person. No. Josephus doesn't mention Paul's letters. There's no evidence he's aware of Paul's letters. Why would we think that? But the author of Acts is writing fiction, not real history. He's writing fiction.
Right.
Is taking the story from Josephus and creating a different chronology around Paul.
So the other aspect of this narrative in Acts, if you can go back to the Acts passage real quick.
Sure.
So you have, this is particularly 9:23 through 25, and this is talking about Damascus, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm thinking of, we've noticed this with works like Dennis MacDonald or Michael Koshinosh or others who say the multiple sources are being used by this author in order to craft a narrative. And I'm thinking of Joshua chapter 2, which has Rahab and the spies that lower them. You know, you have this woman in the city that lowers them in the wall of the city to safety, the same way you see in Paul's letters, but also in Acts here. They put them in a basket and lower them over the wall or in the wall to hide them from being killed. So there's like mix between scripture, and you're suggesting the usage of this character from Josephus's writings in order to craft Acts.
That's why some people are not going to understand this, and I can already see some people misunderstanding what I'm saying, that I'm saying multiple people are the same person. Actually, I'm not. I'm saying multiple people are different people.
Would you like to
There's actually different people here at play, totally different people, that are being deliberately confused with one another for literary purposes in these texts. I'm not conflating, I'm doing the opposite. I am separating.
Let me critically, I'm going to get pushback, and I want to get your thoughts about this. So, Michael Koshinosh, we both know his work, Better Call Paul Saul. Great article, shows that the character Saul, specifically what gave away the character to him being fictive as a literary plot, to mention King Saul from the Old Testament as the character. His argument is when Jesus blinds the man, for the viewer, this isn't just for you, but like you already know all of this. I'm just saying it so that the audience knows, but then you can give me your 2 cents of what you do with this material.
Okay.
I was persuaded that Saul was a fictional character in the book of Acts. His name is changed, kind of like Abraham. Abraham's fictive. His name was Abram, changed to Abraham. The name changing is a common motif. Okay. The name King should immediately, with an author of scripture, make you think of King Saul. It should automatically make you think of King Saul often. I would imagine that would be the closest example you would go to. And here is Saul chasing people who are Christians. And Jesus stops him on the road and literally blinds him and says, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? And you and I both know the Greek is like almost verbatim lifted from the LXX in the Old Testament when King Saul's chasing King David, who isn't the king yet. And David cries, Saul, Saul, why do you pursue me? Similar Greek. So
yes,
someone like Michael Koshinosh would say, hey, his name after that gets changed to Paul. From a king being mighty and great to Paul, small, is this idea that it seems that the name change might play. I'm throwing this out there.
Well,
so how do you factor in Michael Koshinosh's work of Saul, King David, Saul, and then the seed of David and another character, Saul, and then now you're looking at Josephus? It sounds like you're leaning into the Josephus Saul character here, or at least for this episode. Are you arguing at least for this episode that he's lifting this Saul and what's going on in Josephus here because it works well? I don't understand.
Yes, more than that. But as I believe this was the inspiration for Acts. I think for the entire Pauline narrative in Acts. Here's the thing that I don't think Michael Kokonosh explains. Like that could, at least not that in the way that convinces me. Why did the author of Acts do this? What was the benefit? What was the motive? He's just going to let me just finish. So he's just going to randomly make up that Saul changed his name to Paul. You know, when you got scholars already admitting that there are pseudo-Pauline epistles, it makes me wonder, why are we not seeing the forest for the trees here? That this guy, Saul, was a historical person that changed his name to Paul to take over his authority. And Acts is trying to harmonize this guy with the original Paul that has been overwritten, replaced massively in the canonical text. And so what I'm saying is, this wannabe Paul, Saul of Tarsus, or Saul of Giscala, as I'll be getting to soon here, because I want to finish talking about, the death of Saul and Josephus when we get to that guy. The author of Acts was having a problem. He wanted to harmonize different biographical details of these men, and took inspiration when reading Josephus to do this. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he took inspiration from Josephus' text. So, in Acts, he tries to make it seem like it all fits. Oh, you see, Saul became Paul. But I'm not going to mention Paul's letters, because he knows about the contradictions there. He's not going to mention the original Pauline corpus either that I think Clement knew. Now, Clement only mentions one letter, though. Whether Clement actually knew a corpus or not, how many of the original Pauline texts he knew, cannot currently be ascertained. At least not in my opinion. So let me get wait a minute. That slide shouldn't have been there. That should be... That's weird. It jumped ahead there. I was supposed to be explaining Oh, I see the problem. Hold on. I see the problem. Give me a second. I see the problem. That slide was in the wrong order. I just fixed it. Now we can go on to the next slide for real. Okay, we already showed the part where he went to Spain, so I think there was a duplication in slides there, but anyway. We're finally there with Saulus. Saulus is deaf. So again, we were just looking at Saulus, or Saul, mentioned by Josephus. But now we're going to look at the Acts of Paul. This comes from the Acts of Paul. This is where we get Paul's death from, under Nero, in the AD 60s. This is where the movies get it from, that Paul died in the AD 60s. This is from this text. And so when we look at this text, it talks about, and I'm going to skip to the end here. And when Caesar... I'm sorry?
What text is this?
I said the Acts of Paul.
Sorry, okay.
No problem. And when Caesar heard that, he commanded all the prisoners to be burned with fire, but Paul to be beheaded after the law of the Romans. Here the story continues. Let me try to enlarge the font here. That is a little small there.
Are you reading all of it?
No, I'm not. But I'll skip to the last bullet point to save time. And while they spake thus, Nero sent one Parthenius and Pharis to see if Paul were already beheaded. They found him yet alive. And he called them to him, and said, believing on the living God, which raiseth me, and all them that believe on him from the dead. And they said, we go now unto Nero. But when thou diest and risest again, then we will believe on thy God. And as Longus and Cestus entreated him, yet more concerning salvation, he saith to them, come quickly unto my grave in the morning, and ye shall find 2 men praying, Titus and Luke. They shall give you the seal in the Lord. So this story is embellishing Acts, canonical Acts, and explaining the plot hole. Because Acts ends with Paul still alive. Sort of like Josephus, Derek. Saul goes to Nero. It's kind of implied what happened to him, but we're not explicitly told what happened to him. This text finishes the story. This is how the second Paul died. The one that Acts talks about. That's the end of that guy. And now we can move on to the more controversial figure. And that is Saul of Giscala, this man. This is the one that stirred up quite a conversation recently when I showed this. But I'm not the first to talk about this. Others like Charles Travers Wood talked about this a while ago and recognized that this story is putting the parents of Saul of Giscala in the AD 70s. We see here that Jerome knows of a text. He knows something that is informing him of quite a strange story. Some try to say this magically fits Acts. Really. You really have to ignore what this text is saying in order to come to that conclusion. I don't care if I'm wrong and it turns out that the letters of Paul written before 70 AD. Because if that is the case, then this is still a different person. I don't care when the letters actually turn out to date. Okay? That it's connected to this, but if what I'm trying to say is, Derek, it's possible, theoretically, that it's earlier, that the letters can still be earlier, while this guy's still a different person from the earlier Paul.
Got it.
Although I don't think that. I think Jerome is heavily suggesting here that this is the letter writer. So let's read. Paul, formerly called Saul, an apostle outside of the number of the 12 apostles, was of the tribe of Benjamin in the town of Giscala in Judea. When this was taken by the Romans, he removed with his parents to Tarsus in Cilicia, Sent by them to Jerusalem to study law, he was educated by Gamaliel, a most learned man whom Luke mentions. Let's look at the second bullet point. We receive the following story about this Epaphras, Paul's fellow prisoner. They say that the apostles Paul. So now he's suggesting that Epaphras was the source here. That's interesting. Could Epaphras have written something that got lost? That would explain this, but let's keep going anyway. They say that the apostle Paul's parents were from the region of Giscala in Judea, and that when the whole province was laid waste by the hands of the Romans and the Jews were dispersed into the world, you see, dispersed into the world, people. I want you to try to explain that to me before 70 AD. Please, try. They were moved to the city of Tarsus in Cilicia as a young man. He followed the conditions of his parents. What? What do you mean he fled with his parents from the region of... so his parents were from the region of Giscala. However, Saul was born in Giscala here or not is irrelevant. This is still putting him after 70 AD, is my point. So yeah, I was a little annoyed by some of the criticism here. I get it. One could interpret that he wasn't even born in Giscala. But how could he be a young man during the war when his parents fled from Giscala to Tarsus if he wasn't born in Giscala, Derek? How could he be a young man but been born in Tarsus? Because that's the other interpretation one would have to take. That doesn't make sense of what Jerome's saying here, if you catch my drift.
Yeah,
as a young
map, actually, to look at where Giscala, it looks like it's somewhere in the Galilee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere down there, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But look at what Jerome says here. This is the part I want us to pay attention to. Jews were dispersed into the world. So, what does this remind us of? 1 Thessalonians 2:13-16. Now, some will say that Paul was a very apocalyptic figure. Some will even say that Paul was on the nutty side. Well, if we got him writing these letters before 70, I guess he would have to be. What I'm saying is, in 1 Thessalonians 2:13-16, this is the big problem here. This is why some scholars will even say that's an interpolation, as you know, Derek. Because Paul's referring to a wrath of God in the past tense. A wrath of God that came upon them utterly, or to its conclusion. Well, that's kind of strange to write before 70 AD. We also went over last stream about 1 Corinthians, talking about don't worship God in buildings that are subject to the flames, and that the temple is inside of you. In fact, could you pull up like you did last stream? Let's go to that reference in 1 Corinthians where he talks about the temple. Do not worship God in buildings subject to the flames. We need to look at that again.
The exact passage?
Yeah.
What is
1 Corinthians for chapter 3, verse 15. It's around there. So I would put 1 Corinthians 13-18. Of 1 Corinthians 3, 13-18. Yeah. 1 Corinthians 3, 13-18. Let's pull up that whole section. We'll go through it. So I really want people to really get this through their heads.
Let me pull up the...
I really do.
Yeah, let me do Cross Bible. We're going to do it under our buddy. Accept all. 1 Corinthians 3.
Okay.
We do NIV, is that straight?
I would prefer RSV.
Does it have RSV on here?
Click. It should. Click on that. See if it does.
Well, I'm looking right now.
Okay.
I don't see RSV.
All right, we'll just put up with NIV then.
Okay. What's the verse 13?
We'll start with verse 13 and work our way up to 18.
Okay.
Their work will be shown for what it is, because the day will bring it to light. It will be revealed with fire, and the fire will test the quality of each person's work. If what has been built survives, the builder will receive a reward. If it is burned up, the builder will suffer loss, but yet will be saved, even though only as one escaping through the flames. Don't you know that you yourselves are God's temple, and that God's Spirit dwells in your midst? If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy that person, for God's temple is sacred. And you together are that temple. Can you go to verse 18 now, please?
Okay. Bear with me here.
Take your time. Okay. Do not deceive yourselves. If any of you think you are wise by the standards of this age, you should become fools so that you may become wise. All right. Paul, canonical Paul, was just telling us, hey, don't worship God in temples now. Buildings, you know. They can be subject to the flames. Oh, by the way, the temple's inside you. What? Now that's kind of a funny, awkward thing to say if we're going to imagine that happened before AD 70.
Right.
But if that's happening in after 70, or what I would say is the AD 90s now, that's when he's writing those. That's when canonical Paul was writing those letters, or Saul of Giscala, Saul of Tarsus, what you want to call him. Saul of Tarsus, the wannabe Paul, was writing these letters in the 90s, is saying this stuff. Now the temple's gone. They can't call him a nut job and say, "Hey, the temple's here." What do you mean the temple's inside of us? Oh well, it is. The temple's gone, man. Well, you see, it got destroyed, a couple of decades ago, and it's not a wise thing to worship God in buildings subject to the flames now. And then, once you see it that way, makes First Thessalonians suddenly makes sense. F.C. Bauer was right. First Thessalonians was later, but this is where a question must be asked. And I didn't even get to the part yet where Paul is plagiarizing Josephus. I'm about to get to that. Well, let's leave this up for now, because I just want to remind people for a little while. Because we're also going to talk about Epaphroditus and Clement. I didn't get to that last stream. We're going to talk about how Epaphroditus and Clement were also living in the AD 90s. I also am going to talk about the Acts of Timothy again, and correct a minor mistake that I think I made in the last stream while I'm at it. But let's go one thing at a time real quick. So here's the thing. If it was just Jerome saying this, I could easily see how this could be dismissed. Oh, you've got one source. He's living in the 4th century AD. He's talking about this Saul of Giscala. We'll just dismiss him as a different human being. That's not the guy that wrote the letters. We can just ignore that. We'll stay in our comfort land of the early dating of Paul. We'll just ignore that. We're not going to deal with that. If this was all I had, I'll be like, okay. Well, that's all I have. This is not all I have. Not even close. I went through a lot of it this stream. There's a lot more. There's more I'm not going to be able to get into in this stream. But I'm going to be doing a documentary video soon, in which I will have all the evidence, all the major evidence in there. I won't be missing anything. I won't be missing a couple of slides. I won't be sloppy at all.
You have the time, right? When you're doing the documentary.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the editing is humongous. A lot of stuff going on there. But when you look at the canonical letters, they support what Jerome is saying. When you look at the different versions of Paul's death in 1 Clement and the Acts of Paul, that also supports what Jerome is saying. So when you also look at the fact that 1 Clement seems to be, I say seems, I'll try to be very careful with my words here, seems to be extraordinarily ignorant of a Pauline corpus. And all that other stuff that he talks about that parallels the canonical text in loose, but also in contradictory ways, like I was talking about earlier. 7 times in bonds. He made it to Spain, progress west of the empire, which is we're not told this anywhere in the New Testament. All these loose parallels that don't perfectly parallel the New Testament. Dare I say he might have gotten all that from the same letter to the Corinthians that Clement was referring to in the first place. It's interesting. He only admits to us that he uses a Pauline written document when he's quoting material that's found exclusively in 1 Corinthians about Cephas and Apollos, the rival parties, the rival sectors of Christianity. Yeah, Paul is opposing. He never makes mention of John, who was a pillar in the church. Irenaeus seems to know about that John, by the way. He puts him in the wrong time period, by the way. I say wrong time period because he's in a time period that people would not want John to be in. I'm talking about the 1890s. I'll save the rest of those details for the documentary. There's a lot more to that story that we do not have time to get into here. But I will talk about a little bit of that when I look into the Acts of Timothy, because I need to explain something that didn't quite come out right in the last stream, I don't think. If that's what I'm going to do right now. I could not find a PDF copy of this book online. I tried. But we're going to look at page 403 in Tony Burke's New Testament Apocrypha, more non-canonical scriptures, volume 1. That's the page I'm citing and everything. Let's see what this text has to say about this 80-90s business, because it has something very interesting to say. It says, "But when a demon of mischief invaded the thoughts of Domitian, who reigned as king of the Roman state under Nero, and those who ruled in heaven," let me reread that. "And those who ruled in between, and when slanders came forth against the saint, the oft-mentioned Apostle John the theologian was exiled by Domitian from the city of the Ephesians and ordered to stay on the island of Patmos," which is one of the islands of the Cyclades. "After these things happened among them, the bishopric was being managed piously and well by the oft-mentioned most holy Timothy. At that time, the metropolis of the Ephesians held the remains of a bygone adultery among those who lived there. At the festival of the Catagogia, as they then called it, which was celebrated on certain days, they put around themselves unseemly costumes, and they covered their faces with masks so that they might not be known. They carried around clubs and images of idols, disparaged with songs, and sat upon free men and respectable women in an uncivilized fashion. They performed slaughters in no ordinary manner, and poured out an abundance of blood on the distinguished places of the city. They did not stop acting as if what they were doing was profitable for the soul. As a result, the most holy Timothy, who was at the time the archbishop, bewailed these things often, but his effort was not strong enough to repulse such madness of theirs through his petitions. On the day of the abominable festival, he put himself forth in the midst of the Embolos quarter to exhort them, saying, 'Men of Ephesus, do not be mad for idols, but acknowledge the one who truly is God.'" I want everyone to remember, this is Timothy, a major player in canonical Paul and a co-author of several Pauline epistles. He's in the 80-90s in this text. Okay? "The agents of the devil were angry at his teaching and making use of the clubs and stones that they carried with them. They killed the just one, but the servants of God took him while he was yet breathing and brought him to rest at the boundary of this splendid metropolis, which is situated on the opposite side of the harbor. There, when his spirit was returned in peace to God, they took his body and placed it in the place called Pion. It is there that his most holy martyrium is located. When Emperor Domitian's life came to an end, Nerva received imperial power, recalled the most divine apostle and evangelist John from exile. He returned and took up his seat in this radiant metropolis of the Ephesians. And we discovered that the most holy Timothy had completed his life in the manner previously mentioned. He took up the place of honor on the apostolic throne. Through those who were found at the time to be chief priests, he endured and managed this office until the reign of Trajan." So here's where I'm going to correct myself from last stream. I think I might have mistakenly said that the text suggested that Timothy was alive in Trajan. He was not. But he seemed to have died at about the end of Domitian's reign. And then you have Nerva, who gets into power. He releases the Christians from persecution. And in the pastoral epistles, which I think was written right when Nerva came to power, you see canonical Paul in the pastoral epistles, and I put them like 96 AD. The pastoral epistles talk about how Paul was greeting Onesiphorus.
Sector weather alert.
He greets Onesiphorus. He honors Onesiphorus for having come to see him while he was in his chain. Now, here's the problem with that, Derek. The typical interpretation of the pastoral epistles is they were written when Paul was about to be killed. That makes absolutely no sense. The pastoral epistles say the opposite, Derek. His imprisonment in Rome was a past event. I could not make this up if I tried. The pastoral epistles believe the imprisonment was in the past. He is not expecting to be killed by the Romans. I don't know what else to say. It completely contradicts the idea that the pastoral epistles were about Paul being killed or about to be killed. No. If anything, I think that argument fits better with Galatians, and he's not being killed by Romans. But just like with the first Paul, by other Jews. And we'll get to that in a second. I want people to, could you pull up 2 Timothy? 'Cause I don't have that in the slides, but I'll tell you where to go find this verse about Onesiphorus. It's in 2 Timothy 1:16. Just scroll down to 16. You're already in chapter 1. May the Lord show mercy to the household of Onesiphorus, because he often refreshed me and was not ashamed of my chains. On the contrary, when he was in Rome, he searched hard for me until he found me. So he's writing after all this happened, Derek. You see? Oh, it already happened. I'm good now. Praise Onesiphorus. When I was in misery, he came for me. He found me. Oh, some martyrdom that was. Not. So.
Okay, let me jump in here real quick, just so I'm understanding where you're coming from, because there's a lot of moving parts here, and maybe a lot of viewers.
I know, it's complicated.
Maybe a lot of viewers might be wondering.
Sector weather alert.
So taking the pastorals like 2 Timothy, taking the Paul or the Saul of Giscala by Jerome, the Acts of Paul, all of these seem to imply to you that we're talking past tense. Some of this stuff is past tense. He's still alive, like you said in this case. Giscala was crushed by the Romans. It sounds like that's the Roman-Jewish War, and that Saul's now over here in Tarsus now. So it sounds post 70, at least in these sources. Your point is that the chronology of when Paul's running around, when he's alive, when he's operating and doing things, there's contradictions in the sources. Yes. Some try to put him back here. Some try to put him in the 90s. You can't, he's in different places at different times under different sources.
And once you realize that's what's going on, saying that, okay, dismissing it as fiction doesn't really explain the problem. Because it's not explaining the motivation. Why would Christians create all these contradictory stories about Paul? This is not like looking at contradictory infancy narratives about Jesus in Matthew and Luke, which is more easily dealt with. These are simple, mundane things that these different texts can't even agree on about Paul. That's something I want to stress on. You see where I'm getting at?
No, I understand.
And I want you to pull up one other thing. We're going to get into Josephus being plagiarized by Paul now. I'm sure a lot of the people here were waiting on that. So 2 Corinthians about the free shipwrecks. And that's going to be in 2 Corinthians 11:25.
2 Corinthians 11,
verse 25.
Got it.
Now, before we read this, I want you to pull up my screen real quick. My shared screen, while leaving that up.
Let me try.
Just set that aside for a second about getting rid of it. Here, Josephus talks about shipwrecks in a metaphorical sense, as from a ship when it was going to sink. Okay? I want everybody to remember this. Now go back to 2 Corinthians. And I'm going to explain. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I was pelted with stones. 3 times I was shipwrecked. I want everybody to put a lot of emphasis on 3 times I was shipwrecked in verse 25. 3 times, Derek. Mm-hmm. So I spent a night and a day in the open sea. I've been constantly on the move. I have been in danger from rivers, in danger from bandits, in danger from my fellow Jews, in danger from Gentiles, in danger in the city, in danger from in the country, in danger at sea, and in danger from false believers. Why free shipwrecks? Why? Let me make a bold suggestion about why it says that, Derek. Because that has to do with the literary conflation of free Pauls. The first one that died in the 8030s, that we began with this in this stream. The second one that died in the 8060s, who was turned into a Pauline, who was turned into the second Paul anachronistically post-mortem by the author of Acts. The Saul and Josephus never asked to be part of this story, Derek. The author of Luke Act just went in through Josephus and forced him into this situation. He had no contribution to the Pauline corpus. He had nothing to do with this. He was taken and had this authority of Paul thrust upon him by the author of Acts as part of the reorganization of the chronology. So, there's another thing we're going to bring up here, because it doesn't end there. We're going to go to Josephus's Vita. There's a very strange thing going on in the Vita. I'm going to find the exact verse.
Oh, you don't have it on that slide?
No, I don't, but okay. It's in Josephus's Life 11. I'll read it now. So I contended myself with hand fare. Sorry, let me start over there. I misread that. So I contended myself with hard fare and underwent great difficulties, and went through them all. Nor did I contend myself with these trials only. But when I was informed that one whose name was Banis, you know what? Actually, why not? I could put this in a slide right now, really fast. It would take me a couple seconds. Okay. Hold on. Can you take that off the screen real quick?
Yeah.
Actually, there, I did it myself.
Cool.
I'm trying to paste the text, but yeah, just give me a second. I'll get this done. Bear with me, everybody. I'll be a second.
Long silence.
I got the text. This is a quick pasting, so it's not going to be organized perfectly, but it'll do. Okay. I'm going to put it up back on the screen now. Hold on, I forgot to put it on full screen again. There we go. In the first bullet point, it says that Josephus had gone with Banis for 3 years. This is from the year 8053 to 8056. So actually, that's in the 50s. Now, I did not include the part where where Josephus decided to become a Pharisee. But if you read beyond this, Josephus chooses to become a Pharisee. Exactly what Paul does in Philippians. He calls himself a Pharisee. The parallel is not perfect because Paul does not claim that he became a Pharisee from Galatians.
to Northern.
From his encounter with Barnabas. But if you count from the AD 56, which is when Josephus's journey with Bannus was finished, AD 70. AD 70 is when the temple was laid siege upon. And that's when Josephus went with Commander Titus to Jerusalem. Galatians talks about 3 years of Barnabas, and then 14 years later, Paul takes a trip to Jerusalem for the second time with Barnabas, but took Titus with him also. Just so we're clear, you would have to read, like, I'm not able to include all the stuff in Josephus to actually show the parallel, because Josephus does go to Jerusalem 14 years later. After that, that's extremely well known. Everybody knows that Josephus went with Commander Titus at the siege of Jerusalem. He was outside of Jerusalem, and that's what happened. So the way I look at this is Titus. I'm not claiming that it's the same Titus, by the way. I want to make that clear. That's not what I'm saying. I am not claiming that it's the same Titus. That would be ridiculous. But you see the literary parallels. 3 years with somebody, and then 14 years later to go to Jerusalem. You see 3 shipwrecks in 2 Corinthians, like I went over this earlier. And you see that Josephus uses shipwrecks as metaphors in the Jewish words. In other words, if we're already seeing literary fiction in other aspects of Paul's letters, you see? If you see literary fiction, and again, some people are not going to understand. Some people are going to think I'm spewing nonsense. I get it.
Well,
this is
people
not.
do that either way.
This is not. What. Oh yeah, I know. I know. I've seen this, but we've seen this. But what I'm saying is, it's a lot to keep up with. And
I think my biggest takeaway of what you're suggesting is there might be clues that indicate post 70 material. I personally don't see any need to connect all, to find a way to make sense of 3 different Pauls, but you can in some way say, hey, these characters are inspired by other sources, like you're saying. Maybe Josephus is somehow inspiring the character of Saul in Acts. You can look to these sources and say, hey, what the heck's different here? Why is there a different kind of tradition, and how you want to interpret that? But was Paul, the lingering question in my mind is, was Paul running around after 70? And if he was, and he was known or supposedly writing letters, why can't we say letters were written after 70? That's kind of my takeaway in all of this. Now, we can parallel Josephus and Paul. I know that he had a shipwreck as well. I think several, if I'm not mistaken, Josephus had. We could do all sorts of stuff to parallel the two, and maybe some of Josephus inspired the crafting of what we see with Paul. I'm not sure, but I'm open to it. That's my biggest takeaway. Jacob, I have to get off here in 10 minutes. I've got a meal on the way. I told you before we started I haven't eaten all day.
Sure.
And Ryan ordered food. But if I were to let you just kind of give a brief summary that you can of what your outcome is in this episode, like what are you really trying to paint in the simplest way? You don't have to bring up sources, just explain it in the simplest way for our audience to understand, because I can see why someone might get confused. We've jumped around to all sorts of different
It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So what are you saying? What is your conclusion at the end of the day about Paul?
Well, the original Paul the Apostle, he was a persecutor in the AD 30s, and he was a very violent one. He engaged in very minimal theological argumentation based on what Clement says about the guy. From his letter to the Corinthians, the only letter that he admits to citing, whether he knew other letters of Paul or not, cannot be ascertained. As I said in the last stream, I agree with Marcus Vincent, even though I do not agree with him on the Marcionite edition being earlier than canonical Paul. But I do agree with him that nonetheless there was another collection of Paul out there. I think that collection is the one Clement knows. However many letters that entails, who knows? But this letter to the Corinthians that Clement talks about would be at least one of them. Or perhaps the only one, I don't know. Clement doesn't make it clear. But in any case, however long he engaged in the argumentation, it doesn't seem to be implied that it lasted very long. In AD 37, AD 36, he attacked James. In AD 39, Herod Antipas was exiled to Spain. Or at least he died in Spain by that point, but he was exiled to Spain. I showed the text. Josephus says this in the Jewish Wars. And when you look at Paul also was in Spain at the end of his life in 1 Clement. I showed that he's connected to the Herodians, whether it's by blood or he's just joined them in allegiance. However you want to take that reference in Romans 16, which does not line up with what you see in Philippians about him being supposedly a Benjamite, Hebrews a Pharisee. That's the later Paul. I'll try to. I'm abbreviating this as best as I can, believe it or not. Yeah. Now I'm going to go to the second. Now I'm going to go to the second Paul because I'm abbreviating what I'm saying about first Paul really fast. He dies in AD 39 in Spain. Let's move on to the second one. Second one died in AD 66. He was killed by Nero. Possibly, what appears to be is because he was blamed as a contributing factor for causing the war. We saw that in Josephus that he was trying to, lay the blame on Florus squarely. We saw this, where blame was being dodged and deflected. That character is the basis for creating the chronology we see in Acts. Now, some people will say, oh, it's easier to put some letters before 70 and some after. But that still doesn't explain why Acts ignores the letters, doesn't talk about them. We'll get to the third one. I'm skipping a lot here, but going to the third one. Third one dies about AD 97. In Galatians, we see that the men of James approach him. I think Galatians was his last letter. I think that was Saul Pascal's last letter. And the men of James were coming after him in Antioch. And that was the end of that guy. He was not killed by the Romans, either way. The only one of these three Pauls that was killed by the Romans was Saul in Josephus, who was only given the authority of Paul posthumously, post-mortem, after his death, because he was used as an anchor point to center the chronology, the new chronology that Acts is creating. And I think this explains the tension that when you look at the canonical epistles, even the so-called pre-70 ones, now, I'm not going to refer to them as the alleged 7 authentic letters, but as the pre-70 letters. The pre-70 letters contain knowledge that the temple was destroyed. One can conveniently claim the bits that I don't like are interpolations without manuscript evidence, and the rest of it's fine. Or it's because the whole damn thing's later. That does not mean I'm saying that everything about Paul is after AD 70. I admitted earlier, Derek, last stream and in this stream and in other videos, that there is material that goes back to the original Paul in the AD 30s. Clement knows about that. But then I ask, how much of it can we really say goes back to the 30s? How much? How do we know? Besides what Clement tells us, we do not have magic glasses on that tells us, okay, this piece of the text goes back, this piece of the text does not go back. We don't have those magic glasses. Arguments about interpolation are extremely subjective. A while ago, people said that the testimonium is clearly a total interpolation. That was many decades ago when they said that. Then scholarship started to suggest that it was partially authentic. And now we're heading into the direction where the whole damn thing might be authentic, with maybe 2 extremely minor differences, if that. That's the problem with interpolation arguments, Derek, is people will argue until the cows come home. about it. It never ends. When you argue something's an interpolation, you're going to find someone that will say, there's no problem with it, because I read it differently than you do. No, it doesn't fit the language. Yes, it fits the language. No, it doesn't fit the language. Yes, it fits the language. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's the reason I don't like those arguments.
Even in your interview the other day with Bob and Nicholas, I can't remember the scholar.
Nicholas Allen.
It was so funny. He had a funny saying about that. He disagrees, I'm sure, with Schmidt on the testimonium, but he said,
he would
he
disagree.
said, by just reading the testimonium, you have become a Christian. He made this joke like he believes it is so much of a confessional, clearly Christian invention, which would radically differ from Schmidt. But anyway, Jacob, we got a couple supers. I want to grab these, and then I got to get out of here.
I'm going to say just real quick, I obviously didn't have time to get to Epaphroditus and Clement. That'll be in the documentary. All right, let's go to the super chats.
Stay tuned for the documentary. He'll be able to really hone in and show you the sources. Thanks for becoming a member, Cosmic Beat. And then Solera Knight says, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Acts 1, 12 through 26, requirements for apostleship must have accompanied Yeshua. Yet Matthias was elected 12th to replace Judas. False Paul could have never been an apostle according to these requirements.
I think that's a good point. I don't have much more to say. I mean, Acts is fiction. It's creating a narrative and reconfiguring the chronology around a man in Josephus that never asked to be involved in this situation. He had it thrust upon him while in the grave. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Solera. And then one on your side, Christian Michael, thank you for the super chat. J.M. O'Connor dates deportations of Galilean Jews to 61, 55, 52, 4 BC, 6 AD. Jerome talks about fellow captives deported from Galilee. Gamaliel mentions the AD 6 deportation in Acts 5:37. Thoughts? If you don't mind me making a comment on this?
Okay.
Source you brought up in Jerome, if you have it easy to pop it up real quick. But this is, I thought about this too, and in fact, I was Googling and looking up what I could in the brief moment. Look, Jews were all over, okay? There's the diaspora. This is for centuries prior to Jesus. They were spread across the world in the Roman world. But that text doesn't just say they were spread across the world.
I got it up right now.
Yeah, it gives more data. It says, they say the Apostle Paul's parents were from the region of Giscala in Judea, which is near Galilee, and that when the whole province was laid waste by the hands of Romans. That's the key. So the fact that this area was laid waste, it's like raising the area, that sounds like a Roman invasion, like a legit bona fide. And I was looking up, is Giscala...
That's my problem right there.
I was wondering if Giscala was near Sepphoris, because I know there was Roman legions that went to Sepphoris in the BC, right there at the turn of the Common Era. But this sounds like Jerome's saying Roman war. It sounds like what happens. And Giscala does get conquered at that period near the Roman war. So,
precisely. Charles Travers Wood, New Testament scholar in the 20th century, saw this. I think he was in the 20th century, but yeah, he was writing a while ago. He saw this. He saw the problem here. He didn't really know what to make of it. He didn't talk about it too much, but the brief comment he made about it sounded like it was post 8070 to him.
Yeah.
So other scholars have noticed this. It's not just me interpreting it this way. I know that we want everything to fit prior to 8070. It needs to fit in the magical 8050s. We have got to get the magical book of Acts to get all fit. We got to make it all fit. We got to fit it in a different shape that does not fit into a square peg. We have to force it in there. And I'm like, listen, even the author of Acts couldn't get away with it. That's why he never talks about the letters. Because the story of Acts is fiction. It's contradicting the stories in the epistles.
Yeah.
And it contradicts the Clementine literature. Acts, both canonical Paul and Acts knows the genuine Clementine literature. And Acts knows them. He knows Josephus. Well, Paul also knows, Saul of Giscala knows Josephus, the author of Saul who wrote the letters. So the author of Acts knew the earlier letters that Clement knew, that's gone, or letter, and he knew the canonical letters. He can't make all that work. They're contradictory chronologies. You either have Paul before the temple or you have him after the temple. It can't be both. So that's why the author of Acts is like, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about Paul's death. That's why Acts doesn't talk about Paul's death. Which one? Thrice Paul or not at all?
Thank you so much, the mother frickin' Windyberg, for the super sticker and for being a member of Myth Vision. Jacob, I hope that people will take the time, if they are watching from Myth Vision's side, because we're streaming on both ends here, to go subscribe to your YouTube channel. You interview several academics all the time. And, oh, we got another super sticker here. TWPB, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate the love and support. Everybody go over there, subscribe to Jacob. The link should be in the description. I believe I put it in the description. If not, I'll add it afterwards. But History Valley, final words from you, brother.
I don't have any additional final words. I'm just going to say, stay tuned for the documentary.
When do you plan that? When do you think you are going to?
I'm going to get it out this month. I'm going to get it out as soon as I can.
Okay.
I know. I admit that I probably could have organized those slides better, but you know, I mean, it was that those things can happen where sometimes it doesn't come out quite the way you planned it. So
got it. Well, thank you to everybody who supports what we're doing here. We're trying to bring more insight, information. He's working on a documentary. I'm working on one as well. Yahweh, the Dying and Rising God, and that's going to be fun. Jacob, I really appreciate your time coming on here and trying to explain. Dude, there's a lot of sources, and this is a difficult thing to try and unravel. Thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone for the super chats, the support. We appreciate you being part of members of what we do, Patreon supporters, and we're going to continue to try and bring you stuff enlightening. Thank you. Good to go?
Yep.
All right. Never forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are Myth Vision.
Son, do you want to know what the truth is? After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland, and I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Sector weather alert. A large
I want to know truth. Everyone wants to know truth. But what is truth? People argue about truth, argue opinion truths, which football team is best, argue value truths, justice or mercy, argue ultimate truths, does God exist? But people also fight about truth. What's the best political system? Which is the true religion? Over these truths, tragically, much blood has been shed. Truth is serious stuff. I want to know truth, especially ultimate truth. But first, what is truth? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and closer to truth is my struggle to find out. If I want to know ultimate truth, capital T truth, then I should start with the essence of truth, small t truth. Truth may seem obvious as a general concept, even while any particular truth may be not so obvious. I'd like a simple, basic definition of truth. But is there a simple, basic definition of truth? I go to Cambridge, England, to ask a distinguished philosopher of mind and language, a former editor of the journal Mind, Simon Blackburn.
Simon, philosophers tell me that this concept of truth is really not so simple. Why?
Well, the standard thing that everybody starts by saying about truth is that truth is correspondence with the facts. And that's true. That's a good thing to say. The problem is it's not quite as illuminating as one might hope. And part of the trouble is with the notion of a fact. So, for example, to make that problematic, you might ask yourself whether, for example, there are any negative facts. Take the fact that there's no rhinoceros in this room. What makes that true? The absence of a rhinoceros? What's an absence? It's not a thing that you can touch or weigh or whatever. And there are other things too. They're hypothetical facts. Conditionals are true, we say. But is there a truth of the form that if one thing, then another? There are general propositions whose truth is mysterious. And then, of course, there are particular mysteries, like the mystery of mathematical truth or the mystery of moral truth. Well, the majority of philosophers these days probably subscribe to a thing called deflationism, which is fundamentally the idea that there's nothing abstract to say about truth. And Pontius Pilate asked the famous abstract question, and the deflationist says the right answer to Pontius Pilate wasn't to start on a philosophical treatise about the nature of truth, but was to say, what are you interested in? And if Pilate then gives you the answer, I'm interested in whether this chap's guilty, let's say, well, he's got an inquiry to conduct. We know how to conduct inquiries into whether somebody's guilty. That's an empirical inquiry. You could use the police, whatever else you've got. So what you've got to do is, as it were, come down from the abstraction to any particular thing you're interested in. And then asking whether that's true is actually asking a question that could be framed without the notion of truth. Because it's true that this man's guilty just means this man's guilty. So Pilate's question should have been, is this man guilty? And that's a question which you can ask without involving any notion of truth. So deflationism is as it were, the flavor of the month in the philosophy of truth.
So are you a deflationist when it comes to truth?
I am a deflationist about truth, yes. I think it's right. It left a residual problem, which I think is capable of a nice solution, which is, first of all, why do we think truth's so important? Why do we think it's got what philosophers call a normative force? That is, there's oughts in the offing. Your beliefs ought to be true. Your statements ought to be true. Why so, if truth is deflationary? And another residual topic is, why is truth so important when it comes to explanation? We think that our science, for example, offers us good explanation of things because our science is true. It's got the world right. And can we say that as deflationists? Well, the recipe is the same. You get down from the abstract heights. As far as explanation goes, sure. Your GPS works because science says that the speed of light is XYZ, and the speed of light is XYZ. That's all. And so for any particular example of a norm or of an explanation, the deflationist is very happy with it. And then what he says is that truth is just a device of generalization. It just pulls together all the things like, you ought to say that somebody's guilty only if he is guilty. You ought to say that somebody's sitting down only if they are sitting down.
But the generalization has minimal value.
Yeah, the generalization itself has minimal value.
Simon is a deflationist about truth. Truth only makes sense in particular cases, he says. Specific statements are true or not true, but there is little value or even sense to truth in general. It'd be a letdown. I'd feel deflated. I'd rather have truth writ large, as reality's hidden treasure of great worth. Yet mirages, however stunning, vanish. I'd want none of ultimate truth if it were not real. So can truth be re-inflated? I seek a truth anti-deflationist. I head to London to visit Raymond Tallis, a public intellectual pursuing philosophical foundations of big truths.
Ray, I'm only going to ask you this because you're my good friend. What is truth?
No good friend would ask such a difficult question as that. I'm just about to wash my hands. But anyway, it seems to me that the whole notion of truth has gone through a very rough period. Ramsay, the great Cambridge philosopher who died young, famously said, to assert that P and to assert that P is true is to assert the same thing. So the little predicate is true is entirely redundant. So he was the father of the minimalist approach to truth, that there's nothing in truth at all. Of course, there are much older conceptions of truth. The correspondence theory, the most easy way of thinking about truth is of the correspondence between assertions and states of affairs out there. That's always difficult because the assertions and the states of affairs are not clearly separate. Those states of affairs are picked out by the assertions. That's what made people pretty anxious about the correspondence theory of truth. The other theory is a coherence theory, the idea that a particular proposition is true if it coheres with other propositions, and that scientific truth, for example, is a great mountain of coherent propositions of larger and larger generality. And the third notion, of course, most famously from your own country, is pragmatism, the notion that truth is that which essentially works. And that's been picked up by evolutionary theorists as well, that basically our conceptions of truth are simply things that help us to survive, help us to plug more comfortably into our environment. So that's
all of these seem true in their own way.
I think they are, and I think the truth about truth is very complex, and namely that correspondence probably is one of the fundamental building blocks of truth. But clearly coherence is another part. Correspondent truths have to cohere, and that clearly what truths we pick out depends on what we're interested in. So to some extent, pragmatism has a part to play. But of course, the minimalists are right as well, because if you think of truth as a stuff, or there being a single truth to which all propositions converge, or if you think of truth as a predicate, then you're going to be very disappointed. The people who've got it completely wrong are the relativists, those who say there is no such thing as truth, because, as has been pointed out endlessly, although they've never noticed, that essentially they have undermining their own position. The assertion that there is no truth is obviously a general truth, or a claim to a general truth, which is greater than most of the truths most of us can actually subscribe to.
Those attacks on relativism by it being internally inconsistent or contradictory, I think is a cheap shot, because it's something you can say about a lot of things. The argument of the relativist is that because we can only know things through our senses and our brains and ourselves, that we are arrogant to assume that what we are sensing about the world is the world in reality.
Let me pick up one of your observations. We can only know things through our brains. What's the status of that truth?
Generally, a materialistic worldview, that unless you're getting something logically or through your senses, we really can't know anything about it.
And I would like to ask you, how do we know that we know things only through our brain senses? Where do we get this sense of only from?
The burden of proof is on the other side, because the brain and our senses are all that we see through. I mean, it's self-evident. And if that's not the case, then it's up to you to show me why.
But I have no problem that, if you took away my body, I wouldn't be in receipt of much information. All that I'm perfectly happy about. But I'm not ensuring how you can conclude from that we cannot arrive at objective truths.
Because what the relativist says is that because we are using our mental capacity to discern the world, we are bringing to that world our own biases and prejudices, and the simple demonstration of that is look at visual illusions that you see on paper, where you see it two different ways and it flips around, and the paper is not changing.
There you go. You see,
our brains are interpreting it in different ways. So if the outside world's not changing, but we see it, isn't that not make us be a little bit humble in terms of our seeing absolute objective truth on the world?
But the fact that we can see that an illusion is an illusion, and that, for example, I don't think you sitting in front of me is an illusion, Whereas if I saw two of you because I had taken some tablet, then clearly I would think it was an illusion. So in other words, most of our experiences are not illusory in that sense. The argument from illusion that because some experiences are illusory means that all experiences are illusory, I think can be easily refuted. As Gilbert Ryle said, you cannot have counterfeit coins if you don't have a coinage that's produced in the proper way. He also used the word bias. The very concept of a bias shows that we're able, as it were, to recover from our narrow perspective, to the point where we actually have a science that's built up a set of statements that actually looks quite different, sees the world quite differently from the data we get from our sense perception.
Ray introduces 4 theories of truth: correspondence theory, coherence theory, pragmatism, evolution, in addition to minimalist or deflationary truth. I like the variety. Truth should be viewed from diverse perspectives. How else to push and probe truth? Can the essence of truth be discerned by distinguishing allied ideas, such as knowledge and belief? I go to Oxford to meet a philosopher who teases apart subtle concepts, the Waynflete Professor of Metaphysical Philosophy, John Hawthorne.
John, I want to know what's true. I like to have knowledge. Most people do. These terms can get very fuzzy, though. If I tell you it's going to rain tomorrow, and it's a total guess on my part, and if it rains, I was right, and if it doesn't, I was wrong. But does that mean my knowledge now is the same?
If you're guessing whether it's going to rain, in the intuitive sense, then even if you're right, you didn't know that it was going to rain.
Right.
So that's a paradigm case of true belief that isn't knowledge. So at least one thing's clear, it seems, that there's more to knowing something than truly believing it. It seems that you need it needs to be true, but it's not enough that it's true. I think one place to go is to sort of get a feel of what sort of situations you think do count as knowledge. I mean, a situation which someone just guesses and gets lucky, they definitely don't know, right? But gets more tricky figuring out in other cases. If you've got a lottery ticket, you don't know whether it's going to win or lose. That seems right. Yeah. Even though it's very probable that it's going to lose, you don't know that it's going to lose. But once we start on that track, there seem to be ways to generalize that to the conclusion that we don't know very much at all. And similarly for the great heart attack lottery. I mean, a few unfortunates are going to die in the next few hours without any real warning of ill health, of a sudden unexpected heart attack. And if you buy the lottery thought, a natural way to generalize it is to the conclusion, well, we don't know whether or not we're going to live or die in the next hour. And then if you don't know whether you're going to live or die in the next hour, doesn't that mean that you don't know anything about your future? Because it's weird to think that you could know that you were going to the pub tonight if you didn't know whether or not you're going to die in the next 10 minutes. So it's very hard to see give a cogent reason for saying why you know in the one case, but you don't know in the other. So I found that very puzzling.
Is this a descent into what's called skepticism, where you can't say you know anything?
Well, it's heading that way, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, just on a common sense, it's everything in existence is a matter of probabilistics.
Yes, but the appeals to common sense cut in two directions. I mean, also it's common sense that we know all sorts of stuff, like, we've got hands, we're talking to each other. I mean, that's common sense too. But the trouble is that the various aspects of common sense, when you think them through, start to collide with each other, and then common sense can't just rest content with itself, as it were.
How do you deal with religious knowledge, or claims for, even more general than that, claims for knowledge beyond the normal, or beyond the real?
I think you can break it down in a few ways. I mean, even if there is a God, take the best case scenario for the theist, as it were. There is a God. God made the world. God appeared to Moses. Moses wrote some stuff down. Supposing that's all right, all true, should we conclude people in the good case scenario know that there's a God by, say, reading the bits of scripture. And even assuming all that is quite a delicate question. I mean, if we go to a more mundane setting, I mean, suppose a sports reporter watches a game and then, filters through the newspapers. Interesting thing to ask yourself is, well, do you know there's not a misprint there? I mean, supposing in fact there isn't, it's the good case scenario, it's still not straightforward to answer the question, does the recipient of the newspaper know that there isn't a misprint? Because it looks like that if they can know the sports score, that they can know there isn't a misprint, but it's really wacky to think that they can know there's not a misprint. So, I mean, I think that's the sort of end of things where the philosopher might have something to say. Of course, you're not going to convince skeptics that you know.
Right.
I mean, that's asking for too much always. So you shouldn't be thinking, how do I show to the skeptic that I know? You should be thinking, how do I satisfy myself that even in the good case scenario
that I'm rational.
That I'm rational or that I know.
But you can justify it to yourself that you are rational?
Well, that's the lesser ambition. Can you at least produce defensive moves against arguments that show that you're irrational? I mean, there are some arguments designed to show that even in the good case scenario, you're irrational. I mean, if I have a box and there's a beetle in the box and you can't see in the box, you'd be irrational to believe that there's a beetle in the box, even if it's right. Even in the good case scenario, when there is a beetle in the box, if you believe there's a beetle in the box, when the beetle's hidden in the box, then you're like a bit weird, So one line of thought is, well, even in the good case scenario, as a God for all intents and purposes, I'm not endorsing. God's like a beetle in the box, and so even if he's there, it's irrational to believe in him. So I think the thing that a sort of a religious philosopher theist should be doing is try to show how, in the good case scenario, things are very different to the beetle in the box scenario, and it would, at least in the good case scenario, be a case of knowledgeable belief.
John follows truth's multi-dimensional paths. He differentiates knowledge from belief, then questions in a world of probabilities how we know anything. As for God, the beetle hidden in a box, John sets the hurdle of knowledgeable belief. John forces me to think hard about how I know all truth in general before I can ask about any truths in specific. For me, the truth I'm ultimately after is the truth of ultimate reality. Though I do not expect to find it, I am determined to pursue it. Must ultimate truth be objective truth, if there be any objective truth? Can ultimate truth be relative truth, our interpretations? I go to Birmingham to visit a philosopher of religion who privileges interpretation, the legendary John Hick. We meet in his home.
John, what is truth? Is there an objective truth? How do we address those kinds of questions?
There are certain objective truths, such as the truths of mathematics. 2 + 2 = 4 is an objective truth because it's true by definition. I mean, ultimately, the system of mathematics is a definitional system, but everything else involves our own interpretation. By everything else, I mean everything we perceive. That this is the critical realist principle. The human mind is all the time interpreting. When I see you as a solid object, I'm interpreting memory. I'm drawing upon memory of the past. I've found in the past that I go behind things and find that they were solid, and so on. And in religion, I would say that by faith, we mean the interpretative element in our religious awareness. In our religious awareness, there is interpretation of our experience. This is faith. That is to say, it's not capable of proof. It's how our minds function and what we do. We interpret all the time.
If that's the case, if we are interpreting all the time, that certainly reflects the neuroscience of how we exist.
Yeah.
Should that make us more humble in our declarations of what we believe to be true about almost anything?
I think it should, yes.
Well, that's a little scary.
Well, yes, but then the more one thinks about things, the more scary they are.
So if we have this interpretative aspect to us that is so critical to what we have, the more we go into things like religion, the more powerful that becomes.
Yes, indeed, yes.
How then can I believe anything, especially in religion?
Yes, well, ultimately it all comes back to religious experience and the transformation of experience in a very, very vivid way, which causes one to take a religious view.
Well, I guess I'm out of luck then, because I haven't had one.
No, I know. Well, that's just too bad.
I appreciate John's concern, but is it too bad that I've not had a religious experience? Perhaps not, I think. A religious experience might overwhelm rational thought. Anyway, I'd probably not trust my own feelings. My biggest fear is fooling myself. But if I cannot rely on even myself, then from where does our perception of truth come? What kind of truth can human beings know? I asked the publisher of Skeptic magazine, historian of science, Michael Shermer, who stresses evolutionary explanations.
I think from an evolutionary perspective, the correspondence theory of truth is probably the best match, in the sense that our brains evolved to solve certain problems in the physical and social environment. And it's modular, so it has lots of different neural networks doing different things to try to solve different problems. Sometimes they come into conflict, so that's why we sometimes are hypocritical and so on. But in terms of just pure survival, the closer you are to matching reality, corresponding to reality, then the more likely you are to survive. So you're a hominid on the plains of Africa 3.5 million years ago, and you hear a rustle in the grass. Is it a dangerous predator, or is it just the wind? Well, if you assume that the rustle in the grass is a dangerous predator, it turns out it's just the wind, you've made a type 1 error. A false positive, it's kind of a superstitious type thing, but no harm. But if you make the other kind of error, you assume that the rustle in the grass is just the wind, turns out it's a dangerous predator, you're lunch, right? So there's a selection process for getting it right more often than getting it wrong in a certain direction. So I think our brains actually are fairly good at getting it right most of the time, but not always. But that's as good as it gets until science. Without science, some kind of systematic, reliable method, we're going to make a lot of mistakes.
Are there areas of truth that can be discerned independent of the scientific method?
Well, somebody might get it right by accident, but for you and I to understand how we got it right and what the process is and communicate it, we have to have some language, and science is the language that we've developed with technologies and techniques to get at that. And so, I mean, it's one thing for you to say, well, I had this personal experience, I just know there's a God because I talked to him. That's nice. But how can I, get in on that? We have to have some way of communicating, and science is a consistent language.
Is then truth totally scientifically based?
Well, I would prefer, I don't like the word truth. Maybe truth with a small t, provisional truth. I think the idea that there's some ultimate truth that's above our brains thinking about it. I'm a very pragmatic philosopher of science in that sense. Truth is what we end up finding some evidence for and talking about, and stuff that doesn't generate anything, well, it's not of interest.
Truth is the foundation of existence. Here are my 5 questions for truth. 1. To know what specific things are true, must we first have a general concept of truth, or should truth be deflated? 2. Must truth be anchored by reasons? Must we rely on a theory of truth, a deep mechanism by which things are made true? Or is truth only meaningful in particular cases and instances? 3. Are there absolute truths accessible to rational inquiry? Or is all truth relative and fuzzy, the result of our biological brains or social cultures? 4. How did the human capacity for knowing truth arise? Blind evolution, or via some kind of teleology, a goal direction? 5. Are there non-secular truths, truths beyond the natural world? These questions, even without answers, get us closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
I love science because science accesses truths. To me, trained in science, it seems obvious that science is external, objective, and absolute. But some disagree, claiming that science is internal, subjective, and relative. Moreover, can science address all questions, or are there limits to science? What is science anyway? Science itself, an idea, a process, a way of thinking? How to get at the essence of science, discern how science really works, how science should work. All this is called philosophy of science. But should science care about philosophy? Should science value philosophy? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. I cannot make sense of the world of existence unless I feel confident I can know things that are true. Science gives me such confidence, but how can I have confidence in science? Unsurprisingly, philosophers claim that philosophy is how. That philosophy of science clarifies science, strengthens science, enriches science. Even if most scientists have no need for philosophy, the challenge is put forth, and I'm up for it. To investigate the philosophy of science, I speak with leading philosophers. I start in Cambridge, England, with a former editor of the journal Mind, Simon Blackburn. Simon, I love science, I love philosophy, but some of my scientific friends tell me the only purpose of a good philosopher is to keep all those other philosophers away from science.
That's very good. I hadn't heard that before.
So, let's start at first principles. Why philosophy of science?
Well, as soon as you've got a science, you've got a description of the world in scientific terms, you've got an alleged explanation of some phenomenon which the scientist gives you, you're going to start worrying about the terms of the explanation and whether it really is an explanation. Let's take, for example, Newton's theory of gravitation. When Newton published that in 1690, quite a lot of other scientists were disappointed, funnily enough. They wanted to know what gravity was. And Newton apparently didn't tell them what it was, he just told them what it did. So what is the gravitational field? You know? Now, of course, that may have been a scientific question which remained unanswered at least till the 20th and possibly the 21st century. But it was a question about how much the explanation had achieved and what was left to be achieved. And Hume came along, the philosopher, did some philosophy of science, and said that actually the kind of thing Newton did was the only kind of thing the human mind could ever do. So that was a claim about the scope and limits of science. And that's a claim which needs evaluating, it needs looking at in its own right.
This is very important, the scope and limits of science.
Sure. Yeah.
And so how can we descend deeper into that?
I think it's probably good to go back to the 17th century, before Newton. There was a rationalist ideal. The ideal was that if only we could see the world properly, we'd see why things must be as they are. Just as we think that 2 + 2 must be 4, that's straightforward. So we'd see that gravity must work in the way it does. That rationalist ideal took a knock from Newton, because Newton just said this is how it is. Why it must be like this, that's up to God. We don't know. And that's what Hume said was the limit. We would never manage to achieve the rationalist ideal. We'd never see why things must be how they actually turn out to be. So science was always going to be empirical. It was never going to be a priori, as the jargon is. That is something you could just excogitate.
That argument is still in play today.
Oh yes, very much so. People would love a kind of theory of everything. It's often promoted as an ideal. Now, if Hume's right, you can't have a theory of everything, because your theory will eventually have to depend on unargued premises, unargued starting points, bare happenstance. It won't be like mathematics.
Simon presents a strong empirical view of science. Science can describe what things happen, but cannot explain what things are. It's like a kind of universal limit, like the speed of light. The human mind can find regularities in nature, but not penetrate the foundations of reality. But most scientists do not bother themselves with philosophy, and some openly dismiss it as irrelevant, if not obstructive. I've found a fondness for putting to philosophers these dismissive attitudes of scientists. It's a good conversation starter. More important, it probes philosophy of science. Historically, hasn't philosophy prepared the way for science? An Oxford professor of metaphysics thinks so. I meet John Hawthorne. John, some of my scientist friends would say philosophers have a great value in the world, and that is when they keep other philosophers away from bothering scientists. What do you say?
One thing that they should remember is that philosophers historically have had a huge role in the development of science. In fact, it's only a recent thing that people clearly self-identified as philosophers rather than scientists, or scientists rather than philosophers. Aristotle, Descartes, Leibniz, Newton, and many others recognizably did stuff that was both science and philosophy, and there was no clear divide between them. So I think it's a very strange thought to be having, that philosophy is useless because there's no sharp divide historically between philosophy and science anyway.
And the argument back is that you're certainly right historically, but now we've grown up and now science is real, and that's the part of this past tradition that is maintained, and the part that was useless should be ejected.
It's clear that philosophy as a discipline is the end of inquiry that isn't to do with, say, hands-on experimentation. There's a lot of science that is quite distant from hands-on experimentation too, and what you find is that there's fairly seamless interaction between philosophers and scientists at that end of things. So if you look at foundations of physics, there's quite healthy collaborations going on between philosophers and cosmologists. They have particular skills in clarifying things, connecting disparate areas, looking at the logic behind certain argumentation, bringing a bit of discipline to what can be sometimes wild speculation, trying to do a little policing in terms of standards for theory choice and so on. And there's just no basis at all for sort of the kind of dismissive attitudes that you're describing.
What are some of the contributions that philosophy can make to modern science?
I mean, there are lots of issues of clarification in, I mean, I've been picking on the example of foundations of physics, issues about the interpretation of quantum mechanics. You know, there's been these proliferation of approaches among physicists fighting with each other about how to interpret the foundations of quantum mechanics, where there are Bohmians, Copenhagen, and so on. And all the evidence is that philosophers have been actually quite adept at clarifying what's at stake, looking at in a careful way at what the evidence is and what sorts of standards for theory choice are in play and available and so on. So there's a good example of something that's one of the deepest, you know, a range of very deep questions about the ultimate structure of the physical universe, where there's no reason to think that philosophers aren't currently playing a very important role and will continue to do so. Obviously, there are certain areas of science where the structure of the theories is pretty clear, the standards for success are pretty clear, where philosophers aren't going to play a good role. I mean, philosophers aren't going to help people cook nice dinners either, you know? So it's not like philosophy helps everywhere, I don't want to say that, but philosophers do have a special ability to help in areas where there's need for clarification, both of the nature of the theory and the evidential standards that are being brought to bear.
John argues that philosophy benefits science by clarifying ways of thinking, how issues are described, how evidence is considered, how theories are constructed. But how does all this wonderful stuff happen? How does philosophy work as putative magic? I hear that several of my favorite philosophers are attending a conference on consciousness. So I go to Tucson, Arizona to see how they react when some scientists attack most philosophers. I meet a philosopher of mind who stresses philosophy's impact on the world, Rebecca Neuberger-Goldstein. Rebecca, it seems that many scientists today have taken a special interest in attacking philosophy as not only worthless, but debilitating to doing good science, under the theory that philosophy was and is pre-scientific. It was fine when we didn't have science, but now that we do have science, it gets in the way.
Yes, and there's a lot in the history of science and the history of philosophy to support that view. If you look at it very superficially, I would say. Of course, all science began as philosophy. The word science didn't even come into existence until the 19th century. It was called natural philosophy, and that covered physics and it covered cosmology. And as science makes progress, the sphere of philosophy shrinks. There's no doubt about that. So the questions that had been philosophical sometimes are proto-scientific questions, and it's simply a matter of science to develop the techniques, the methodology, so that it can turn them into empirical questions and then make progress. So that's generally the argument, and the terminus of this ongoing problem is that the set of philosophical problems will go to the null set. Well, here's why that won't work, I would say. First of all, you need quite sophisticated philosophy to make that argument. You need a way of demarcating science, for example, from other explanations. Who is the person to whom all scientists turn when they want to make that demarcation between a scientific theory and a non-scientific theory? Karl Popper, right? Falsifiability. Who was Karl Popper? He was a philosopher, and he made the argument philosophically. So, to help yourself to philosophical conclusions in order to argue that, philosophy is not necessary, it's not kosher. The other thing, of course, is, to say that science is discovering the nature of reality. And, we don't need philosophy, once again, to make the claim for scientific realism. Depends on very, very sophisticated work that has to be done in philosophy of science.
Because the scientific method per se, by definition, deals with assuming naturalism, methodological naturalism, ontological naturalism, that's the only reality is the natural world.
You have to argue for that too.
Two separate issues. One is the actual substance of the world, ontology, and the other is the methodological approach.
And there are many scientists who are not realists about the physical, the external world, the physical world. The problems of quantum mechanics have produced so many interesting points of view, and one of them is idealism. I mean, things don't exist until we observe them. This kind of question, what is the consequence of a particular theory? We know the theory works. It gives us predictions that have not yet been falsified. But how do we make sense of the whole thing? What view of reality does it lead to? You're in the domain of philosophy then. Most of the people I know who argue for this kind of the eliminative view of philosophy, that science is discovering the nature of reality, there is going to be no place for philosophy. First of all, don't understand that philosophy does other things than trying to describe reality. I do believe that is the sphere of science. Science is this wonderful technique that we've worked out that acknowledges how wrong we get everything and gives reality a chance to answer us back when we're getting it wrong. And I think that's what we have to depend on in order to understand reality. Philosophy has other uses. For example, what I just said, that was pure philosophy, right? Science can't give you that interpretation of science. That was philosophy. So that's my answer.
Rebecca offers a robust defense of philosophy. Science cannot escape philosophy's power, she argues, and shouldn't seek to, because philosophy makes science make sense. But to most philosophers, facilitating the theory and practice of science, while useful, hardly represents the deep value of philosophy. What is the deep value of philosophy? I ask a philosopher of mind, language, and social construction, John Searle. John, there are some scientists who say that philosophy is pre-scientific. General public might think that philosophy is ivory tower-ish. What's the value of philosophy in the modern world?
Yeah. Well, a lot of it depends on what you think is valuable. To me, these questions are absolutely fascinating. I cannot imagine living a life without being obsessed by philosophical questions. I've always been obsessed by these questions since I was a small child.
What are your favorites?
Well, my favorites is how does the mind represent reality? How does language express the mind? How is a society formed and maintained? And above all, what's the nature of the real world and how do we have access to the real world? That's a start, and I can't imagine somebody not being interested in those questions. But I wouldn't want to give you the idea that the value of philosophy depends on whether or not it's got some practical use in the marketplace, because the value of philosophy is like the value of anything that's valuable in itself. It's absolutely fascinating, and it makes life worthwhile, really. Nonetheless, there are a lot of practical importance to philosophical investigations, and in particular, as a general critique of society and intellectual life. So, for example, here's an interesting philosophical question. The social sciences proceeded essentially by imitating the natural sciences. To some extent, that was successful, but in most cases, it really wasn't very successful. Now, that raised an interesting philosophical question. How is the subject matter of the social sciences different from the natural sciences? And how is it different in ways that would render the model provided by the natural sciences inappropriate for the social sciences? But another point I would want to make is, at the level at which I work, I don't make a distinction between philosophy and science. So, a narrow scientific question is what causes cancer, let's say. A philosophical question is what's the nature of causation? And of course, that question is in part addressed by thinking how causes work in the sciences. So we have had to alter our conception of causation by discoveries in physics. There's a constant interplay between philosophy and science, and indeed the very greatest scientists like Einstein or Newton are philosophers, and both of them thought of themselves as philosophers.
But some scientists say that just that kind of question, what is causation, science has usurped philosophy, and philosophy was doing all sorts of things that really weren't addressing the question and coming up with dead ends and paradoxes, and science is just getting down to the facts and how it works, and now they know causes, and some are Newtonian and some are quantum mechanical, and
but the
and now we
problem
know.
is that they don't make it look as if all of this is already established. This discussion is still going on. Einstein, he could never accept quantum indeterminacy. He thought that cannot be the last.
And that's a philosophical objection.
That's a philosophical objection.
Right.
Now, the fact is, we've had over 50 years of experiments, and they always support quantum mechanics, in particular quantum indeterminacy. There are certain sorts of experimental procedures which are more or less cut and dried. You perform the experiment and it comes out or it doesn't. But at the level that I find interesting, where you're asking yourself, well, what is the significance of all of this, and how much do these methods apply elsewhere, and what's the logical form of the explanation provided by this type of investigation? I think those are essentially questions where there's an overlap, where you can't make a sharp distinction between philosophy and science. There are a lot of the questions that interest me most, though, that most scientists can't see are real questions, like how does language relate to reality? They think, well, that must be some atomic explanation of that. Or what's the ontology of society?
So when you deal with ontology of society, is that a purely theoretical, or can that actually help understand the fundamental being of what it is?
Yeah, I think if you want to understand anything, you better understand the ontology. You better understand the nature of the phenomena that you are describing. Now, I have to tell you, most social scientists don't worry about that. I know a guy who's doing studies of trade unions, the decline of trade union membership. It's a straightforward sociological problem. But what exactly is a trade union, and how does it relate to other institutional structures, and how do these institutional structures come into being, and how do they continue to exist? Those, to me, are the fascinating philosophical questions. And if I were,
should that inform his study,
I think
or will
it
it
should.
confuse him?
No, well, who knows? That's always a possibility. But I think you're bound to do better work if you have a deeper philosophical grip on the material. Now, of course, life is short, and if a guy wants to devote his life to just studying decline in trade union membership and not worry about all these philosophical problems, that's okay. It's a free country. But my own view is you get much greater philosophical depth, a much greater intellectual depth, if you understand the ontology, if you understand the theoretical underpinnings of what it is you are investigating.
To John, the profound value of philosophy is posing fundamental questions. Philosophy is the best way, perhaps the only way, he says, for finding the foundations of things. But if so, why then do so many scientists dismiss or ignore philosophy? I love probing this point, and I do so with a no-nonsense philosopher, known for exposing woolly thinking and expanding hardcore science, Daniel Dennett.
Dan, philosophy is under attack. One prominent scientist told me that there is value in good philosophers, but that only value is to keep the bad philosophers off my back.
I have some sympathy for that view, because it seems to me that I spend a lot of my time doing
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
you keep coming back like this, I'll have to stop calling you stranger, stranger.